Good morning, everyone. We're going to, before we call the meeting to order, we're going to hear instruction on Spanish interpretation.
Thank you, Mayor. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation into Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen, select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose a nosotros vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla, elija Interpretación de idiomas y presione Spanish o español su formato para activar su canal en español. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and the home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Now we'll call the meeting to order, and if everybody could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Blankenship, would you please do a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Roberts?
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
Mayor Wallace?
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had 2 items on closed session this morning. First was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the matter of former employee Kyle Prince, and it is 2 workers' compensation appeal board cases. There is no reportable action. Second item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the case of South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group versus City of South Lake Tahoe, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Moving on to our proclamations, we have 3 proclamations today. Our first is going to be with Lieutenant Blake Hoyt of the Naval Air Station Fallon, and we're recognizing May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month. The second one will be May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month, and that will be with Miss Angie Regan. And then we'll have also recognizing May 18th through 24th as National Public Works Week. And I believe we have some staff members from our Public Works Department. So if Mr. Hoyt, would you please come, Lieutenant Hoyt? Thank you. So we have our proclamation here. I'm going to read it. Okay. Recognizing May 2025 as Military Appreciation Month, whereas in 1999, Senator John McCain introduced legislation to designate the month of May as National Military Appreciation Month, and both the Senate and House of Representatives adopted resolutions calling for Americans to recognize and honor U.S. service members during National Military Appreciation Month, and whereas National Military Appreciation Month is celebrated every May and is a declaration that encourages U.S. citizens to observe the month in a symbol of unity, and whereas National Military Appreciation Month honors the current and former members of the U.S. Armed Forces, including those who have died in the pursuit of freedom. And whereas Naval Air Station Fallon is the premier tactical air warfare training center, which includes Top Gun, the Carrier Airborne Early Warning Weapons School, the Navy Rotary Wings Weapons School. These schools and training are crucial to the defense of the United States and other nations with military ties. And whereas the month of May is characterized by 6 national observances which highlight the contributions of those who have served. Loyalty Day on May 1st, Public Service Recognition Week, May 3rd through 9th, Victory Day in Europe, VE Day, on May 8th, Military Spouse Appreciation Day on May 8th, Armed Forces Day on May 16th, and Memorial Day this year on May 25th. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim May 2025 as National Military Appreciation Month and encourage all citizens to recognize the services of the Naval Air Station Fallon and all current and former military personnel and to take part in all national observances. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you too.
I believe Lieutenant Hoyt has several members from Naval Base Fallon here, and we appreciate you all making the drive over this morning. Thank you. Oh, here. Thank you. Ms. Reagan. And Simba. Hi, baby. So our next proclamation is recognizing May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there is a strong body of research that supports specific tools that all Americans can use to better handle challenges and protect their health and well-being, and whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with early and effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full productive lives, and whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas Peace Love Tahoe and the City of South Lake Tahoe recognize the importance of kindness, acceptance, and understanding, especially within our diverse community and the varied needs it represents. And whereas community connection and compassion are powerful tools in reducing stigma and fostering a culture where mental health is openly discussed and supported. And whereas we reaffirm our commitment to expanding equitable mental health services, resources, and support systems for all residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of South Lake Tahoe of the City of the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month and call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools around the Lake Tahoe South Shore to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, share steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and express the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Thank you. I think Hillary wants to take a picture. We got Simba, right? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you. Do you want to see anything or?
Yes, please.
Okay. She'll give you that.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. I started Peace Love Tahoe because Tahoe deserves a community more peaceful and loving than what many of us have experienced. Robin Williams said the saddest people try their hardest to make others happy because they know what it's like to feel absolutely worthless. I hope no one feels sad or worthless and all are able to find happiness. We don't need more awareness, we need action. According to Barton's 2024 Community Health Needs Assessment, our top concerns are mental health, substance abuse, and access to care. 22.4% of our community reports their mental health as only fair or poor. 32.5% have experienced symptoms of chronic depression. Suicide rates here are higher than the national, California, and Nevada averages. 82% of residents call mental health a major problem. Substance abuse is also a concern, with 21.8% of adults engaging in excessive drinking. 42% of us have been negatively impacted by substance abuse, self or others. Our entire community continues to grieve losses due to deaths of despair, fentanyl, drugs, and alcohol. 76.7% of our community consider substance abuse a major problem in this community, and yet support can be hard to find. Suicide Prevention Network lost their funding from the Mental Health Services Act. They haven't been in this community for over 2 years. However, Barton and media still list them as resources, as there are few here. The county can sometimes help, but if you qualify for Medi-Cal and are eligible. We spend money, but selectively. The city gave their former mayor $300,000 for a mental and physical health program for first responders. They do need support, but so do the rest of us. On the other hand, when I hosted American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Talk Saves Lives at City Hall, the city charged me to rent the room. And no city staff attended then or multiple offerings since. AFSP has supported our community multiple times from Vegas and Sacramento with little support, recognition, or funding. I was told to check my facts when comparing Barton's attention to orthopedics versus mental health. Barton Health built a 26,000 square foot orthopedics and wellness center, employing 12 orthopedic providers and an extensive rehab team. For psychiatry in February of 2024, the wait list was until November. In November, there was no new wait list as a psychiatrist was on maternity leave until March. As of yesterday, Barton has no adult psychiatrists, 2 adult therapists, and a 7-month wait for a therapy appointment. It's almost as long for a child or teen. There are no classes, support groups, possibly just the token performative Zoom presentation for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Month. Yet Barton hosts sports medicine symposiums, offers trainings for high-performance athletes, and offers 12 group fitness classes each week. As of late Monday, I could get an orthopedics evaluation for chronic knee pain by Wednesday. If you're suicidal, you're given a crisis lane or sent to the ER. Mountain towns like ours already have a higher suicide rate and substance abuse rates than national averages. We are more vulnerable and we are doing less. Thank you to those who are in this work. We do appreciate you. We just need more of you and more support for you. Today I ask that 1, we prioritize mental health and substance use services year-round. 2, fund true community care, accessible, timely, and compassionate. 3, be accountable, track and report on funding, services, and outcomes. 4, listen to lived experience, not just industry voices. 5, support a community for all, creating a culture that is kind, welcoming, so that we all have a sense of belonging. 6, care about people. South Lake Tahoe, we are losing lives and we are losing hope. Let's stop pretending this is someone else's problem. This is all of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reagan. Now we'll talk about National Public Works Week, and we have 3 members of our valuable staff. We have Brianna Greenlaw, Travis Schindelbauer, and Luis, and I'm sorry, Luis, I don't know your last name. Omeda. So I'm very lucky because I'm here with 3 of our public works staff, but 2 of them are sort of members of my family a little bit because of their friendship with my children. So recognizing May 18th through the 24th of 2025 as National Public Works Week, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, quality of life, and the well-being of the people of South Lake Tahoe. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, managers and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facility essentials for our citizens. It's a lot of S's. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of South Lake Tahoe to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association and Canadian Public Works Association. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby designate the week of May 18th through 24th of 2025 as National Public Works Week, and urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and also to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for us all. Thank you. Good to meet you. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to city commission reports. Are there any city commissioners in the room that would like to give a report? Do we have any on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
I do not see any hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on the agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on any item? Trevor, please come forward. You're just showing off now.
You're welcome to move that mic closer to you.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Hold on, I'll turn it on for you. There you go.
Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it muffly? Okay. My name is Trevor Snowden. Moved to South Lake Tahoe in 1977. I became a paraplegic from a snowboarding accident in 1997. In 2007, I invented the world's coolest wheelchair. In 2019, Zach Childs at Barb Memorial had double amputated both of my legs and saved my life. And now here we are today, May 6, 2025. I'm here representing the Trevor Foundation 501c3. Our mission statement is to advocate and host camps for active lifestyles and disabilities. Our team will partner with Rob Justina from On Course Events. We want to revamp the BMX track area, give it a new life, purpose, and a name. We want to call it Action Adaptive Sports Track. Our goal by July 4th is to, number 1, clean up the landscape. Number 2, revamp the obstacles. Number 3, add a dirt hill suitable for wheelchair access to the top of the start. And number 4, we want to loop the track from the finish line to the start. No longer will BMX spikes be the only thing to ride on the track. Let's make it official for wheelchairs and e-bikes. Everyone will be allowed in a controlled, safe environment. We want to operate the track for the next 4 years, 25 through 28, for growth development. Funding will happen through the Trevor Foundation. I will take duties and responsibilities for the track operations and run wheelchair camps. LA 28 will host the BMX Olympics. Our camps will inspire to train and equip Paralympics and Paralympians and the next generation of adaptive sport track riders in collaboration with Angel City Sports, a Paralympic sport club. We will host an international event before LA 28. The updated track will be fun for all our community, disabled and able-bodied. My world records are legend. The patent designs are here and proven successful. And we're ready for production with our factory in Malaysia. I'm very proud and ready to inspire the city of South Lake Tahoe, TRPA, TAMBA, and everyone else who wants to sign off and get behind the project Adaptive Sport Tracks. It will be groundbreaking, a first of its kind. Let's shine together bright on this mountaintop and be examples for the whole world. Help me empower the freedom to ride.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Ms. Regan.
I'm thankful for Trevor coming today to speak and just want to reinforce his request of just making all activities and recreation, including cycling and making everything more accessible in the new rec center and the new bike park. And then also just paying more attention to the senior center and perhaps making some of these request agenda items so that we can see more action for people with disabilities and seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Regan. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Mr. Fry.
Good morning, Mayor Wallace and Honorable Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to address the recent court filing from the Neighborhoods Group, yet another attempt to derail progress and undermine your leadership. This group has a history of disregarding the city's authority, manipulating public opinion to serve their own agenda, and I hope it doesn't distract from your current efforts restoring the VHR program. Let's not forget, from 2016 to 2017, the city research experts and community members exerted enormous time and effort to develop an improved VHR ordinance and its enforcement. That effort was completely disregarded and disrespected by the Neighborhoods Group as they launched a campaign using misinformation to narrowly pass Measure T. The damage it caused to local businesses, families, and workers is immense. Despite this, the city spent 6 years defending the measure tirelessly until the courts finally struck it down. Even now, after all that effort, the Neighborhoods Group claims the city didn't try hard enough. Not only is that false, it's absurd and it's insulting. This group continues to show contempt for your work in this community. Their actions are divisive and harmful, and I plead to you to stop giving them the credit or crafting policies trying to appease them. Please don't let this filing delay your efforts to reinstate a fair and effective VHR program. Stay in the driver's seat while you monitor the outcome of the May 22nd hearing, because reinstating the program will take time due to readings and implementation timelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Is there anyone else in the room? Ms. Underwood.
I'm going to echo Caleb's sentiments. Mayor Wallace, honorable council members, my name is Lisa Underwood, and I represent Tahoe Keys Resort. When the Neighborhoods Group drafted divisive legislation, which basically decimated our industry, ripped approximately $70 million annually from our economy and tax base, and eliminated 24% of the lodging trips in this town, I stood before this council with a plea. We are better than this. Please stand against this. Do not allow neighbor to be pitted against neighbor. I was scared for this community, as the effects were going to be far-reaching, and frankly, that group did not care, and they still don't. As a small business owner who finally felt like we were getting, and we might get some breathing room after a 7-year battle, we're actually going to get to bring back some staff that we had to let go. I'm really disappointed. I am disappointed that once again, a small contingency of folks who do not depend on South Lake Tahoe for their income and used a false narrative in their campaign can continue to hold this town as economic hostages. Every anti-business and anti-second homeowner direction proposed in this town is that same hate-filled voice. They are not the heartbeat of this community. Your small businesses are. And these small businesses need to be seen and heard and supported with your vote. We are the collaborators and the employers and the folks that ensure the lights are kept on in this town. And we can do so much more if given the chance. This neighborhoods group collectively are no friends of South Lake Tahoe. They are economic terrorists who need to be treated with the same contempt that they have treated you. Absolutely no respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Mr. Sharma.
Dear Mayor and Council members, for record, my name is Deepak Sharma. I'm a local businessman involved in several lodging businesses, and I'm a member of Lodging Board. I'm here to talk about the ordinance on VHR hotels post-Measure T.
Mr. Sharma, I'm sorry. We have that item is actually on the agenda. Are you going to talk about something aside from the ordinance?
I guess it is related to ordinance. I didn't.
Yeah, they were speaking about specifically the petition that was filed last week.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
come back for this then.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you,
Sharma.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to speak on an item? Mr. Mosher?
Good morning, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Wasn't planning on speaking, but since a couple of comments here about our city of ruins due to Measure T, when things are never enforced, we paid a police department, we paid CSOs, tens of millions of dollars over the years and stuff to do nothing, nothing was enforced and still isn't. All this time that Measure T has been in effect, like I said, my neighborhood, just about everyone except for one did stop halfway through, have been renting, including ones that never were permitted. So, that is part of the problem. As long as they're talking about all the money and quite exaggerated figures here that have been lost, the thing is realtors and property management people made millions off their 35, 40, 45% that they were charging to manage. And that's really what the story is here, is to protect that and to restore that easy money and easy millions to them. I've stated over the years and brought up that Marriott project between just 2005 and 2010 lost $200 million in assessed value. People that bought into there realized they bought into a lie, a very big lie, and sold out. The Grand Residence there, where they were paying $600+ thousand over to $900,000. Go back and check and see how many original investors there and buyers there are still there and exist there. They were all sold a big lie. So there was $200 million just in the Marriott project of assessed valuation. That money was used to pay the bonds. We ended up having to pay like $2 to $2.5 million a year to rent the police department, the fire department, and the rec center and everything to do your revolving lease program that isn't even considered in redevelopment costs. But that's what we had to do to cover that. The whole redevelopment project areas in that same period, total project areas lost over $400 million in assessed valuation. That's not peanuts. The $7.5 million loan we had to do to bail out the project, Marriott project, was never repaid. A part was, and then the state said that was illegal, and they had to put a hold on it. The city was actually technically bankrupt. Couldn't declare bankruptcy because we had tens of millions of dollars of bonds out there, bond anticipation notes that had to be reissued and sold into 30, 35-year notes. So we couldn't actually declare bankruptcy, but the city was bankrupt. We did everything that needed to be, that bankrupt cities did. We cut back staff, fire, police, closed the fire station, and costs, didn't do any hiring, didn't fill positions that needed to be filled. Streets, of course, we didn't put a dime into for years. And all because of that. So the city was actually bankrupt because of that. We just couldn't declare bankruptcy, but we did everything that every bankrupt city does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an item not listed on the agenda? Thank you. Ms. Blankenship, do we have anybody on the Zoom?
Yes, we do. First up, we have Mr. Roberson.
Honorable Mayor, members of the South Lake Tahoe City Council, my name is Stu Roberson, a resident of South Lake Tahoe. I wish to address the continued overreach of the Neighborhoods Group. Their intentions may be good, but their tactics are counterproductive, divisive, and stifle the voices of our full community. TNG persists in attempting to dictate the direction of our community, most recently by seeking to prolong the legal battle surrounding Measure T. It's time to say enough is enough. For over 7 years, a small group has consistently obstructed progress, wielding threats and lawsuits and even intimidating our council members and staff. TNG's actions demonstrate a pattern of refusing to compromise, prioritizing their agenda above the needs of the community. Their history includes forcing the city to remove parking meters in 2014, resulting in a $150,000 debt and a loss of significant revenue. Passing a different Measure T in 2016 to halt the Loop Road project, also found to be flawed and unconstitutional. Refusing to accept the strictest VHR ordinance in the country, and introducing Measure T in 2017 to ban all vacation home rentals, standing outside our grocery stores asking people if they wanted lower rent. Self-policing neighborhoods during the 2020 COVID lockdown, they are above the law. They can go ahead and get out of the house. Attempting to introduce job-killing initiatives just last year, introducing minimum wage increases, a TOT tax hike, and a tax on non-voting homeowners, which became Measure N, fortunately defeated 74% to 26%. Our residents are starting to have enough. They even objected to the tiki hut at the beach retreat, a commercial entity in the tourist corps. Now they seek to control the return of family-friendly tourism to South Lake Tahoe. Many of you likely have experienced TNG members' tactics of shaming, ridicule, and threats. I am not represented by TNG. I commend you for asserting your independence from this heavy-handed, vocal minority that stands against business, jobs, and tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have an additional public comment. Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. This is Stacy Ballard, 30-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. I'm really disturbed at the languaging used by people making comments about the VHR argument. I really don't care either way, but I think the languaging that people are using is very hateful, and I don't know the neighborhood group, but they did things legally. If people sign a petition, it's up to them to research what they're signing. And I don't know the whole story, but calling our neighbors terrorists, deceitful, saying they're making threats to our city council members and staff, like that's a huge thing to say, is calling our fellow neighbors terrorists, saying they're threatening people and being decisive. It all went through the legal vote and it was voted on. That is the American process. If it went the other way and it did not pass by 5 votes, one side would be mad that it fell to no by 5 votes. If it's on your side, you're fine if it passes by 5 votes. If it's not in your belief, you're mad that it passes by 5 votes. Voting is what we do here. This is a democracy. Just because you don't like the outcome of a vote doesn't mean the process or the people involved are terrorists. Come on, man. Let's stop the languaging of hate and realize we're all just neighbors and Americans trying to make a better place for people to visit, and we can work together if we stop calling each other names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. There are no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Items 4 through 10. Council, do you have anything on the consent agenda?
I'm going to be recusing from item 6 due to proximity of a real property interest.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to pull for brief comment 6, 8, and 10.
Okay,
In that case, I'm going to step outside
you'll
for
step
6.
outside. Thank you. 6, 8, and 10.
Is it
Real
just
property
questions, or he wants
Is
a
it
full?
just questions, or do
Can
you
you
need a
just do it
full?
without pulling
full
them?
re-
I'll make my comments when the item's pulled.
Okay, anything else, council? Okay, we'll move to public comment on the consent agenda, which will include items 4, 5, 7, and 9. So, Mr. Mosher, would you like to come forward and make?
Yes, I'm to comment and poll on item number 6 and number 7.
Item number 6 is already pulled, so you can make your comment now on item number 7.
Okay. This has to do with the agreement with Lumos and Associates and the City of South Lake Tahoe for the State Line Complete Streets project. What I objected to at the time, since you're adding some more money, another $9,000 plus to this, $9,700 or so. Originally, when this was approved, it's for a circulation study and traffic, but also a gross circulation study here for State Line Avenue, which you want to do a complete streets project. And the problem I have with this, and I would like to see the funding removed from this and put to where it was originally intended for, is the $152,829 under financial implications of residual funding for engineering study and design of the linear park bike path, uncompleted final leg to Park Avenue. That's with this money from the sale of the Shell station that was there that the Conservancy gave to the city, and all of the, everything along with it. Was total around 450-something thousand when you took all of the sewer and coverage and everything along with it. But this is what was left in the account sitting for 20 years, was never finished. If you go up and walk from the end of Linear Park and in front of the Holiday Inn Express there, and then walk to the corner, and you have pedestrians, you have bicycles, you have e-scooters, you have e-bikes going 30 miles an hour on it. You know, it's the worst section in town, and it's also the busiest intersection in town. And for 20 years, because like I said, when the city was bankrupt, they just pocketed this money and they just show it as being in the general fund. Hasn't accrued a single penny of interest since 2004 and 2005. That money was given to the city, and the sale of that Shell station that you did was supposed to be to complete that bike path and the trail, pedestrian and bike trail. You have a 16-foot easement, and it was supposed to be an 8-foot wide path through there. Just the part done in front of the Holiday Inn Express was done. And I don't know where the rest of the money really went. But that 152,189 should be taken out of this and should be used to finish that, not used for a circulation study, you know, throwing it in. I took John Friedrich on a walking and bike tour there November 4th, 2023, and that was the first thing I pointed out to him, and I gave him all of the documentation from the sale of that and from the agreement with the Conservancy that was supposed to be used. The money was supposed to be used for that, and it hadn't been done. So now our city manager here is throwing that in to show that it's being used as part of a circulation study. You don't need to do a traffic or circulation study. You need to just use that money to complete that as it was according to the grant from the Conservancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on the items that I stated before for consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for any item on the consent agenda minus items 6, 8, and 10. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Irving, would you please, Mr. Mosher has brought up that bike path and the completion of that bike path a few times. Could you please address that?
What I have to address is that the current State Line Complete Street study is including that extension as part of that connectivity. So the remaining funds that were in that account have been transferred to study this connected bike path in a holistic manner that takes one from that existing trail in front of Tahoe Meadows all the way towards the State Line Complete Street area.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Okay, council, I will bring back items 4, 5, 7, and 9. Okay, we have a motion.
Oh, okay. so-
Motion with Mr. Jenkins, second with Mr. Bass. Everyone, please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, Mr. Robbins, you wanted to recuse on item 6? Yeah. Okay, item 6 is approval of the final subdivision map for 3708 Highway 50 Townhomes. Mr. Hitchcock, Mr. Jenkins, do you want a full staff report, or do you just have questions?
There were comments made in an anonymous communication with the city over the weekend stating that this property in question is in a stream environment zone, and that somehow what we are proposing compromises that. And Mr. Hitchcock, I would appreciate your comments in regard to that concern that was expressed.
Good morning, Mayor Wallace and members of the City Council. Yes, I can answer that. I actually read through the comment letters submitted. So the parcel itself, if you go back and look at TRPA's map line capability, it is mapped as 1B, and that's based on a sole survey from 1974. That said, TRPA does require site-level analysis for every single parcel in the basin before you can develop. There was verification on parcel which verified the parcel as 1B at one time. The property owner subsequently challenged that designation, which they are allowed pursuant to TRPA code. And based on the soil borings and the soil types that the consultant found and TRPA agreed with, it was determined that it was not 1B and was actually classified as Class 7, which is high capability lands. And that allowed the permittee, the developer, the applicant to move forward with their project. The parcel itself used to be a Unocal gas station, and then also, I believe, a veterinarian's office in the back. All that coverage was verified by TRPA. It was all created pre-87. I actually looked at 1969 aerial photographs, and both parcels were developed. That coverage was demolished and banked on the site, and per TRPA regulations, you're allowed to reuse that coverage, which is what the applicant proposed to do, and the project is actually under construction.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Jenkins? Council, do you have any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll now take public comment. Mr. Mosher.
Yes, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yes, it's original. My comments and problem with this, which at the time, these parcels were sold, and I even showed up to the successor meeting, and Hal Cole says, wow, nobody shows up at these. Because that parcel, the 3709, I don't have the problem with the 3708, but the 3709 Osgood, which is on the back side of that parcel there, facing Osgood Avenue, was sold for a grand total of $8,985 in this deal. It was $291,015 for the front one there for 3708 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, and we got a grand total. Now, the city owned that, so the city pocketed that $291,000. But the $8,985 had to go, by law, had to go towards paying down redevelopment debt through the successor agency. And at the time, Nancy Curry and the city stated that, when I challenged it, the price of that it was unbuildable. And therefore, that was the value of it, that it had no value, that the Fantasy Inn there, I think it was at the park now, that wanted to buy it and did do the purchase, Dark Corp, that they just intended to put a picnic table and a couple of benches or something out there was about all that they could do, and they were going to build an additional up to 20 units or so on the other parcel. So since that was unbuildable, now here we are, permitting what's going to be 4 single-family homes when you approve the tentative map here for this on that, which originally was only able to hold a picnic table and benches. So we got $8,985 for that lot, and 4 single-family homes are going on it. So that's how things happened here, and redevelopment and the city, and that's what happens when you don't vet your city managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment on item number 6? Okay, we'll move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 6. There's no hand raised, but I will note for the record that we did receive 2 written public comments on this item from an anonymous party and Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion. Mr. Jenkins?
Question, are the homes that are being built, are these affordable homes?
It's my understanding that they're market rate housing. Is that correct?
Mr. Urban, they're market rate housing. They're 14 units, which we subdivided into condominiums.
So then so the taxes that will be paid on these houses will be at the market rate, and those, and if I'm understanding correctly, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think there's a cord underneath it. Oh, it came back. Mr. Bass's feet keep unplugging my monitor. Okay, any further discussion? Okay.
I'll put forward a motion to pass a resolution approving final subdivision map pursuant to the Subdivision Map Act for 3708 Highway 50 townhomes located at 3708 Lake Tahoe Boulevard and 3709 Osgood Avenue.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion carries.
Oh, here comes Mr. Evans. So moving on to item number 8, Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program Application for the Sugar Pine Village Phase 2B Affordable Housing Project. Ms. Wackenhut Lomelli. Mr. Jenkins, do you just have questions or do you
Yes.
want a full staff?
No, I just have a question. My understanding, based on a recent conversation I had with Mr. Diaz, Gene Diaz of St. Joseph's, is that despite the fact that the developers have not agreed with the local preference, that they are endeavoring to market these units to locals, existing locals in need. And is it fair to say that they will continue to do that with this phase of the project? They will endeavor to do that. Is that a fair statement in your view?
Good morning, Jessica Wackenhut Lomelli, Housing Manager for the record. So with that, the previous phases of Sugar Pine, so the first through the third phase, we are not able to apply the local preference policy because it was previous to the agreement and the financial closings of each one of those phases. This application for the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program application is for Phase 2B, which is the final and fourth phase. And so we have been in a discussion with Related California about the local preference policy and applicability to the final phase of Sugar Pine Village. Rose Olson with Related California is also on Zoom, available for any questions about that, but we haven't been in discussions with them about it.
And then the question still remains, while not specifically being legally bound to the local preference policy, which in my view is a tragedy, that the developer, Related California, will endeavor in other reasonable ways to make this housing available to existing locals in need, as apparently was done with Phase 1 of Sugar Pine. That's my question.
Yeah, the last thing I'll lean on is for the lease up of Phase 1, we had over 90% of those units are leased by locals. And we have over 500 people that are on the wait list. And when we did the assessment, so John Stewart, the property management company for Sugar Pine, when they looked at the wait list and did the analysis right before the local preference policy was passed, over 85% of the people on that wait list were local as well. And so that wait list will be applied to the fourth and final phase.
Hey, Mayor, just follow up. So they're using that wait list that we have as a tool, if you will, to find qualified people, and many of those people on that list are locals. So that's satisfying to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other questions, council? Mr. Robbins?
I'm mostly just curious how the fourth phase is labeled 2B, but other than that, I'm ready to vote.
Or not to.
Like 1A, 2A, 2B, whatever. The
Not
fourth
to be.
phase, also known as 2B. Okay, fine. It's fine. It's
Thank you,
fine.
Mr. Robbins. Thank you, Ms. Wackenhut Lamelli. Is there any person in the room that would like to speak on item number 8? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
We do have a couple of hands raised. First, we have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard. As many of you know, I've been a resident in South Lake Tahoe for 30 years, and I've been speaking out about the need for affordable housing for much of that time. I'm incredibly grateful to have found a home at Sugar Pine Apartments in the last 4 months I've been living here. For anyone who still questions whether affordable housing is truly an issue here, I could share decades worth of stories about unsafe, unstable, and overpriced rentals I've endured. I want to sincerely thank everyone who played a role in making the Sugar Pine Apartments a reality. I do understand that David Jenkins hopes to see 100% of these units occupied by local residents, a vision I fully support. But right now we need progress, not perfection. Let's continue to move forward to ensure everyone in our community has a safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. All right, next up, we have R. Olson.
Hi, good morning. This is Rose Olson. I am a Senior Vice President with Related California. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. First of all, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, I'm as part of the co-development team with Related California, which is developing Sugar Pine Village in partnership with St. Joseph's Community Land Trust. First and foremost, thank you very much for your continued support of Sugar Pine Village. It's tremendously important, and we are, greatly appreciative of all of the commitment and work by council, by staff. It's really just something that we are very proud of. And as was mentioned, whether or not the ordinance applies to a given phase, we are continuing to work very, very closely with city staff, with the community to serve the residents of South Lake Tahoe. And as Ms. Wackenhut mentioned, on the first phase, we've done a tremendous job to serve, if not 100%, then a very high percentage of local residents. So it is our commitment to serve the community, and we will continue to do so, and we will continue to work very closely with staff to make sure that happens. So again, thank you, and we are looking forward to completion of the second phase this summer, and the third phase is starting construction this summer as well. So thank you again.
All right, thank you. There are no additional hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 10, ordinance designating very high fire severity zones. This is our second reading. It's Chief Drennan is presenting it. Mr. Jenkins, do you just have questions, or do you want a staff report?
I have a question. I had an opportunity over the weekend at a recent Young Life event to talk to Chris Anthony, former chief of the basin for CAL FIRE, I guess, one time or whatever. He reiterated, and I think something you said, Chief, last meeting, that in terms of insurance, for determining whether or not people who live here with properties here are eligible insurance, this document means nothing. It means nothing because there are more sophisticated methods used to determine insurance eligibility. Is that still your opinion, Chief?
I wouldn't say it's my opinion. I would say it's a shared feeling or fact more than anything else. In terms of the fire hazard severity map, the insurance commissioner has recently put out a bulletin. CAL FIRE has a bulletin very clearly and explicitly explaining that those maps have nothing to do with insurance rates. I can certainly send you some links, but I brought this up during the fire forum. I brought it up during the last presentation. We've had that conversation a couple of times via email. The question about whether or not the hazard severity maps have anything to do with insurance is a hard no.
Well, I appreciate always your candor and knowledge on this matter. It just seems to me that the ordinance itself doesn't significantly mean anything because the city has the ability anyway under state law to increase its housing code requirements. We have that ability with or without this ordinance. So I guess it's just something we have to do because state tells us to do it. Even though the significance of it may not be as significant, if that makes any sense.
As it pertains to law, I would definitely aim this more at the city attorney, but my understanding is that the state requires that by law for all communities to adopt this, for the explicit fact that not every community has the ordinances in place, and this allows them to build their ordinances up. We happen to be proactively engaged.
You are.
And I would say my fire marshal, having presented the ordinance that we enjoy here as being one of the most stringent in the state, I think you're right. I think we're already there. This is kind of a box to check more than anything else, but the insinuation or the implication that people are losing their insurance policies because of this is wholly false.
Well, in fact, Chief, if I may say that for people with knowledge that I've spoken with recently about this, they have hold you and your department in high regard in regard to prevention and the work that you do. So,
thank you. Any other questions at all?
Council, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item number 10? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do see one hand raised, Ms. Soderston.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I do agree with everything the chief said. This really has nothing to do with our insurance rates. It will not affect anything since our defensible space ordinance is actually much more stringent than the requirements are actually for the state level. My concern is that this does actually have a significant impact on our community in that it incentivizes yet more funding going towards logging in the greater forest area. And even CAL FIRE will agree, our insurance companies agree, just everybody agrees that what we need to do is harden our homes against these fires. And we need the funding, we need the workforce to be here at town. And policies like this, ordinances like this, just simply incentivize more funding to go to the Forest Service for logging out in the backcountry. And that does nothing to protect our homes and properties from these extreme wind and climate-driven fires. So this may seem harmless, but all it is going to do is siphon more funding away from community-wide home and infrastructure hardening, which is what we need to do. We could clear the entire forest and it will not matter. Our community will still be destroyed by these extreme wind and climate-driven fires. And we cannot afford to do the work at a community-wide level without the funding being taken away from the Forest Service. And all this policy is going to do is give them more money and take it away from our pockets, from our coffers. So please, while you have no choice but to pass this supposedly, I really don't see how that makes any sense. And I really encourage you to fight for the funding that we need and to stop greenwashing this nonsense. Our community will be destroyed if we do not get community-wide home and infrastructure hardening. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Betts chart. Person with the name Betts chart. Well, they're not able to connect, so, or unmute themselves. You can try hitting *9 on your cell phone. No, Mayor, sorry. If you can still hear me, you can go ahead and send a public comment to publiccomment@cityofslt.us, and I will distribute it to council after the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion. Mr. Jenkins?
Mayor, I move that the ordinance designating very high fire severity zones, a second reading, I guess what we're doing is substituting by title. We're not reading the whole ordinance, that we pass the ordinance and adopt it. That's my motion.
We have a motion
I second.
and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you. We'll move into our public hearing portion of the meeting. Item number 11, levy of assessment for Ski Run Business Improvement District for business license year 25-26. Mr. Hannah.
Excuse me, I have to recuse
Oh.
myself due to proximity of a real property interest.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I should have been aware of that. Apologize.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Madam
morning.
Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager. The purpose of today's presentation is to initiate the second part of the annual process to levy the assessment for the Ski Run Business Improvement District, known as the Ski Run BID. On March 11th, the council passed adopted a resolution of intent to levy the assessments within the Ski Run BID and scheduled today's public hearing. Today, we are here to receive and consider any written or oral protest against the levy. And if the city council does not receive written or oral protests, which represent more than 50% of the value of the assessments proposed to be levied, city council may vote to adopt the attached resolution confirming the annual report and authorizing the levy of the assessment. The Finance Department worked with the City Clerk's Office to prepare a mailing to all the members of the BID, and we are not at this point aware of any protests. And as of this morning, the City Clerk's Office has not received any protests either. Absent any protests, Finance staff will move forward with assessing the Ski Run BID levy during the annual business license cycle, which starts later this month. We would also like to remind the City Council that the cost to the general fund to balance the Ski Run BID will be approximately $13,500 for this business license year. I'm not aware if any of the Ski Run BID board members are in attendance or wanted to make a comment, but that's what I have for you today. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Hannah? Mr. Jenkins?
I just want to say that I compliment you and the board for the work that you have done for years and the work in making that area more attractive.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to do with that part of it. I just kind of track the numbers, but I think I agree with you. I think that the board and the Friends of Ski Run have done a phenomenal job as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hannah. Is there anybody who would like to speak on item number 11 for our public hearing? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, I will bring it back to council for,
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to pass a resolution confirming the Ski Run Business Improvement District annual report and levying the assessment for business license year 25-26.
I second that.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further? Nope, please vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. So the next item is going to take considerable time, so I'm going to give the council a brief break so that we can fully commit our energy to this. So we'll come back at 10:15. Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order and move on to item number 12, ordinance amending vacation home rental regulations outside the tourist core, first reading. And I will turn it over to Ms. Stroud or Mr. Irvin.
Madam Mayor, this is a tag team again, but good morning, Mayor and council members. Today, we will hear an overview of the first reading of an ordinance amending vacation home rental regulations that the city attorney will help walk through, which is on the screen. As a reminder, the City Council met on April 22nd and approved a motion to bring back an ordinance for first reading at this meeting. Clearly, the issue of vacation rental homes is a matter of high importance for our community, and there are wide-ranging issues and opinions that we've all heard related to managing and enforcing vacation rental homes. The ordinance presented for your review provides policy which includes additional safeguards to assist with enforcement on permit holders to effectively manage vacation home rentals. As I said at the last meeting, enforcement will be critical to whatever ordinance the City Council ultimately moves forward. I will commit to making sure that I report to Council routinely on what is working, what isn't working, where are we falling short, and what resources we need to ensure that we keep a high quality of life in our residential neighborhoods. I don't believe this is a situation where we adopt an ordinance and don't talk about it again. I think we need to make sure we evaluate it, tweak it, work with it, hear from our residents what are their problems, what are the pitfalls, and have an open conversation at the council dais about that. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our city attorney to walk through the specific elements of the ordinance that is provided in your packet in a red line and underlined striked version. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. I'm Heather Stroud, City Attorney. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. So the actions that Council is being asked to consider today, the first one are the proposed amendments to the ordinance to hold a motion to have a first reading. The second item that is part of this same agenda item is an extension of the moratorium that is in place through June 19th, which would allow time for this ordinance to have a second reading and become effective 30 days later. So the visual up here, the chart of all of the amendments being made to the pre-Measure T VHR ordinance tracks the motion that passed at the April 22nd City Council meeting. And all of these changes would apply only outside the tourist core unless otherwise indicated. So the first category of amendments are kind of where and how many VHRs can we have outside of the tourist core. The first change is to establish a VHR permit cap of 900 outside the tourist core, and that is reduced from 1,400. The second change is to prohibit VHRs in all multifamily dwellings outside of the tourist core and commercial areas. And this is achieved in the amendments in the ordinance by deleting the prior provision that allowed multifamily units that had a permit prior to September 1st, 2016 to continue renewing those permits. This is also achieved by cleaning up the definitions of dwelling and multifamily dwelling to exclude timeshares, which are regulated under a different part of the city code, and as a land use matter, really don't need to have a VHR permit and be subject to all of these regulations. And also in the definition of multifamily dwelling, that is a new definition. It does include any dwelling unit that is attached to another one, whether by a wall, ceiling, or floor, except for attached condos in the tourist core or commercial areas. So again, any multifamily dwelling outside of those areas, including condos, if it's attached, would not be able to have a VHR permit. Next category of changes are operational requirements. And there are a few significant ones here. Number 3, to require all VHRs to have a property manager. So the prior version of the ordinance from 2018 required a local contact, but now they have to have a property manager. The owner can serve this purpose, but they have to perform these duties in addition to implementing all of the conditions of operation that were already in the prior ordinance. They are required to conduct an in-person check-in, to have the tenant sign a code of conduct at the beginning of the short-term stay. We're calling this a good neighbor contract. They have to be available 24/7 for in-person response to complaints, and that would be with in-person response within 60 minutes, which is the same time frame that's in our hosted rental ordinance. There's a requirement to have outdoor noise decibel readers, and then a visual camera on the trash and parking to ensure that the property manager is able to nip any potential violations in the bud before they start to bother the neighbors and before they become nuisances. So it allows them to be proactive. And then for trash, there's a new requirement for animal-resistant recycling bin, or carts, sorry, when those carts become available through South Tahoe Refuse. Number 4, the occupancy is reduced to 2 per bedroom plus 2, and that is down from 2 per bedroom plus 4. The next category is permitting and enforcement changes. Number 5, there is a 2-year waiting period included after the sale of property, and that's to preserve housing, as I understand it, and to reduce real estate speculation. Number 6, to require a defensible in space inspection prior to issuing a VHR permit, and that would be an inspection done under the California Public Resources Code 4291. And our intent is to have the Development Services Inspector that conducts the regular VHR inspection do that defensible space inspection as well. So we wouldn't be having multiple inspections at the same property. It would all be done by the same person. Number 7, increase consequences for violations. This is done by clarifying that the owner can always be cited for violations, even if they report a violation by a tenant. The code enforcement could cite the tenant and the owner if there's a violation, and also that the rules apply to all. So in exchange for the privilege of having a VHR permit on your property, the rules and conditions of operation would apply at all times. Even if you're not short-term renting the property, if you have friends staying there or a family staying there, the rules would still apply. Number 8, all VHR permits to be issued by the police department instead of development services. That's achieved by changing the permitting authority to the city manager or designee throughout the ordinance, and that would allow administrative changes later. The city manager could decide maybe in a few years, police department isn't working and they want to change it back or whatever. It can be done without having to amend the ordinance again. Number 9, monthly limit of 150 permits to be issued, no more than. The 10th change is the Planning Commission has the final decision on appeals of permit denials and revocations. And the 11th and 12th, those are items that are going to be coming back as a resolution with a second reading. The 11th is to review the VHR permit fee to ensure complete cost recovery, and we are working on that, and we'll bring it back. The plan is at the next meeting on May 20th. And then to provide a permitting preference for prior VHR and QVHR permittees who are in good standing. This ordinance does authorize council to adopt a resolution to achieve that, and again, we are planning to bring that resolution back at the next meeting on May 20th. So those are the changes in the ordinance, and with that, the city manager and I are available to answer any questions you have about that or on the moratorium extension.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Council?
Yeah, the in-person, just want to clarify, the in-person check-in, property manager shall meet occupants in person to check them in. Can that be done, does that have to be done at the VHR, or can that be done at a more centralized office away from the house location?
The ordinance doesn't specify where that has to happen.
So it could be done at a management office or something that's open 24/7, since they are required to be available 24/7, they could check in there and then go to the house. They don't have to.
Correct.
The on-site management doesn't necessarily have to go to every house to meet them there.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to public comment. Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Of course. Is there any person in the room that would like to speak on item number 12? Mr. Henderson, yes.
My name is Robert Henderson, and good morning, everybody. I'll be very brief. My initial comments are that in 2017, the city council, city staff, and stakeholders spent months creating the existing ordinance. It really never got tested because a few months after it was enacted, every year, along comes Measure T, and then it sunsetted over, I think, a couple of years. It's my opinion that we should not, let the moratorium expire, let the ordinance that was adopted by the city council in 2017 run its course, and make amendments thereto in due course with data. The amendments were up on the board a moment ago. Too fast, not enough input. You've got a perfectly good ordinance, let it happen. So that means the moratorium should expire. We continue with the existing ordinance. And finally, the effect of the proponents of Measure T's efforts to intervene in the existing litigation. On that matter, that should not cause any delays other than what city attorney tells you, and of course what the courts tell you. But in the meantime, just enforce the ordinance, the one that we have. A lot of people put a lot of effort into that. And I think with that, I don't have much more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Is there anyone else in the room? Ms. Underwood.
Mayor Wallace and Honorable Council, Lisa Underwood, Tahoe Keys Resort. There is currently conflicting opinion on the classification of condominiums in the 1114 ordinance. Staff currently calling for the condominium to be classified and defined as multifamily is a misinterpretation of not only the intent, but the legal and accepted definition of multifamily. Condominiums by legal classification and definition have their own APN and are treated as single-family residences. The first time this multifamily condominium definition is mentioned was in the April 22nd staff report. Previously, there is no discussion in council record, and in fact, condominium is specifically called out for inclusion and not being subjected to the proposed buffer in previous council discussions prior to the adoption of 1114. It is in all discussions directly treated as single family and eligible for permits. All discussions leading up previously to the passing of the ordinance from 2016 through October 2017 reference condominiums in the same regard as single family. Multifamily discussions only included duplexes and apartment buildings. There has never been a discussion of shared walls in any official city document or discussion until mentioned specifically in the motion on April 22nd. The 1114 ordinance itself references condominiums twice in the entire document, both times only in the definition section, and it's not defined as multifamily. If there has been any discussion of condominium exclusion in the discussions leading up to the adoption of 1144, there would have been condominium owners stepping up to speak at the council meeting of June 7th, where there was a lot of discussion of multifamily. You can reference this in the city documentation. Those who did speak, and trust me, there were many, were owners of apartments and duplexes, and they were all addressing the multifamily issue. I sympathize with city staff trying to carve out additional affordable housing opportunities, but speaking in general for all condominium owner interests, and specifically for the owners in the Tahoe Keys, those owners face $1,650 a month HOA bills, and many with almost $100K in assessments for their dogs. In any world, could that scenario be considered for affordable housing? We are asking that this issue be reviewed and revoked, and that the council do not reclassify and define condominiums in any way other than they are legally viewed as single-family residences and eligible for permits under the ordinance yet to be proposed. And I do want to mention, you're setting up a separate classification for condominiums in the tourist core, which there are many, and reclassifying them in the, in the other areas outside the tourist core as a totally separate entity. And I don't think that's sound. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Is there anyone else in the audience? Mr. Sharma.
Dear Mayor and Council members, for record, my name is Deepak Sharma. I'm here to talk about the ordinance on VHR hotels post Measure T. So Measure T, there were two major parts. It said no VHR hotels in residential neighborhoods, and the second, no limit, cap, restrictions on VHR hotels in commercial zone parcels, town centers, tourist core. So in many ways, Measure T was pro-business. It just said conduct VHR hotel business in commercial areas. It challenged the status quo where vast majority of VHR hotels in South Lake Tahoe were in residential neighborhoods, not much in commercial areas. And for the short time Measure T was around, there couldn't be much built in commercial. However, if the city supported, majority of VHR hotel business could be in commercial areas. In the proposed ordinance, you're allowing VHR hotels in residential neighborhoods. There are reasons for council to do it, so I'm not going to talk about those. The problem is you're further putting VHR hotel-related caps and restrictions in commercial zones and town centers, where a traditional hotel is an allowed use, and a lot of parcels, they're already traditional hotels. That is striking down even the second part of Measure T. And that is very anti-business, way more than Measure T ever was. Measure T, which was the will of the people, it said build and freely operate VHR hotels in commercial zones and town centers. I don't understand why a council voted in by the people will strike down this second clause of Measure T. There is 100% support from the people on this. No one is against having VHR hotels in commercial zones and town centers. This whole debate is about, and the friction is about residential neighborhoods. Why would a council take an anti-business and anti-people stand? There is absolutely no reason for it, neither business nor political pressure. Then why do such a thing? It just seems like an omission. I sincerely hope that council will reconsider the language of the ordinance and correct this omission or mistake in this ordinance. Please remove any cap or restrictions on VHR hotel operations in commercial zones and town centers. These areas already currently have aging traditional hotels. There should be these should be the areas where VHR hotel, that should be the new form of lodging industry should be allowed to operate without any caps and restrictions. That was the will of the people. It is in line with the zoning laws. It is pro-business. There is no political pressure on you to go against it. Please remove VHR caps and restrictions in commercial zones and town centers in your ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Is there anyone else in the room? Ms. Gresh.
Good morning, council members. I'm Lauren Gresh with R&R Vacation Rentals. I want to thank you sincerely for the time and for the work you're doing to support our community. It's clear you're thinking about the kind of tourism we want to encourage: respectful, family-oriented, and good for South Lake Tahoe long-term. Many of us who work in the vacation rental industry are at these meetings because we care deeply. We live here too. These homes are in our neighborhoods. We know our neighbors and want what's best for them, not just because our jobs depend on it, but because this is our home, and because we see firsthand the opportunities this industry provides our community. I was optimistic when the ordinance returned and assumed 1114 would be reinstated as is, with amendments coming at a later time based on data. But after the last meeting, we had to pause and consider how the new amendments that were brought up would play out in the real world. That's where our collective experience matters, and we appreciate you taking our suggestions into consideration. We've applied many of these ideas and know what actually works. We know in-person check-ins don't stop violations. If they're getting that information once they're here in town, it's too late and it's not solving for the issue. What does work is early guest education. At the last meeting, Mr. Bass was right on with his idea to add verbiage to the top of online listings, warning people that these are residential, quiet neighborhoods. If you're here for bachelor or bachelorette parties or celebrations, there's other areas in the tourist core that's more appropriate for that. Plus, having visitors accept a code of conduct at time of booking. That's when they need to review the rules and agree to them. Then have city produce signage in the home. The signage that was produced previously was very firm and strict and did a great job of reminding people once they're in the home what the rules are. Tools like indoor sound monitors and driveway cameras help to prevent issues before they escalate. So we're trying to prevent those things before they even disturb the neighbors. Exterior sound monitors are flawed technologically. They just don't work very well. But the indoor monitors are very useful for property managers. These have all been tried and tested, and we know they work. In addition, the 2-year waiting period to apply for a permit sounds helpful, but there's no evidence that large investors are taking over the market. We manage these homes, we know the owners, they're families just like us. If there's data to prove otherwise, we'd like to see it. It's just not the case, and implementing this, we fear, would further harm the market for no reason. Enforcement is the key here. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you collaborating. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gresh. Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. Successful tourism destinations are welcoming. As a community and business-based organization, we are concerned when government or folks within the community create a situation where we are not as welcoming to many people. Measure T was overly restrictive about what owners can do with their residential properties. Measure N was we were telling people what they need to do in order not to be taxed. We think that the folks who are in the vacation home rental business have given you a lot of very solid advice. I'd like to agree with much of what the prior speaker said. Unnecessary regulation is not welcoming. I think a focus that we should have, is particularly in our neighborhoods to be focusing on family opportunities. We're spending a lot of money to invest in the recreation and aquatic center. We have the investment in the Tahoe Blue Event Center, which has many family events. So when we get calls of complaints at the chamber, we often hear from people say, you're not welcoming. I'm not going to invest in this community. I'm not coming back here. I'm not bringing my family back here. That's what we need to avoid. So I think you've been given a lot of good suggestions about what you could do. The principles we ought to have is let's not engage in overregulation, let's not be unwelcoming, and let's enforce the rules that are in place, but not overregulate. So again, you're getting a lot of good advice from people who are in the hospitality business, and please take that into serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Mr. Salmon?
Madam Mayor, council members, I tossed my speech, so I'm gonna kind of wing it here. More to talk to something that I know a fair amount about is real estate, because I've been doing it for 20 years up here, so hopefully I have a decent educated opinion. First, I will say I wasn't surprised necessarily by the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group filing an application to intervene in this case, but it should be something you guys think about as some level of disrespect, considering that the city provided not only legal but financial cover for this group and defended what they put into play. And frankly, Heather worked tirelessly on defending this through the trial level, the 3rd District Court of Appeal, and even a petition to the Supreme Court. So I don't think that group necessarily has a better argument. They're just looking to obstruct and try to push this thing off. So unless there is a motion to stay that is granted by the court, hopefully you guys will continue like you look to be doing right now. You know how I feel personally, and our group obviously supporting the initial or the current ordinance, the 1114. So obviously I would prefer to not see you rubber stamp what you have in front of you. But again, just on the real estate side of things and talking about condominiums and townhomes and the difference between multifamily, I just think it should be a consideration that how the Department of Real Estate looks at those things and the difference, how the state of California looks at those things, how every multiple listing service that I've ever been a part of looks at the difference between multifamily, condos, and townhomes. Condos and townhomes can be individually sold. They have their own assessor's parcel number, and oftentimes are associated with the homeowners association, whereas multifamily, duplex, triplex, fourplex, apartment buildings, you have one APN that encompasses the entire property. You have a landlord and you have a tenant. That's radically different, obviously, than townhomes and condominiums. You've, between the tourist core area plan and Measure T, you've sort of funneled vacation rentals into an area that is 90+% condos and townhomes. Sierra Shores, Lakeland Village, Zalanta, Tahoe Woods, Gondola Vista. These are all areas in the tourist core. These are obviously individually sold. These are condos and townhomes. So even the state, I believe, has a level of protection for converting multifamily into condos and townhomes that you guys support, and that is that we have to replace the multifamily lost. So there's obviously a clear difference. And I would say too, let the homeowners associations, if they want to further restrict vacation rentals, you guys have created sort of a template for them to work off of, right? So they can be more restrictive if they choose to do so. So just hopefully you acknowledge those differences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak? Mr. Mosier?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. It's deja vu all over again. Yeah, first I'd like to just, mention that, Ms. Wallace, Mayor Wallace, you on several occasions have referred to your background in economic development. This is not economic development. It's a step backward. Measure T was voted on by the people, for the people, and won. 2003, 2004, when it was first started here, the first ordinances, 2004, the first review, I stood up and showed the council a magazine cover that we were in the top 5 in the country for a rate of increase in housing. And I said in 2003 that what you were doing by legalizing them was going to destroy the city's ability to create a second economy. Housing is the most important part if you're going to create a second economy here. They need a place to live. Instead, what it did was just led to rampant speculation. One guy from Barton there bragged about having 17 properties in the Keys. As far as multifamily dwelling, it should be not just condos or attached, sharing a floor or a ceiling or a wall, but any more than one building on a duplex or triplex on up on a single lot. So if you have 2 houses, because those are houses when we had 54 permits or so, and 40-something of them were in that category, and that's what creates housing here. If they're allowed to rent, use one themselves, and then rent the other one out as a vacation rental, or end up renting as in one across the street from me, renting both of them out as vacation rentals when they weren't supposed to. That destroys the housing market here, and a lot of it is smaller units, granny units, or places that are in affordable property, affordable rental range. So I would include anything more than just a one-wall floor ceiling. It's more than one building on the property, and that's imperative. As far as agency and property management, 24/7 in-person response to complaints. It says here, the owner of the vacation home rental is responsible for compliance with the provisions of this article, and the failure of an agent, representative, or local contact person to comply with this article shall not relieve the owner of their obligations as set forth in this article. So basically, they're useless. When the owner is ultimately responsible. They can rent out and put in writing and make sure that the people understand as far as showing up at the door to sign them in. If they have 50, 60, 80, 100 places there, they can't be signing them all in on a Friday night and prove that they can't also enforce. So it's the owner that is ultimately responsible. It's the issue is between police departments, CSOs, and the renters, and then they can notify the owner if there is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there any other, please, Mr. Wallace?
My name's Dwayne Wallace. I'm CEO of the South Tahoe Chamber. I see I came before you before, I said I thought that an ordinance ought to be simple, consistent, predictable, and fair. And your last meeting, we had kind of two options on the table, which are still possibly on the table. One was to reenact 1114 in the moratorium, start our community forward. The other is the motion that was made by the mayor. When it comes to comparing the two ordinances, what I saw was a sincere attempt to reach across the table and carve away some of the things that the industry was using in order to make money and to put jobs in town and to put food on the table and to keep 70 businesses from closing. It got to the point that I thought that the in-person check-ins would be also combined with the Meet the Mayor program. It was like, oh my gosh, what more can be offered? Yet the other side of this argument didn't come to the table and isn't even in the room today. So then what's left was, and that ordinance had a lot of things that, in retrospect, as people said, hey, we're in the industry, we got this problem or that problem, what do we need to make changes. So we have the option of maybe making changes to that or leaving it as it is. Then there's 1114. The good news about that, it's a little bit more simple, consistent, predictable, and fair, and it was well argued for years. And it was in effect and didn't do too bad. There were some problems. So what do I recommend personally, and our chamber members are mainly telling me, is to go with 1114 and start it into effect and then come back and make some of the changes the industry has suggested and members of the public have suggested. But we want to save our summer. We need to save our city finances. So that's kind of what we recommend. However, either of those two options will work if amendments are made. But we need to get going. There's people's jobs at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Is there anyone else in the room? Oh, Mr. Poet.
Good morning. I'm Bob Poet. I am a Nevada resident. Yes. I am a realtor. Yes. I am licensed in California as well. Yes, yes, yes. I am a Giants fan as well. So I'm watching the Giants yesterday, and a commercial comes on. Maybe you've seen it. It's this girl in the pool going, Marco, Marco. And her dad has this big pole of the net. You know, he's trying to clean out this pool because there's all kinds of floating cups and leaves and invasive species in it. And he's digging in, and then you can see the mother saying, honey, get out of the pool. And the voice comes out in the narrator for the commercial. He says, do you want to spend your vacation cleaning out someone else's pool? No, of course you don't. So that's where the commercial is for a motel or a hotel chain. I don't remember which one that is. So, but anyway, point is, they are making a very clear distinction between a hotel and a VHR. On social media lately, there's been some confusion on that, and so I'm kind of I was expecting to hear more of that. There may still happen. I'm offering a pre-buttal on that. They are different, and a motel is a contraction of motor hotel. They're located close to highways and freeways, as a rule. VHRs are vacation home rentals, home being where people live, and residence. So a residential area is where you will find VHRs if you find them. So there shouldn't be any confusion about a hotel or a motel being a VHR. It isn't. A VHR is not equal to a hotel or a motel, and a motel is not a VHR. Okay. Now, passing that, I am pleased to hear the comments so far. Mr. Henderson makes a great point, and Mr. Wallace just seconded it by saying, hey, the clock's ticking. It's ticking on me. Okay, so let's do what he says. Let's look at Mrs. Fresh, and because her items too, and take a look at including condominiums and townhomes who were in good standing when Measure T was put into effect, and those also who lost or sold or transferred their homes in good standing by Measure T, let them be also in the preferential pool. Okay, thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Poet. I can't see somebody else. Oh, please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uriah Kaufman. I'm a longtime local of South Lake Tahoe, and I own a duplex a block outside of the current tourist core. I would like to have the same opportunity as a single-family homeowner to be able to obtain a VHR permit for one of my units. Renting out one of the units allows me to fix up my property, reinvest in the community, and provide an affordable rental for a local on the other side. That is a lot nicer than I would be able to provide otherwise. I think it's only fair that I have the same opportunities with my property as a single-family homeowner. We need laws that work for local homeowners, not corporate interests. Local homeowners reinvest in our community and their properties. They're the best managers because they care about our neighborhoods. Also, I don't think that an in-person check-in will work. Various check-in times due to the weather, traffic, and a homeowner's busy schedule will make this a mess and render it impossible. A local host can provide all the necessary information and assistance through the hosting platform without in-person check-ins. Let's ensure our policies reflect Tahoe's values, supporting locals who invest in our community, not just outsiders who profit from it. Please allow duplexes to receive permits as single-family homes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment? Please come forward.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name's Christian, also a local. I just want to speak to the fact that it seems like all of the rules and the guidelines are set to pretty much advantage absentee landlords or corporations and disadvantage people like him, just regular middle-class owner investors. There should be, these guys, the local middle-class owner investors, don't bring the same problems as the corporations and the absentee landlords. So why isn't there different standards, different exceptions made for them? They do it in other areas, other mountain towns. Aspen has a tiered program, makes exceptions for locals who live there. It just seems like, we're designing the whole system to give advantages to the big guys and, hurting the locals who bring the most to the town. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Going once? Oh, Mr. Fry.
Hi, Mayor Wallace and honorable council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate you emphasizing the urgency of reinstating a VHR program last meeting. Today is a chance to build on that direction by either ending on the moratorium and putting 1114 in place or adopting a revised motion reflecting recommendations below from city leaders, VHR professionals, and community stakeholders. First, revise occupancy rules to favor families. Allow 2 per bedroom plus 5 minors exempt. Current policy counts children as adults, driving families to Truckee and North Tahoe and attracting more disruptive adult groups in our community. Second, following Mr. Bass's suggestion, require all listings, rental agreements, and interior signage to include a city message prohibiting party groups and preserving neighborhood peace. Third, implement standard city signage inside and out. Fourth, strengthen local contact requirements. Fifth, mandate sound monitoring and parking cameras. These amendments will create meaningful impact and are supported by data. We respectfully ask you to reconsider aspects of the current motion that seem misguided and unjustified, given the strength of Ordinance 1114, the quality amendments above, and Mr. Irvin's enforcement commitment. Cutting 500 permits would cost the city an estimated $3 million in annual tax revenue and over $30 million in local economic activity. The 2-year wait list is based on misinformation. Corporate investors like BlackRock are not buying up our neighborhoods, nor are they going to. 24-hour check-in may sound good on paper, but it isn't as it seems. It creates traffic and congestion. Screening effort and compliance tools work better. Owner stays should be exempt from VHR ordinance. Many of us live in our homes and rely on amenities like hot tubs for wellness, and those rights shouldn't be taken away. Condos should continue to be governed by 1114 as they have been. The neighborhoods group isn't going to support you no matter what. So why try with such aggressive compromises? Let's improve what was working, invest in real enforcement, and revitalize our city's budget and tourism economy with a sharply managed VHR program, starting with an improved motion today. The other thing that I think should be considered, given the millions of dollars in tax revenue that comes from this program, is dedicate some of it to affordable housing. It's a tough issue here and everywhere. The data overwhelmingly shows that VHRs do not have significant impact on housing, but banning them has a severe impact on local economy. If this thing can bring in $10 million a year, which I estimate, if restored in full through TOT and sales tax revenue, put some of that towards affordable housing and other meaningful programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment on this item? Okay, we'll move to our Zoom platform.
Yep, we'll go ahead and move to our Zoom platform. For anyone who wants to provide public comment, I will note for the record that we did receive and I distributed public comments from Bickert, Jackson, Keck, Lake Tahoe Taxpayers Association, McNamara, Rounds, Sharma, and Wheel, and also Delib. And we do have 4 hands raised. The first is Andrew Pierce.
Good morning, members of the council. I'm Andrew Pierce. I'm the attorney for the South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group. I was behind the lawsuit that held Measure T to be unconstitutional. I sent a detailed letter last week commenting on the proposed changes. I won't repeat that now, except to say many of the changes will tend to disadvantage my clients who tend to be individual property owners who live in Northern California. And we really don't want to force there to be a more corporate style. I have 2 legal points I think should be made today. The first is that if major changes are made from the prior program, including a lowering of the cap, CEQA may require an EIR. Other communities have issued EIRs. I would urge the council to retain Ordinance 1114 to avoid that happening. And secondly, with regard to the intervention and a possible appeal, it's our view that an appeal, if it occurs, would not stay the ruling that Measure T is unconstitutional and the prohibitory injunction that was issued. And I don't believe the interveners will be able to bond around that. Also, any appeal would be subject to expedited review. So there's no reason to delay. My clients have waited a very long time. It's been found that constitutional rights have been violated. We urge the council to act promptly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Eric Lentz.
Hey, good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. I just have a few comments here. I won't repeat what many other people say. I do agree that our existing ordinance that we had in place should just move forward. I get a little confused on some of these changes that happen. I feel like council, and this happens all the time, not just in this city, but everybody's trying to appease everybody else. And lowering the rental units from 1,400 to 900 is, you're basically reducing 500 units from what could be part of your TOT. if you want a fully funded enforcement, you're lowering that amount of money that can go towards enforcement, plus any other dollars you could spend elsewhere. The in-person, I'm a little confused. I agree it's unnecessary, and picture a Friday night when people are coming into town checking in. It's winter time, and you have property management companies running around the city trying to check people in person, and rather than just a normal remote check-in where people arrive and they're 1, 2, 3 cars, they park, they unload, they go inside and they go to bed, or waiting outside, engines running, it's cold out because the property manager is finishing up the 10, 12, 15 people in front of them all across the city to check them in. It's a really unintended consequence, and I think it's ridiculous. The other issue is, which I would share, is just with the condominiums. It just doesn't make sense. I feel like it's trying to appease certain people in certain neighborhoods to reduce, to limit VHRs from multifamily, shared walls. It really does not make sense. I feel the original ordinance was vetted a lot more than this one is. This is sort of becoming like a Cobb salad of ordinances. And as a person who's written many ordinances, I deal with various ordinances across the country in my current business. They need to be clear, they need to make sense. And this doesn't make sense. And I know Councilmember Roberts ran on common sense, not nonsense. Well, this is your chance, This is kind of nonsense, the way this has been going, and go back to the original ordinance, leave it at that, and just move forward already. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Lorraine Jackson. Oh, they've put their hand down. Samantha Epperson?
Hi there. My name is Samantha Epperson, and I work for R&R Vacation Rentals. I have for 12 years now, since 2013. Thanks so much for letting me speak. I want to kind of echo some of the sentiments already mentioned, just to kind of drive the point in that in-person check-ins is not going to solve any issues. If anything, it's just taking away valuable time and resources to what could be put towards more enforcement. I won't go into the details, it's already been mentioned, but it really is, we tried it with other company, or another coworker of mine worked for Vacasa for 30 years. They tried it, it failed miserably. If someone's going to try to pack a house for a party, they're not going to have all those people show up right away. The real route to the enforcement of this issue is here at R&R Vacation Rentals. We talk to every customer on the phone before we confirm them, to make sure they understand the rules, to make sure they're not coming out for a party, to understand the violations and the cost to them if they break any rules. So really, it comes to the processes of the vacation rental company to make sure we are only hosting good guests. In-person check-ins is going to be a nightmare. Also, parking cameras and sound monitors, we've been doing this for years already. It works. We have 24-hour people on call for if that noise monitor goes off. We will be contacting that guest right away. We'll be going out there if necessary. We have the parking cameras over the driveway so that we know there's no amount of cars or people coming in and out. That's what works. In-person check-ins won't. And I do just want to kind of encourage the city council to listen to the experts on this, listen to people who have been doing vacation rentals and managing for years and years and years. And if you don't have any expertise on that, on those processes, our doors are always open. We're happy to lead anybody and all people, to encourage them to understand our processes and what we're doing to make this, a safe and effective way to bring money into our economy. Please listen to us. We know what we're talking about. Also, let's see, what was my other? I do agree with Cody Bass. Families should be welcomed, and that is our targeting. We market family-friendly rentals like nobody's business. Allowing more kids under the occupancy to support family-friendly tourism is our goal here, right? Not to send them elsewhere in Tahoe. And then again, we need to educate our guests properly. So I think that's it from me. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen, and have a great day.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have Lorraine Jackson back. Go ahead, Lorraine.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to just make some brief comments. I agree with the past two speakers about the problems associated with in-person check-ins. I wanted to address 2 points. The first is that I do think it would be a good idea to give one warning to VHR owners before implementing these large fines being proposed. Despite doing everything right, homeowners possibly are facing new rules, and despite their earnest efforts, they can't control everything. A one warning policy would be fair, especially when the fines are in the thousands. Secondly, regarding the in-person check-in requirement, I think that this policy may seem neutral, but for me and from my perspective as a VHR owner for a long time with zero complaints, it disproportionately impacts me because I don't have a staff to check people in. And I think that it feels like a backdoor residency restriction, echoing some of the issues that Measure T tried to overturn. And I'm sorry, that the court overturned with Measure T. Also, I won't reiterate the travel and check-in realities and Lake Tahoe's, weather and the dynamic nature of guests' travel. But I do think it's important to mention that forcing an extra step at check-in when people are tired adds stress and inconvenience to people's trips. And I don't think it's effective. Lastly, I have two little other things. Management overload. There's 900 vacation rentals proposed. Local property managers will be inundated, causing scheduling chaos, increased traffic, and poor guest service. Most small owners don't have the staff to deal with these kinds of check-ins, and I don't think that there's been any analysis of how many staff these local property managers have to run around all over the city during bad weather. We also can't ignore public health. Though COVID may seem to be over, we still have flu season, viral outbreaks, and contactless systems are now the industry standard at having an option for people. I think there's better alternatives. I email house rules before the trip, guests sign them, I speak to them on the phone, and I send a text reminder of the rules the night before. Even a virtual check-in provides a personal touch if that would be satisfactory to people. I think that we have to be careful not to punish small owners while giving an edge to the big property companies. In-person check-ins, from my perspective, seem unfair, hard to enforce. They create obstacles and safety issues, especially for those with disabilities. They're less likely to be effective than other methods, such as reviewing rules and signing things in advance. I ask the council to adopt a more modern, balanced, and fair approach. Even the city council uses virtual platforms like Zoom to increase accessibility and enables people to attend who might not otherwise.
All right, thank
be
you,
able-
Lorraine. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Brett. Brett, you're on with council. Go ahead. Well, Brett, we cannot hear you in the council chambers. We will come back to you. Maybe you can resolve your issue. Next, we'll go to Don.
Hi, Don Garrig, live there in South Lake Tahoe. Just wanted to kind of reiterate a couple things that somebody just brought up. I do agree with the in-person check-in is going to be an extremely difficult task. And I agree with everything they say about it. I just don't think it's the right direction. But I also think that it's unenforceable. I don't even know how, even if you guys did do that, how in the world would that ever be enforced in a fair manner with everyone? So one other option there, and somebody just brought this up, I think it's the first I'd heard this, but what about doing like a Zoom check-in of maybe within 48 hours of before they occupy the property? I mean, that might be an option for you guys to do something like that. That would kind of bridge the gap, make it a little bit more personal. I also think that, what they mentioned before about putting things on Airbnb or VRBO or whatever platform they use to be able to talk about all of the rules, and then also have like digital signatures. You could include all of that to, make sure that they approve all the rules. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we will go to, Brett again.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Just making a couple of quick comments as a single-family homeowner here in town. I probably won't ever even have a VHR permit, but I do agree with some of the commenters, Eric and Lorraine. One thing I wanted to note at the top that I actually wanted to agree with what Dwayne Wallace said is I think we can all recognize the macro conditions in the economy that are happening right now. So as far as any decisions that are made, especially for our tourist core and revenue, coming to some sort of alignment and agreement of getting permits out the door for summer, even if it's for the tourist core, I would really support. I'm constantly concerned about revenues in this town, and I think we're kind of headed for a pretty major slowdown at a national level, and so we know this will impact the Bay Area and a lot of the local drivers that drive up. As a homeowner, I'm in agreement with the comment making that this is kind of like a Cobb salad of ordinances. There's some things that I think that can protect the sanctity of our neighborhoods. One thing I haven't seen talked about. There's been some discussion around the two-year waiting period after a home closes, but if we're really thinking about lowering the impact to our neighborhoods, there hasn't been any discussion around like a minimum night booking, so there's less turnover. A minimum 3 or 4 nights that would be required in our residential neighborhoods. Maybe limiting the total number of nights per year a house could be rented out, whether that's like 180 or 270. For example, I know several neighbors that one only rents out in the winter and one rents out in the summer, and yet they may be impacted by the artificial cap of the VHR permit system, where really their impact to my neighborhood is kind of the same because they're renting on different time periods. Again, I think just agreeing with the digital sign-in, I really would not prefer to have people waiting outside their houses on my street at night in the winter with property management staff showing up and waiting them to get signed in. I already have vacation rental folks that stay here in the winter on my street, and when the power goes out or when they have questions around, our trash service, et cetera, they come knocking on my door asking questions, and I don't want vacation renters to knock on.
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Duggan Smith, resident, former vacation rental permit holder. Just thanks to everyone on council and here for their time and efforts moving this forward. I know it's been a bit crazy. This is where this process needs to play out, though. The council is the best body to be in control and come up with regulations that are necessary, effective, and efficient at controlling issues and maximizing benefits. The last meeting was a little shocking how quickly everything moved at the end of a long night, a long meeting and into the night. And I think it ended up being a little ad hoc with some elements that are either unnecessary, ineffective, or inefficient. And I would hope, even though this meeting's going long, that you would take the time today to really negotiate, talk back and forth, dig in a little on which things actually work. Fair for me is that everyone that previously had a permit and still wants it gets it back. It'd be really helpful to know the exact numbers of total permits, of condos, of multifamily, and of existing clusters amongst that group. My guesstimates are there's 400 to 600 total permits, maybe 100 condos, maybe only 20 multifamily units. And I doubt there are any remaining clusters, or very few. And even if there is, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. Some clusters are actually productive if there's not an effective resident. I don't see any harm to the community in bringing back all these permits. I don't see any significant benefit to the community in denying these people. And even if you're going in a different direction with some regulations, if a handful of these grandfathered permits end up being a variance to the new rules, it's really not going to hurt anyone. But the harm to the owners like my family would be massive. And attrition would take care of a lot of that within a year or two anyway. Some things you did great with the strong enforcement, offsetting costs, large fines, local contact requirements, video and noise monitoring, communication requirements, and signing and contracts. These are all necessary, effective, and efficient, and we're all on board with all that stuff. In my own management practice, once I'd got my communication, my warnings of citation, and my monitoring in place, my next move was to really preference family, multi-generational family groups. And I always ran my properties at 2 adults per bedroom plus 4 accompanied minors. They were great guests for me. I never had any problems. And you can regulate that all VHRs follow something like this. And you can just do that in the residential areas. And if you leave the tourist core the way it is, 2 plus 4, then you're really pushing a different product in the different areas, reducing problems and bringing in all the benefits. The in-person check-in is ineffective and inefficient.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dugan. Your time is your time with council is up. Thank you.
That's a gut.
All right. Lastly, we have Nicole Ladd.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Nicole Ladd of Summit Tahoe Vacation Rentals. I'm also a homeowner in the city and voter. I have a 2-month-old screaming in the background, so I have to make this brief. But a couple of points I want to touch upon are the 24-hour check-in not being physically possible by even the best local VHR company, let alone self-managing owners. For example, if a guest arrived at 2 a.m., I'd have to get up with my baby to drive there and physically check the guest in, which is not only unsafe, but unrealistic for me. Another item I wanted to address was the 2-year home sale waiting period. It just felt very rushed, passed at the end of the last meeting. I've managed about probably over 500 VHRs over 10 years for various companies, and I've never had a BlackRock investor. All of my owners own 1, maybe 2 homes at very most, but vast majority of them are 1. Number of permits at 900 also felt very rushed at the last meeting. I'd like to see that closer to the original 1,400. This is millions in Tier 2 revenue we're talking about, so I think that needs further review. And then the last one is I'm definitely in favor of limiting occupancy to 2 adults plus 5 kids, because that always promotes family renting to families, as we've seen in El Dorado County. And overall, I just would like to see any ordinance changes that are passed based on data and evidence versus hastily made at the end of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Before we move into council discussion, I just would like Ms. Stroud to make a couple of clarifications, specifically on the CEQA that was mentioned in public comment and how condos were going to be treated with the previous ordinance.
Maybe
That's
I'll
part
take
of our
the
discussion.
2 questions so I don't forget what was asked. So on the CEQA, as stated on the agenda and in the staff report, this action is exempt from CEQA under several sections, including the common sense exception, which is CEQA guidelines 15061B3, where there's no evidence that an action will have an impact on the environment or negative impact on the environment, and CEQA guidelines 15308, because it's amending a regulatory process to protect the environment. So all of the changes being made to the ordinance make it more restrictive, not less restrictive, and we have seen that VHRs, especially in residential neighborhoods, can have impacts on the community, including trash, parking, and noise, which can all be seen as environmental impacts under CEQA. So restricting or limiting them further has a positive impact on the environment. And then the question about condos. So if council were to adopt the pre-Measure T ordinance as is, which is 1114, as amended by 1120. Condominiums were included in the definition of dwellings, and there were no VHR permits allowed in any multifamily dwellings, which were defined as multiple separate housing units for residential inhabitants contained within one building or several buildings within one complex. So what I understand that to mean was that it meant attached. So there were no VHRs allowed in any condominiums anywhere in the city except for unattached in the pre-Measure T ordinance. So this ordinance does actually allow them in the tourist core and in commercial areas in attached condos.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Mr. Robbins, you're up. Oh, first, I've asked Ms. Blankenship to put up this. And so I think that some of these are going to be less controversial and that we can manage our agreement. And so I'd like to start from the bottom and just get a quick poll from council. Provide permitting preference for prior VHR, QVHR permittees who were in good standing prior to Measure T going into full effect. Can we all either agree or disagree on item number 12?
Can we have discussion?
Yes,
on
we're
these
going
things
to.
before
I'm just trying to get rid of some of the items that we don't have to discuss. I'm trying to streamline this. Okay.
I do understand where you're going. I do actually understand what you're trying to do. It's not a question of
I'm
misunderstanding.
trying to manage our agreement and
Yeah.
then deal with the other stuff.
I understand that. I'm thinking that I would still rather have some discussion before. I think it's the right way to do it. I would rather have a round of discussion before we
Okay.
start doing that.
That's
That's just
fine.
me.
Nope,
Maybe
I'm
everyone
fine.
else wants to do it different. That's
Just
fine.
trying to streamline.
But I agree that's the way to go. I just want
Mr.
to
Robbins.
have a round of
ahead.
conversation first. So, first off, just it's a bit weird to hear the proposed measure being maligned by comparison to a Cobb salad, which is unequivocally the best salad. It has bacon and eggs in it. Who doesn't love Cobb salad? I don't understand where that became an insult. But I want to address some of the items that came up in the public comment. We heard from many, many people over and over again that in-person check-in can't work because you would have to travel to each house to house. And so, Mr. Stroud, could you please clarify if, again, that the in-person check-in could happen at a centralized office, at a property manager's office, and then people could go to the various properties? That would be allowed.
Yeah, nothing in
under
the
measure.
ordinance prohibits that. And I would also say that the property manager could make certain hours for check-in. So they don't have to be available 24 hours a day. They could say you have to check in these certain hours. So there's ways to manage that.
They don't have to. They could check in. They could, because they're also required to have someone available with a 60-minute response time 24/7 while the property is being Airbnb'd. They could also have, check-in at an office that's staffed whenever, either check-in hours or hours at their discretion.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the other comments was like, how do we allow people, they could hand out the keys at that point. That would be allowed, for example, at that office.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You covered the EIR item. That just seemed extremely odd. On the topic of revenue, because this keeps coming up about how we need to do this because there's so much revenue that the city's missing out on. When Measure T was being debated in the public, the public communications from the real estate groups and the tourism interest groups and the special interest groups for Airbnb sent flyer after flyer. I think it was $500,000 saying that this would cost the city $3 million a year in revenue. And then after Measure T, the total TOT revenue actually went up slightly. So we didn't lose any TOT revenue as a result of Measure T, which is a bit problematic relative to that, because the TOT total amount collected slightly went up. That's public information. You can look that up. But even so, we've gone from saying that this will and what that indicates, obviously, is that people moved from the neighborhoods having their tourism in the Airbnbs into the tourist core area, where there are also new Airbnbs. Gondola Vista is almost all Airbnbs. So if not actually all Airbnbs, so there's a bunch of new VHRs there. So we saw the move of the revenue, and now we're talking about putting Airbnbs back into the neighborhoods and saying that that's going to net increase revenue by X amount. And it seems more likely what that's going to do is draw revenue away from the tourist core and put it back in the neighborhood rather than net increase. But okay, that's the claim being made. So originally we were going to lose $3 million a year. So how much are we, which we didn't wind up doing. And now we're saying we're going to gain not $3 million a year, but $10 million a year somehow. We're supposed to gain $10 million new dollars a year in revenue from this. And that's the claim, even though the claim about what we were going to lose was only 3, which is specious at best. But okay, if we're supposed to be gaining so much revenue from this, and that's a sure thing, then I would say let's agree to say that the first at least $3 million, which was the claim originally made, that, you know, everyone's saying, oh, it's wrong, we really did lose $3 million, even though that's not what the data shows, but okay. Let's commit then in the ordinance that the first $3 million of TOT revenue goes to affordable housing once we have fully rented out or given out the new, you know, so many hundred Airbnb permits under the new measure. Let's say that's such a lock. We're supposed to actually guarantee $10 million. Then all right, let's say that the first 3 of total TOT revenue should go to affordable housing, since we're going to be swimming in so much more money of TOT revenue. I don't think that's correct, but that's the claim being made. So then let's put the first $3 million in that. And then lastly, you know, we have relentlessly, we've been hearing about how, you know, we should go back to the old ordinance that we had. We should go back to the old ordinance because the VHR operators, as the R&R representative called in and said, we know what we're talking about. We know what we're doing. And I just want to point out that failed so hard, it led to Measure T, which was successfully voted on. This notion that the people in the Airbnb business were so good at their jobs, were so adept at preventing neighborhood problems, that somehow a majority of voters said, this is so big of a problem, we want them out entirely. So the idea that we should just go back to the old ordinance that directed us in a beeline to Measure T after it failed so hard is really problematic on its face. But I'd like to see as an amendment then that we go back and say, if we're so sure, because the special interests have made their claims that we're so sure that we're going to swim in so much money, then let's dedicate the first $3 million of total TOT received to affordable housing. Make that part of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to back up a little bit from where Mr. Robbins is at. And first, I want to thank the public, the people that spoke from the public, being, for the most part, respectful to us and showing that we have tried hard and we have put effort into this. And aside from the Cobb salad comment, I actually was a chef at the Brown Derby where the Cobb salad was invented, so maybe that's how we ended up here.
It's all your fault, Keith.
But I think before we get to the individual conversations where Councilman Robbins was going, and there's many of them, I think we're looking at 3 opportunities here. And I think they're all very similar. The first one is to send this to the second reading. I'm very proud of the work we put into the ordinance that's in front of us. I think there are some modifications hearing from the public today and over the last couple of weeks. I think there are some changes needed in that. I think, as Mr. Bass said during our closed session, that it's very, very close, but it does need some changes. But we literally can make those changes if we pass it to the second reading and approve it with a 30-day wait. We literally can start making those changes our first meeting in July. The second option is to let the moratorium run and not extend it, and then it will go back to 1114 and 1120, and which are, I think they are fairly strong, and have a lot of the what we need in place, but it too will need to be modified. I think the changes that we proposed on the current ordinance are because of the weaknesses that were in 1114, 1120. But again, even with that one, we can actually start making those changes, maybe even the last meeting in June. The third option is to start making changes to the current ordinance in front of us and send it back to a second reading.
First reading.
Or first reading, I'm sorry. And I think that's the worst case scenario here, because then it's delaying us making any action about bringing the VHRs back. I think we need the VHRs back. I know the city could use the money, and it would be nice to have the extra money for roads and whatnot, but I think it's more important for our business owners and our housekeepers and our plumbers in town that are missing out on work, and our VHR companies that are missing out on their revenue and their work. I think it's important that we get that started as soon as possible, start rebuilding our business community, and then I think we all agree that it's not perfect, but we have the option. We can start changing it almost immediately. If we go down the path of changing what's in front of us today, I think we're going to end up with a lot of conversations, and it's going to be extended, and we will lose the summer on it. I mean, I do agree. I don't want to get into the individual issues like the 24/7 person check-in. Yeah, I think it could be worded better. I think it could be modified a little bit. I think there's value in it, but I see the challenges that a lot of people have brought forward, and so on. But we can literally start those changes right away. I know our city attorney doesn't want to hear that, but it literally is the case. And I think we should be looking at it, which of those three options we should take. I would prefer not to see us make changes to the current ordinance in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Best?
Yeah, so again, thank you to everybody that came to speak today. And largely, I do agree with you. I do think, though, we want to, if we're going to make amendments, we want to make sure that we kind of do it right, because once the cat's out of the bag, it's kind of hard to put back things in a certain sense. And so I think, looking at 1114, we really have to think about, and I was here, not on the council, but was in this room every day for all of those debates on a different issue, but was here through all of it. And I remember very deeply that we didn't get to the compromise that we needed to, and that's why a voter initiative happened. And yes, it's a small group of proponents, but it was over 3,550 votes of our citizens that were on the other side of this. So I think that's why it calls for these amendments, to try to bring back and get to a middle ground that hopefully doesn't create this opposition that we had back in 2018. And I think we're close to doing that. But the idea that we just implement something that did drive one of the deepest divisions I've ever seen in my 27 years in town, just to go back to that is not responsible. And I think what we have done is good work and is responsible. I do think, though, and I spoke about it before, I think one of the biggest things that could help alleviate the 3,550 people that voted the other side of this and did not want them in their neighborhoods is to have some sort of a buffer so that you don't end up as a house surrounded by 5 VHRs on all sides of you in a residential area. That can happen in the tourist core. I actually have that, around me in the tourist core, and it's okay because I have motels around me, and that's the zoning, and that's what makes sense there. But in a residential zone, if you live here and you're trying to raise a family, having 5 VHRs pop up around all sides of you is a disturbance. And I think that's something that once we pass this ordinance, if you don't put that in from the initial outset, and especially because we're at a completely clean slate, to be able to roll that out and make sure that doesn't happen, we've kind of we've given up the opportunity to ensure that doesn't happen. And I think we saw that being probably the biggest issue that upset a lot of people was folks that had them just concentrated around them. So that's one area, as last time, that's pretty much the only reason I voted no, was because we didn't have that. I was very happy with where we got with everything else. So I think considering that, I do have a couple questions. Well, and just to clarify, because I think somebody said earlier that we have a cap in the tourist core and commercial. We don't. And actually today you can go get a VHR permit in the tourist core and commercial zone. That's open in options that exist today. Did we do, and I didn't see them, but a requirement of the booking platforms that I don't know the limits of what we can require, but I did meet with the Airbnb rep or VRBO, I forget where she was from, and she said they're very amenable to having requirements put on them. I'm thinking of the requirement around making notice that this is a residential zone, but even possibly making them have forms that have to be signed at the time of booking that are beneficial to the city, our liabilities, as well as making them understand the fine structure, the rules, and if they've signed off on that, I would imagine that helps the appeal process if they try to appeal those fines. Hey, you acknowledged it. You signed off that that's what it was. So those requirements, I think, could possibly be put on the booking platform, and I'm just curious if we've kind of added that type of requirement.
No, that was not part of the motion from the last meeting.
Okay. So again, these are things that if we did open up some amendments today, I think could be good to add in. But I'm not all, I'm kind of where Mr. Roberts is, but at the same point, I really think when we're at a clean slate like this, we should do what we need to. Also, I do agree, let's get them back for the summertime, but let's also make sure that we do take the time to get everything that we want in the ordinance. One other question. So with our hosted rental ordinance, if somebody is an owner living in a duplex and they live on one side of the duplex, can they have a hosted rental permit for the other side of the duplex?
We prohibited hosted rentals in multifamily, which I believe would cover duplexes.
Okay. That's something a little off topic. I would be in support of seeing that come back to saying that somebody that's a full-time living in one side of a duplex that they own, I would be open to them having a hosted rental permit for, if they live on site. To me, that's something, but that's a different day. Let's see. The other thing that we did talk about, I don't believe it made it in the motion, but having a violation that comes from not somebody showing up and witnessing it, but us requesting the video and monitoring devices from the time that the complaint was made. And if we find that there was a violation on the video evidence, that we're able to make that a violation. Is that part of the ordinance?
It is not. And I did have some discussion with Lieutenant Robertson and his staff about that. And their preference would be to not have access to that monitoring data for both data retention requirements that would then attach to it and also constitutional concerns. So the purpose of the monitoring requirements are really so the property manager has 24-hour access to what's going on there, and it also it allows them to nip any problems in the bud, but also takes away excuses on appeal about them not knowing what was going on. They should have known what was going on.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, again, I've talked about it in my own business. That's how it works for us. If we get a request to turn in surveillance, we have 24 hours to do it. And if there's a violation in that, it's done. And that it keeps the department from having to send somebody out every single time, or if somebody's not available, it allows another way to look at it. So again, that's something if we did amend, we could talk about. And I think that pretty much, handles it for me. Again, I think we're getting to a good place and hopefully can get an ordinance that really allows VHRs, but, also preserves our neighborhoods and kind of puts this issue at ease and doesn't create the major division that we saw in 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Jenkins, really quickly before you go, can I ask Mr. Bass a question?
Please,
do you mind?
Please.
You said that you wouldn't be opposed to hosted rental, calling a hosted rental if someone was in a duplex and the owner occupied one and they rented out the other. What about triplexes and fourplexes? if the owner lived in the, I'm just asking the question for
Yeah.
clarification.
I haven't thought through that. I mean, I am, to me, if the owner lives on site, they're going to manage the property and there's not going to be the issues. And so to me, it's like, if the owner is there and on site, I'm open to that. Because as the gentleman said that spoke, like, I think it does provide a great opportunity for locals to improve their property. And I think that they're going to obviously preserve their right to do that if they live on site, and we're not going to have those problems. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you for the
Of course, it also
clarification.
removes desperately needed housing for long-term rentals, because that's exactly the kind of property that would be excellent, because you're not living in that unit, unlike a house where you live and then you leave for half the year and you Airbnb it. That's exactly the kind of housing that's ideal for long-term rentals that we'd be removing.
And I hear you there. I think that, from what I've heard, some people, if you really live here all the time and you have to manage a VHR, it's a lot of work to manage a VHR. And if I think people that there's going to be a mix of people that are in the situation, they don't want to manage a VHR, so it's just better to rent long-term. So again, I hear what you're saying, but I think the opportunity should be given to an owner that lives on site. I just feel, but I think we would need to be strict about making sure that it's an owner that fully lives there full-time year-round.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all of those of you who have come to the meeting, either in person or via teleconference, to offer your comments. I've had a very interesting week or 2 weeks listening to a lot of concerns by community members about this matter. First, I want to say that I think we need to encourage families to come back to Tahoe, that you're welcome here in Tahoe, that we don't want them going elsewhere. We want them coming here if they want to enjoy family enjoyment. Let's visit again. Let's stop the bad publicity that has occurred over the last few years. I agree also with Mr. Bass that locals living in a duplex should be allowed to rent because they are the on-site managers, or maybe even a triplex, as the mayor suggested. The question about affordable housing, this city already has done an enormous amount, more than any other jurisdiction in the region, to provide affordable housing, as evidenced again today by Sugar Pine, whatever number it is, 2A, 2B, 2B or not 2B, or whatever that number is. They're providing, the city is encouraging and supporting hundreds of units. The region is not doing much. I would say damn thing, but I shouldn't say that in a public setting. The region is sitting on their hands and letting us do it all. They need to do their part. 3, that I believe the program should be on the 4 E's. Reminds me of a commercial that you might recognize. Education, notification to the prospective user of vacation rentals, education, enforcement. And what has been proposed is 24-hour enforcement, not like what existed before, when people were told not to enforce, when city people were told or not given the resources to enforce. And I do think we need to improve the economy. The reason that I understand the rates that the TOT maybe hasn't dipped as far is because room rates are up. Room rates are up, but visitor counts are down. So we need the visitor counts to support our economy. We're a tourist economy, just as when I worked in Avalon, the city of Avalon. This is a tourist-based economy. I believe the city manager, if we go back to the original ordinance, I believe the city manager has the authority to interpret and carry out policies. If he sees that there are needs to changes to policies, procedures to manage this properly, whether it's spacing out issuances, he has that authority. The code gives him that authority. I know a little bit about the code, and it gives him that authority to do that. I agree also that there needs to be noise and visual assistance to monitor these situations without intruding on people's privacy, and there needs to be full cost recovery and heavy fines for violators. If they violate, you're going to get fined. If you violate again, you're out. And I believe that. That we should, as the city manager suggested, we have active monitoring and reporting to the city council on how it's going. And that if amendments are needed to the ordinance, that those amendments come forward. I don't believe that we need a new ordinance at this point. I believe, although I supported the last motion, I think what we need to do is enforce what we have. And I don't agree with extending the moratorium. I think a lot of people have suffered, and because of all of the work that has been put in the enforcement side, I don't think we're going to have the problems. Again, we are doing our part of affordable housing. We are leaders of affordable housing. The other jurisdictions need to get off their backsides and do their part. And we won't have the kind of housing situation that we have today. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, so are you guys ready to maybe talk about some of the items that were in the previously presented stuff, or do you want to?
My only thought is just that if we, as Mr. Roberts kind of pointed to, and now Mr. Jenkins has said like if we're not going to make an amendment, right, maybe the question of are we going to make an amendment or are we not? Because if we're not, we don't necessarily need to, right? We don't necessarily need to go through each one of them.
So here's my thoughts, is that even if we were to, say, go back to 1114 or with 1120, it feels like, even based on what Mr. Jenkins just said, that we still need to beef up some of the things. For instance, like I said, there's some of these that I don't believe are going to be controversial at all. I think all five of us are going to agree on them, and we can talk about. And like I said, starting at the bottom, if you have the permitting preference for previous in good standing for QVHR and VHR, complete cost recovery, planning commission having final decision on appeals. The outgo of 150 to begin with to level up, the program going to the police department instead of the planning and building department, increased consequences for violations, the requirement for defensible space inspection, and then the only other two that I would add in the non-controversial would be the trash requirement, and then based on some of the public comment and some of the conversations I've had, changing the noise trash parking monitoring to an indoor noise with the cameras outdoors on trash and parking. That would be the only other thing. So those are the things that, at least my perception is that they're non-controversial, and then we can get into the meat of it without having those weighing us down.
The indoor noise, if I may, on the minute point, the indoor noise thing actually makes a ton more sense. To be honest, my neighbor has, for reasons eluding understanding, decided that 10 p.m. is the time to do leaf blowing, and that shouldn't set off a noise monitor for that. But if it was a party that was doing the leaf blowing inside, then that's a little more reasonable.
So can we all just agree that the things that I just listed are not controversial and we want them?
I would subtract from that list, for me, only the planning commission one, because I think the revocation should be automatic upon the third citation. We've said, everyone here, including me, including everyone else, has said, which is a unanimous agreement, that enforcement. And that should mean that when you have your third citation upheld at the review process for the citation, the revocation should be automatic without going through another appeal process to the planning commission. It should just be automatic.
I agree with you on that point. I think it has to, if it's verified and it's withheld.
The third citation, it's automatic revoke.
You're out. 3 strikes, you're out.
Not another bite for some reason to a planning commission.
The other thing, Mayor, if I may, is I think we should let the city manager and the staff I don't want to say he has to allocate 150. Maybe he can allocate 200. Maybe he could allocate 125. Let the staff have the discretion of what they can handle. We don't need to micromanage the amount if whatever the manager has the authority, let him do that. Let him manage it.
100% agreement. This number came from the staff.
That's right, yeah. And I think it's a critical piece of it,
I think
to
we
me.
should leave it up to them they should be left up to them to manage the process and not have us micromanage what they do. If
that's
it's
also-
150 or 125 or 200, it's what they can handle.
Okay, so, Mr. Robbins, I also agree with you. However, I think I would like to hear from Ms. Stroud, because I believe we had this conversation at the last meeting, and she indicated that due process was involved, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. I would have some concerns about revoking a permit with no appeal process for due process reasons.
Well, except that that would come as part of the third, the way you do it is as part of the third violation citation, it combines, you are being cited for a third time and your permit is being revoked. And that goes through the process that we already have for citations. On the third violation, it's automatic violation plus revocation, not a separate revocation process that separately has an appeal process attached to it.
Let us take them to court, take us to court if they don't like it.
Correct.
So the citations aren't necessarily appealed?
No,
But
they can be.
I think what would happen is if you did that is everybody would appeal every citation. So it might not actually make things more streamlined. It might cause more appeals.
But everybody, in the old ordinance, everybody appealed every citation because they didn't want to risk losing their permit. And so every single action was appealed at I came to planning commission appeals for VHR for permit revocations that were then appealed to the city council for permit revocations. And then everybody was debating, oh, I've never had my permit repealed. I'm such a good person. I'm a saint, et cetera, please don't repeal my permit or my grandmother will go without food, et cetera. It was nuts. And so what we do is every citation is going to be appealed no matter what, because it counts towards losing your permit. So let's make that process
Can I split the
terminate.
baby? Can we have the first two go to the hearings officer and the third go automatically to planning commission? And then they would make a final determination on both the revocation and the third citation. And that part go to planning commission. Is that an acceptable compromise?
That would require some rewriting of things,
Of course.
which is fine. I had my request to speak
Yes,
on
I know.
for some other
That's
reason,
sort of why I
and I'll
went to
just
you.
take the opportunity.
Take it, please.
Because if council does want to have a first reading today, you could do that. If you want to make changes, I just wanted to be clear, the middle category, the operational requirements, are things that can certainly be tweaked later after adopting an ordinance without really impacting things. The first category, which is where and how many, I would strongly recommend deciding that before beginning to issue permits. And same with the permitting and enforcement requirements. I would strongly recommend nailing down what you want that to say before we begin issuing permits.
I agree, Ms. Stroud.
Sorry, to follow up on that question, if we want a first reading, and then you're saying we can come back later and change, we can come back later and change the operational ones, it still would be an ordinance change with the first and second reading, that wouldn't impact the issuance. Because we can change, okay, that's just what I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
It still would require, it wouldn't just be a procedural thing, it would still be an ordinance change with a first and second reading.
So including the compromise on the planning commission, moving the third citation and revocation all to the planning commission, is that a sufficient compromise?
Well, I would suggest
For us to
doing
agree
it
on the
other
items that I
way,
said.
Have the revocation and citation be done at the hearing officer, because the planning commission is a interest body as well. It's got representatives from the real estate industry and everything, and that's fine for a lot of what they do. That's where the expertise comes from, but it creates a political interest conflict, that a hearing officer is a neutral arbiter. It's just a staff person. Well, it's a staffer,
Theoretically, yeah.
correct.
So-
It's not someone who has a day job elsewhere in the real estate industry or in the tourism industry.
So, Okay. So let's take that one off, and can we agree on all the others?
Yeah, I agree on all the others. The only one I'll say a little about is 12, because I think that the 150 permits a month are critical. I think that's why we have to do a moratorium, because we can't load our staff up with 1,400 VHR permits in 1 month. That's going to also happen the next year, because they all expire at the same exact time. So
Right.
it's important, very important that we have the 150 a month. And I guess where I get confused is, how do you give preference, but when you can only allow 150? So how does it, that part's a
So my
little.
understanding is you're
I
giving
can.
preference.
Yeah, so we suggested the up to 150 per month based on staffing, contract services for inspections, and permitting requirements. The preference, if the council wanted to do a preference, then there would be a window for those that had permits when Measure T went into full effect to apply. And it would be on a first-come, first-served basis. And we would go through that list and issue up to 150 the first month. Maybe it's 120, whatever it is. And then the next month, we would pick up right at the end of that list. And so those that had permits, the 700 or whatever, would be the first in line, if that was a preference the council wanted to put in.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I guess my.
Problem with that process either.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so,
don't- but
so
I-
we're in agreement that item number 12, item number 11, item number 10 with the compromise, item number 9, item number 8, item number 7, item number 6, and then the change from outdoor to indoor trash, parking, and noise monitoring. Indoor for the noise, outdoor for the trash and parking cameras. And then the trash require animal resistant recycling bin cart with the new system that SCR. So can we all agree that those are with those two little changes? Okay, good.
I did get
We
a
don't
bit-
have to talk about those items at all.
I
now.
did get a bit of public feedback, and I'm in agreement, but I want to put on the record, because I got some public feedback on the trash thing. So I'm just putting this on it's not a disagreement, I'm just putting it on the public
Okay.
record, that in the old ordinance, we had a requirement for bear boxes for all Airbnbs, which was appropriate and reasonable and sensible. But since we've gotten the bear-resistant trash cans, South Tahoe Refuse will now no longer guarantee trash pickup at new bear boxes that are installed subsequent to their new contract late last year. And so if we required bear boxes now in that ordinance, we could require they put them in, but they wouldn't be serviced, which kind of defeats the whole point. I would prefer that, and I think a lot of us would prefer that, but since they're not, I think there might be a consensus, I should say, on preferring that even, but since they're not servicing them anymore as part of their contract, and I raised this issue with Airbnbs being a potential problem point, which is exactly what's happened. But I do want to highlight that, part of the problem here that I'm worried about, and I'm openly worried about it, is that people are going to put their pizza boxes in the recycling because vacationers haven't been trained on what that means for bear resistance if you're driving up from Los Angeles. That's not a thing there. So that's part of the reason why the in-person check-in and a review of the rules saying that should absolutely include things like reminder, food containers that are not washed must go in the trash, not in the bear box, and not in the recycling.
And that's why we're requiring an animal resistance recycling cart as well.
When those those animal recycling carts are not presently available. We are all hopeful that they will become available in the not too distant future, but I don't think we have even a timeline for that at the moment. They've just rolled out the bins that we have now. So at some point in the future, bear-resistant recycling bins may be available, and we are going to require them then. But for now, they are not a requirement because they don't exist for us. And that's a very important reason for having in-person check-in and in-person rule review, not just a click-through online thing that you ignore, along with all the other click-through online, things that you ignore. But a fine is after the fact, and the whole idea is to prevent problems. So
Okay.
I just wanted to review that.
Thank you.
in the
I
public
appreciate it.
in the public space.
Because I wasn't aware that they weren't available yet.
They are
so
not
thank you.
available yet. We don't know at all when they're going to be available.
Okay,
and
so
that's why
now
in-person check-in's important.
we have gone through those items. So the items that are left are still the cap, the condos, in-person check-in. And no, I think another one that we can all agree on is 24/7 in-person response to complaints within 60 minutes. Can we all agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll take that one off as well. I think 60 minutes is appropriate. Just because. And so then item number 4 is still on the table, reduce occupancy limit to 2 per bedroom plus 2. I've been given some additional information about that one, and I have to say that I think that we could go to 2 per bedroom plus 0 while allowing or exempting up to 5 children under the age of 13. And the reason that 13 number is because that's the cutoff for Airbnb and some of the online platforms. And so it encourages more family friendly while discouraging larger adult groups.
I will throw you for a loop by saying I think I agree with that.
Okay, perfect. So is everybody in agreement? Let's take that one off the table.
I mean, you know where I stand on the broader issue, but on that sub point,
I do know where you stand on the broader
I
issue.
think that's
so
not an unreasonable
I appreciate
thing.
you managing our agreement. So let's change reducing the occupancy limit to 2 per bedroom plus 0 while allowing up to 5 children ages 13 and under.
But again, that's another really important reason to have some kind of in-person check-in, either at a central office or at the house, because how do you know that those are kids otherwise? How does the property manager know that that's actually what's happening if someone doesn't see this in person?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question
Yes,
about
please.
that? Because our table in the ordinance currently, has studio up to a number of bedrooms. So are you saying with a studio, you could have 2 people and 5 kids?
Yeah, we should probably just make that sensible. We should probably make that a little more sensible.
One bedroom studio would be pretty packed.
Yeah, a studio and a for 1 bedrooms and up, I think would make sense.
Yeah, I would say 1 bedrooms and up, because studios having 7 people in a studio.
Is pretty silly and probably bad news.
Do we have many studios that are standalones?
Yeah.
So we may be solving a problem that we don't need to solve.
Well, we could also just not create a problem that we don't need to
Yeah.
create either. I agree that's probably an odd corner case. I mean, I totally agree that that's probably a silly corner case, but let's not open it. So for studios, it will be a max of 2.
2.
And for
everything
1
above a
bedrooms and
studio.
up, 2 per bedroom plus 5 kids.
Ages 13 and under.
Ages 13 and under.
The studio with a 6-month-old baby couldn't bring us.
But we already have an exemption. We already have an exemption for kids under 5, or do we?
He can hear me.
Do we have an
No,
exemption?
we just count people, not by ages. currently.
Okay, so that's also a good point.
Do you want to do studios for 2 adults plus 2 kids?
Yes,
And then.
that's a good compromise.
And then everything else can be 2 bedrooms plus 2 per bedroom plus 5 kids.
Perfect.
Kids defined here as whatever the hell we just said.
13 and under.
Yeah.
Children, not kids, because those are goats.
Okay, perfect. Let's take that one off the table then.
Kits are goats. No kits. No kits. We're not zoned for that. Right? Are we?
Okay.
Can I have a goat here?
So now comes the hard part, working on the ones that we maybe disagree on.
Yeah.
But we've gotten rid of all the other ones.
Question's basically answered, though, as far as we are amending the ordinance today.
Yeah,
with
we're
these
amending
changes.
the ordinance
Okay.
today.
Yeah, then
That's-
good. Then
But
I don't.
out the
also,
window.
that's not hugely surprising that we're going to have more than 1 day's worth of discussion, community feedback, and another day
Yeah.
of discussion. I don't think that should come as a shock.
So, Mr. Bass, your hand is raised, and so is Mr. Jenkins. Do you want to start the conversation about some of the other stuff? Or?
Sure, I definitely will. I would say again, as I pushed for last time, I do think that some sort of a buffer is necessary to try to really get to a middle ground here. Again, I think we have seen areas where, parcels get surrounded by VHRs that are local people living here, and I think we've got to get to You know, and maybe it's not the footage, maybe it's just saying you can't have them right next door to each other, so that they're every other one on a street, and it's not just 7 around you. I think we've got to figure out a way to get there.
I'm going to just talk about 2 things that are related here, and that is the condo timeshare conversation, or timeshares. I think that's a whole other animal. Let's just say condos. If we do a buffer, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, I'm just saying if we do a buffer and do every other thing, that's going to severely limit if we decide to do condos outside of the tourist core.
Could we exempt condos, basically? So we
Exempt condos from the buffer?
from the bu-
Or, Ms. Stroud,
We're not
I
exempt them,
actually
but
wrote down
because-
something that says, where is it at? Can we abdicate our authority over condos slash buffer to homeowners associations? For instance, and I'm just going to throw out a scenario. The Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association we could say, these are our rules. We're taking condos out, and just say, Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association, you have to make the rule about whether or not you allow condos. Yes.
HOAs have the ability to regulate within their area, so they could be more restrictive than the city.
They can't be less restrictive, but they
Yes.
can be more restrictive.
However, currently, as it's drafted,
I know.
any attached condos would not be allowed to have VHR permits.
Outside the
Even
tourist
outside the tourist core and commercial areas.
Right.
And under even the 2018 ordinance.
Correct.
That would still be the case as well, except if they had a permit prior to September 1st, 2016.
So just sort of an aside, I think that we have gone beyond 1114 and 1120, and we've gone beyond the last, and we're starting fresh again today, partly because it's not 11 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking more clearly. So
We're starting from some conversational points, not completely
Exactly.
fresh for sure.
Yeah. So I
don't
think
think that's
that,
unfair.
I think that as apologetic as I am to staff for having spent the time and the effort and doing a really good job of capturing what we talked about and what we voted on at the April 22nd meeting, I think that we're gonna have to really review some of these things, at least in my opinion. Is everybody in agreement?
We were there in those ones we agreed to, so that's a good.
So we
And
did.
staff-
We've managed our agreement,
And
yes.
Tammy, staff did all that work that we agreed on.
It's true, they did. That's why I say.
That's not, yeah.
They did a great job, and they did all the work that we agreed on, so we appreciate that, and I'm sorry that we're going to throw a wrench in every other work. Okay, let's,
Do I get to speak now?
yes, of course. Please, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So does adopting this ordinance as may be modified, does it delay the issuance of VHR permits? Will that do that?
Yes.
Or
By at
I mean,
least 2
I can try to
weeks.
answer. If this ordinance passes with amendments, it'll come back for our first reading on May 20th. The second reading would be June 3rd, assuming the first reading passed. And then 30 days after that is when the ordinance would not be appealable or referendum. So that'd be July 3rd. During that time, between June 3rd and July 3rd, we could be prepared and we would be ready to accept applications and start doing inspections, but not issuing a permit until July 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, so my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, if during that 30-day period, somebody does file a referendum, that on July 3rd, because we would have to extend the moratorium to that date, on July 3rd, we would either go with whatever is new, because there wasn't a referendum, or we would revert automatically back to 1114, 1120. Correct me if that is not the case.
So you're saying if council does adopt an
Yes.
ordinance amending 2014 and there's a referendum,
So,
on
okay,
that
let me
ordinance,
be more clear.
then yes. it
Say we
would-
make changes today.
It would be going on a ballot for people to vote on whether to make those amendments. But unless the moratorium is extended to whenever that election is, then we would be
We would
reverting
be
to the,
issuing permits under 1114, 1120. Okay, thank you. That was my question. Okay, so,
As I tried to say before, and I know there's differing opinions, I think there's been a lot of movement, if these amendments are presented as they are, with active enforcement and active education, with the discretion that the city manager has. He doesn't have to ask for permission to manage the ordinance in all matters. That's part of the authority that the code gives him to manage it. So I don't mean to put him on the spot. I have high confidence in him. So I would like to see us. I don't want to see the moratorium extended. I want to see us prepared to issue permits for all the good reasons, with enforcement, with education, with a stick, with fines that we may and he may impose on the interim. And let's move this economy in this city forward, because in spite of what's been said, we are facing some real fiscal challenges in the future. And I think we can have a stable community with residential, with vacation rentals, family friendly, and we can have a stronger economy. Look up and down the streets, see all the businesses that are going out of business, see all the people that have been laid off. You say that we care about that. I care about that too. So I think we have to move this ball down the road, and it's not going to stop opponents who want to challenge us on any reef or for whatever reason. It's not going to stop them from challenging us. So let's just do what we think is right.
Mr. Jenkins, I totally agree with almost 100% of what you just said. Can I ask you a really quick question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you saying move forward on the ordinance that was presented today? Or are you saying move forward on 1114, 1120?
I'm ready for with the provisos that have been discussed, that we move forward with the existing ordinance, that when the moratorium ends,
Okay.
that we move forward with that ordinance and then make changes as we see necessary. There may be others that we see. And if they're urgent issues, then we adopt an urgency ordinance with a 4/5 vote to make changes. But let's give it a chance with all of the cautions that have been put in. Let's give this a chance.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if that is the course of action, that changes the timeline for issuance of permits that I was talking about.
course.
If the council's action is to not extend the moratorium, the current timeline, Ordinance 1114 would become effective May, pretty soon,
May 15th.
next week. So we would be prepared, we would start to set up our inspection process, our application acceptance process, and we would issue those permits. And I think what you're trying to do is, if that's the case, what are these other operational and small ordinance amendments that we would bring back at a later date? And I don't want to speak for the city attorney here, but my opinion would be, if that is the case, then rushing these changes in the next 2 months doesn't have a
Bit of sense, yeah.
a lot of need.
Effect.
We wouldn't want it to sit on the slow burner too long, but let's focus on accepting applications, doing inspections, getting people the permits they want, if that's the direction the council gives.
You're going to end up, to me, that you're going to end up with 1,400 permits in the month of May, or 1,400 applications, and you don't have the right, you're going to end up with that, and then people are going to be, how did you get in the end of the line? I think it just opens up a real problem for us and into future years, as every May is going to be completely a fiasco for the city to process that many permits every May. So that's the 150 a month really divides that out, as well as I feel like, sets us up in the future for it to work well as we go. And then again, I just have to say, we cannot forget that 1114 is what put us in this great division. And so I don't see it as something that is what was great. I was here. I mean, it caused, yes, there was 20 people that were the proponents, but there's 3,552 people that voted for it that are citizens, that are our constituents. And I think just throwing it back and saying your vote, doesn't count is really irresponsible.
That is totally not the point. With respect, Council Mayor Pro Tem, I think what this council has not only committed to, as I mentioned earlier, was to affordable housing. It's committed to enforcement. The city manager has the authority to manage the policies of the city in a manner that they can manage it. So if he can manage, if we say 150, but he can only manage 130, he say I can't, or if it's 160, let him do his job, and let's not micromanage what we have. A good manager, a good legal counsel. Let him manage the process.
It's more than that.
Yeah, it's way more than that. These people have a right to apply 1,400.
But he doesn't have
Mr. Jenkins, can I please finish my?
Please, he doesn't have the obligation. I think I know a little bit about this.
Well, you know what? Actually, I will challenge you. You're inviting 1,400 applicants in 1 month. That is putting an administrative burden on a city that doesn't need to exist. And we're talking about the future. 150 a month, every month, is something that they could administratively handle and allows it to roll out in a responsible way. And some of these other changes will calm down those 3,550 people that made this vote and didn't want these existing at all. So we've got to find a middle ground. I think we did an incredible job getting to a lot of that middle ground, but just saying we're not going to do anything and let's just let this moratorium expire and allow 1,400 permits to be applied for in 1 month. That's irresponsible.
Were you listening to the conversation before, Mr. Bass? The conversation was that enforcement is going to be very different than what it has been in the past. That's the big issue. And education. That's something that is within the authority to manage the ordinances. They don't need, and I'm not saying that we don't proceed, but if he can issue 150 or 100, he has to decide what they can, staff has to decide what they can issue. And let's not set an arbitrary, and I know the city manager says they can do it 150, but what if they can't?
Right.
But so give him that discretion to do his job.
Right.
That's why we pay him. Give them the discretion and the staff to do their job.
So, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Bass, hold on one second. I think that there's more involved in it, because you're right. The city manager does have the discretion, and I agree with you, and I agree that we shouldn't delay this as much as possible. I also agree with the things that you said, but let me just throw a few other wrenches in the works. Currently, 1114 and 1120 has the process in the development services, not in the police department. And so if that's something that we all agree that it should be in the police department, that is spoken to in the ordinance.
I hear you, and I'm sorry to butt in, but I was thinking about that question coming up, and I can make that administrative change in my viewpoint. I can work with, I think I can work with my directors to have the staff assigned to accept and process these permits. I feel that way. And then regarding the 150, this thing, I hear you. If all of a sudden May 15th comes and 1,400 people can come and submit a permit, the only option I have in front of me right now is that it would be as submitted, and we would process as we can. And I can assure the community and the council, I'm not going to try to issue 1,400 in 1 month.
It wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't be effective. We would harm our staff. It would be chaotic.
It'd be
and
so
we
chaotic.
would need
Just
to
the
meter this
line of
out.
who's trying to get in line first. You thought lines were bad for a movie coming out. Think about that. So let's be responsible. I mean, that's all it really comes down to.
But there's also the defensible space. There's the increased consequences. There is the cost recovery, 100% cost recovery, which I think is super important.
I do too.
Okay, so can we all agree that 2 weeks is not going to make or break our budget?
Yes.
Yes.
I agree with you. We need to move forward on this. That's why I pushed so hard on April 22nd, because we need to move forward. I 100% agree with that.
So we're only delaying, if you will, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
While we make the amendment?
From May 6th to May 20th.
And we can on the application.
And we can get some of the things, especially the things that we've all agreed on, currently, we can get those things in place.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I'm up next.
He's so quiet.
Roberts,
Keith, you're going to have to speak up.
So I'm up next.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Robinson, then Mr. Roberts.
I just want to reflect on Councilmember Jenkins's points and observations about the old ordinance versus making amendments on the new ordinance, because I think there's a couple of really good thoughts in there, and I think it's worth just some examination and understanding how to separate issues out. So I just want to walk through that for a moment, without so much trying to convince and argue a point. I just want to walk through some examination, and I think part of what's getting contested here is that there's two overlapping but separate issues. And the first one is the one I think we've all agreed on, is that the old ordinance, I'm just going to refer to it as the old ordinance, the pre-Measure T ordinance, had a problem of a choice being made of a lack of enforcement. In other words, there was, either direct or indirect direction or innuendo to staff, and a choice by staff that this wasn't a worthwhile thing to enforce. And so we're going to be lax about it. And that led to a lot of problems. And I think that has been borne out in many ways as being a real observation, that is an observation of a real issue. And so one was about choosing to not enforce the rules that we had. And that led to problems as a result. We were weak on that, and we were weak intentionally on that. And that's a problem that can be, at least in part, addressed by direction from staff or from council, and then follow-up from council, and then, double checking with staff, hey, did you actually do this enforcement we've demanded, and are you actually doing this job? And we have a different city manager, and we have a different council, and so on. Different police chief, and on and on and on, right? But that is one set of the problems, and I want to acknowledge that, because I think, Councilmember Jenkins, that's largely what you're pointing to, and that we should have enforcement of the rules we have, and we weren't doing that, and that is true and correct. But there is also concurrently, and related, but concurrently, a separate and independent problem, which was that at the same time, the legislation under which we were operating at the time did not provide adequate tools to do quality enforcement, even if we were choosing to do good enforcement, which we were not. We did not have noise monitoring. We did not have, mandatory in-person check-in. We were not requiring people to review a list of rules saying that you can't put your food trash in the recycle, and on and on and on. So there was a related concurrent problem, which in many ways was being masked by the fact that we were choosing to be lax about enforcement, which was that the rules, that the legislation that existed also did not provide a means to do enforcement, even if we wanted to, which we weren't. We have to fix both problems if we're going to come to a system that is actually functional in the future. And that means doing both the act of direction to staff and the follow-up to say enforce the rules that are written, but also to write better rules that can be enforced, that provide the tools for staff to actually enforce them, where you don't have a million appeal processes before actually revoking permits, which the old system, even if we issued citations, which we chose not to, had a million appeals to them, which allowed that process to delay and drag on forever. So there's two parts, and we are, at times I'm seeing that we are cross-talking on these two issues. One is about, well, we didn't enforce the rules that we did. That's true. And we need better rules. That's also true. And the problem is they're both true. But they're related, but they are also in parallel. So I just wanted to break those issues out explicitly in dialogue for us all to be able to think about that the problems that existed were both a problem of choice of lackadaisical enforcement and underlying that a failure of the legislation that existed to provide tools for quality enforcement, which we were choosing not to do anyway.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
the many loopholes that existed were part of that problem that we're trying to close.
Correct.
So
Thank
I
you,
just
Mr.
wanted
Robbins.
to
Mr. Roberts, Mr.
lay out the
Evans
thoughts.
has something, and then we'll go straight to you. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say earlier that, yeah, the key component of whichever direction we take today is the enforcement. And I've had from our city manager personal commitment, and then he reinforced that today in this meeting, that he will do everything needed to make sure that enforcement takes place. So that clears up a lot of challenges. Clearly, what we came up with the ordinance in front of us is because 1114 and 1120 did have some lacking enforcement in it. So I think what we came up with makes a lot of sense. My question is to the city attorney is, if we did send this to a second reading, as is, how quickly would we be able to bring it back to city to make referendums to change it, making these changes that we're discussing now? I mean, would we be able to avoid that, sending it back to a first, or does it have to be fully implemented before we can make any changes to it, or can we start that, first and second reading process before this gets implemented?
Council can change an ordinance as soon as it's adopted. You wouldn't have to wait the 30 days. I would say that there's some, it can cause some confusion to be continually changing an ordinance, but that has happened with this particular ordinance in the past. It was changed many, many times between 2015 and 2018. So that there's a history of doing that with this particular ordinance.
I would only suggest also that we consider that point is particular. I want to emphasize that, because people will be applying for permits based on the rules that exist that we then change may not then be feasible afterwards. So creating as someone who's in the private sector, consistency of understanding of the business environment and the regulatory environment is important. So I think having a 2-week quicker jump versus having this is going to be the rules at least probably for the next year or more, because we've settled it, rather than trying to make a ton of changes that impact operational costs. It's probably better that we get it right up front. That would be my suggestion for the stability of the legislation.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask the Chief of Police to give some comments on enforcement measures that were taken in the past. He had some thoughts he wanted to share with the council.
Just a couple quick comments. I don't want to get into a large debate about what enforcement did or didn't happen. The last few years, there was a lot of enforcement on VHRs. I think it is important for council to recognize when we do want strong enforcement, some of the requests in these amendments come from the police department, specifically related to enforcement. Specifically, the rules apply to all. That was something we chased our tails on a lot. There was lots of excuses made. I'd also like to point out there's a lot of people in this room, been here the last few meetings. We're talking to the responsible VHR operators and owners. I really appreciate them. A lot of the people in this room, I recognize the names of their companies. We had very little complaints about their properties. This is not the only people renting VHRs. There's a lot of people not in the room today that are not good VHR renters and or managers. Those are the ones that cause us the problems. Those are the ones who are going to lie at the door. They're going to make stuff up. They're going to say every single kid in that yard is 13 when they're 17, and we're stuck trying to sift through all that nonsense.
Okay.
So another quick thing I just wanted to make reference to. So the rule, like for example, the rules apply to R. That was a major loophole that is extremely important. I feel that needs to hit the ground running if enforcement is important. It can't just be, oh, I'm a friend of the owner.
Could you tell me what you just said? I didn't hear the part.
The rules apply to all. So
The
when we
rules
get-
apply to all.
One of the loopholes is we go to a VHR, they say, oh, I'm the brother of the owner. And we go, you are? And he goes, yeah. Okay. We try to research that. How do you find that out? We get complaints from neighbors. It's different cars every single weekend. We go there, we knock on the door. Oh, I'm a friend of the owner, I'm the cousin. Well, are they here? No, they went to the store. That takes time, it takes effort. We're trying to unravel that. Not necessarily people in this room. You got to understand, these aren't the only VHR operators. If we just revert back to the prior ordinance, just carte blanche to the old, I'll call it the old ordinance, there will be zero preference, for prior permit holders too. That's something for council to consider. I comment on that because we're going to be helping or development services issue these permits. So some of these recommendations I feel are very important. Obviously, I'm on the way out. Do what you want. But I know that the next chief coming in, he and I have had lots of discussions on this matter. I know that that will be important to him as well, and it'll be important to the people, boots on the ground, doing the enforcement. So if some of these things have to occur, my recommendation would make sure that they're on the ground level, and that we're not like changing the rules. And I've heard a lot about preference. There's a lot of things to consider about starting with the old ordinance and then making a bunch of quick changes. I'll keep my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to point out that we all agreed that we believe the rules should apply to all. Yes. That's the one. The one I am concerned about now is the one that you just mentioned with the kids. And because
it just popped into my head
people
when
lie.
you guys said that, because I had visions. We've had calls for noise complaints. We show up. It's loud people. There's 5 kids having a great time at a birthday party in the backyard. That's literally, it happens. It's kids being kids. And okay, they're not having a party, they're having a little family gathering, it's a barbecue. And we go, well, there's 7 kids here, and you know, how many are under, and it's just, those are, that's okay. They can get over that kind of thing.
Okay.
As you get into the weeds and add these little nuances, like the single bedroom has two kids or infants, and, versus, man, I'm knocking my microphone apart. Just remember, every time you add one of those nuances, it's one more complication in enforcement. Doesn't really matter what it is. Some are little, some are big.
Okay.
Yeah, the chief's point's really good because it's a really good illustration of the point I was making about the rules need to be structured in a way
That are enforceable.
that can be enforced. If they're to, even if you have all the intention in the world of enforcing what you have, it's actually more than what I was saying, which was that the rules have to give authority. They have to also be workable. And I wasn't thinking about, you know, what happens when you have 17-year-olds and then they say they're all under 13 and
Sort of like going to Disneyland.
13-year-olds.
My
13-year-olds
3.5-year-old
generally
is
have
under
IDs,
3.
yeah.
No, I'm joking. Okay, so that was very good input, Chief. Thank you so much. And even if you're on the way out, we're still sad about that.
We know where you were going.
But I like that you were so blunt. It was amazing.
Sorry, Chief, only kidding.
Mr. Bass.
So, yeah, so I just wanted to go back again to the buffer, or just not having them right next door to each other. And I've thought a little bit more through that, and maybe there should be some sense if we put that in, but there are unique situations. For instance, 2 parcels that really aren't surrounded by a bunch of other houses. And could we write in some way that the city manager has discretion potentially to exempt some of those special parcels that may be in that situation? Or even potentially, if you get the permission from the people that surround you. I'm just trying to think through a way to like find the middle ground there, because I think that can get us to a
So I have
better
another
place.
question. Hold 1 second, Mr. Robbins, and then I'll let you go. What happens, if we do a buffer and get rid of the cap, we do a buffer and say it's every other house, that would sort of be that 100-foot buffer, which would bring our number up to 1288. Are you okay with that? The other flip side of
Well,
that coin?
I think that if we were going to look at it footage-wise, then we would want to go just to the footage element, because we have those numbers. Like, I think the 200 was at 8 something.
200 foot was like 800.
Eight something, I forget.
But the 100, or I believe it was 100 foot buffer, which would almost be what you're talking about.
Some of them though, but like some parcels are only 50 feet wide.
Right.
You know, so it just depends, like, and again, I'm not.
So that's why I was relating the 100 foot buffer to your every other house thing.
So you're saying, would we remove the cap and just
We
go
would
with the
remove
buffer?
the house and just do a buffer.
If we're going to do that, then I don't know that, I think that it would be hard today, because I don't know that we know what that every other parcel looks like. Different parcel size.
Well, let's
you have
just say we
different.
do 100 foot, which
What
covers.
was the number for 100? What was the estimate?
It was 1,288, I believe.
That's. Let me offer a split thought, because the problem I had where pre-Measure T was I had an Airbnb across the street from me and an Airbnb that I shared a backyard with, and they were always partying in the backyard hot tub.
And you weren't invited.
Exactly. So rude. And some of those girls were pretty, but yes, so rude. I'm single. It's okay. So
You're allowed.
But I live in a neighborhood with, I think it's like 100-foot wide, a standard 100-something foot wide parcel on the street, a standard ranch house kind of sized parcel in a relatively dense single-family neighborhood. Most of the single-family housing units in the city, most, are that sort of standard lot size. But there are a handful, not many, but a handful of parcels that are quite big. Like they're only, they're only a handful, but the ones that have them are big, and they're ones like those, I think they're ugly, but those mega houses on the way to Heavenly.
Oh,
Yeah,
those two, yeah.
Right, there's a couple of those. There's a couple that are just on like these old ranch parcels that are really, really big. The underlying issue that a buffer is trying to solve is to keep the party noise and the disturbances that will invariably happen because humans are humans, and we're going to have great enforcement, but if people were perfect, we wouldn't need enforcement, right? And it puts enforcement, the initiation for enforcement is still being put on the neighbors, which is problematic. But that disturbance is coming from the house next door. If you're on a parcel and the next physical structure of a house is 600 feet away because you're on one of these larger parcels, right? Then that's, even though it's the adjacent parcel to your adjacent parcel line, that's not that big a deal because the houses are far enough away. And some of those houses, like the ones on the way to Heavenly, were built with the intention of being Airbnbs. Correct. They're not going to make good full-time housing. I was very disappointed that they were built in that way in the first place instead of being built as multifamily units and something better, something more socially good, but it's already been built.
Right.
So if we're going to have Airbnbs, those are the kind of structures where they should go, not into family neighborhood areas. So I think we should look at maybe a 200, 250-foot spacing, but if it's a very large parcel, allow the places adjacent to a large parcel, which has like a lot of land around it, to be allowed. You would have to write that properly. But it covers the real underlying issue rather than covering something that, rather than attacking, a proxy item.
So I'm going to go back to, I like this conversation. I think it's amazing. I think we're making progress. If we do a 100 or a 150 or a whatever, all of those numbers, how can we exempt, if the condos are part of this, can we exempt condos and leave any from the buffer and then leave all of that up to HOAs? Is everybody okay with that?
I pushed my, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Robbins.
I think one, the buffer and whether or not condos in residential areas should be accounted as multifamily for these purposes are two separate issues.
Well, but they do relate though, because if we as a majority agree that condos should be allowed with the discretion of the HOA, then if we put in a buffer, they can make it more restrictive but not less restrictive.
Yeah.
And so a buffer without that setting them aside effectively eliminates them.
Or it gets one.
Or they get one.
So here's the thing. I have I think two different nurse friends who rent condos here in town. Mm-hmm. And those are the units, that they're basically functionally, if not legal fiction basis, but functionally they are apartments. They are apartment buildings. Yes, they're not rented. Yes, they have a legal structure around them. We all know that. But they function physically as apartment buildings, and they provide some of the rental housing in our community.
100% agree.
If they become Airbnbs, then every neighbor, left, right, up, and down of that unit is going to be jammed right against a wall. It's going to be jammed in the same wall as the Airbnb. And the problem with saying, let's leave it up to the HOAs is that HOAs include as voting members people who don't live there. Right? In many of our, if not most of our condos, it will be most of the votes in an HOA are people who don't live there. This is true, for example, in Tahoe Keys, where the overwhelming majority of the people in Tahoe Keys that vote in the HOA don't live in Tahoe Keys and so aren't subject to the problems that we are trying to solve by representing people who live here. So I think the buffer thing is an independent concern from should we have multi-family by structure, by physical nature, units be included in this.
Well, I agree, but I think you could also look at it in essence the same, and maybe one way to do it is say that the condo units, 50% of the occupancy, or 50% of the units in a condo development can be VHRs, the other 50% either have to be occupied by the owner or to a long-term tenant.
Yeah, so I can speak to this somewhat because when I moved to Tahoe in 1999 and 1998, I lived in a condo and there were 12 units. 2 people lived there full-time. I was a renter, one was an owner, and he lived there full-time. The other 12 units were sort of half and half. Half people that rented vacation and half people who only lived there part of the year, like snowbirds is what we called them. And which was interesting because I had 2 small kids and they were all older, and it was an interesting, but I never had any problems. So I've lived in that. I know that condos are used as housing. I'm also cognizant of the fact that it was stated during public comment that, for instance, the Tahoe Keys condos, those will most likely never be long-term rent because in addition to cracking the nut on the mortgage and the cost, you also have a $1,650 a month HOA fee. And that will never be long-term housing. It just doesn't make any sense. It's either going to be vacation homes for the people who live there or VHRs, which sort of makes sense there because they were built as vacation homes.
There's a lot of condos that aren't that.
And that's why we're having,
how do you separate that out?
I agree. It's an issue. Like the ones that I lived in could be used either way. And so I think it's just a conversation we need to have and find a way to strike a balance between what is actual reality and what could possibly be. And so I want to work through that. You know my commitment to housing.
I mean, people do live, I believe, in those condos. In the Keys,
You're
in the
right.
Keys condos,
But it could never be considered affordable housing. And
but it's housing.
It's
at least
housing,
yeah.
but it's not workforce housing, I guess is what I should say. It's, yeah.
Owner occupied.
So, Mr. Roberts.
I think we should allow the HOAs to manage it. I mean, certainly, if you're paying money into that, I mean, you certainly should have a voice whether you're living there or not. I agree everything about that. I was just curious also, what is preventing other neighborhoods from creating their own neighborhood associations and accepting the same regulations? I mean, I'm not against it. I just was curious what that takes.
That's a question for Ms. Stroud about HOAs.
Yeah, HOAs are subject to Davis-Sterling Act, and they have some land use regulation authority, so they can be more strict than city zoning ordinances or city codes on that. So if it's not a homeowners association, they wouldn't necessarily have those authorities under state law.
It sounded like his question was about can a
Can
bunch of
new
property
ones-
owners create for themselves an HOA?
Like a 10-block area in Sierra Tract where I'm at.
Or Tahoe
Could they all
Island
get
or-
together and create their own neighborhood association?
Just a neighborhood association wouldn't necessarily qualify to be an HOA under that state statute that provides that authority. I don't know the process to create a new HOA if it's not a new development. I'm not that familiar with it, but I don't have a sense that it's super easy to do.
Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to, but I think it's usually done in new development because it's part of the deed of the property when it's actually established, is how I understand it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the common practice.
But I mean, also there's a fundamental question here, which is, does money buy you the right to vote where you don't live? I don't think it should.
But that's what you buy into, so that's why it's different. When you buy the property, you're buying it with the HOA and the right
Yeah.
to be able to vote.
And that's
your
when it
property right.
occurs for things like, when you're buying it and you're buying into it, but when you're attempting to say, like, should you be able to change the rights of your neighbors and stuff like that, I'm not so sure. I'm not a fan of HOAs, period, so, I don't know what to tell you there.
So I think,
For that reason.
like I've said, is that we've gotten into the items that we're not going to have 100% agreement on. And so with regards to condos, based on the conversation that I'm hearing, let me just present something and see if we have somewhat agreement. That we, no matter what we do with the cap, not the cap, the buffer, that we would exempt condos in HOAs and allow from the buffer, if that's the way we go, we would exempt condos and have the HOAs make the decision. They could be more restrictive, but not less restrictive. But they would still, if we have a cap, they would still have to follow a cap. Is there, did I say that right? So if there's a cap, they have to follow the cap. If there's a buffer, we would exempt them from the buffer and allow the HOAs to decide whether they allowed VHRs or not, whether they wanted to limit the number of them, or, but we would say that condos in HOAs are exempt from a buffer, but not the cap.
I mean, all of this is really pointed at one
No,
condo,
it's not,
because the
because
other
there's
ones are
also
not.
Bavarian Village, there's a few
But
others.
people can rent, those are not $2,000, $1,600 a month units.
And I'm okay with it being directed towards them, because that is the largest number of condos, I would imagine, in the community. And they're the ones most likely to be vacation homes, and they're never going to be workforce housing, except for really high-end workforce. And so I'm okay with that.
But then all the other condos are gonna be dragged along, which can be missing middle housing, are gonna be dragged along to allow them to be converted
So
into
you didn't hear what I
Airbnbs.
said, my
didn't-
qualification,
okay.
only those in HOAs.
Right.
But
So outside the
what
HOA, the
condos
cap
here are
would
not in
apply.
HOAs?
Well, I can tell you, there's a few up on Ski Run.
Yeah, I used to live in Ski Run.
Yeah,
Yep.
in a condo.
That's right.
And it wasn't an
without it-
HOA.
And the thing is, I think, so when we talk about it outside of an HOA, though, do we want to think about, 50% can be VHRs, and that way you don't end up with a whole condo development?
So here's the other,
Or I don't know, maybe
here's
that
the other
gets too
thing.
in the weeds.
Renters don't get to vote in the HOAs about whether or not they want their unit, even though the one's
It's
living there
true.
paying the rent.
Because
What
they don't own
want-
it.
Right. So the owner can say, I'm gonna kick out the renter and turn this into an Airbnb, and that's what we're incentivizing, and I think that's counterproductive.
I would say that we're not necessarily incentivizing, but we're allowing people who own their property to do what they like. They can choose to keep it empty, or they can choose to be long-term rentals, or they can choose, in this instance, to be a VHR, or they can choose to be a seasonal renter, because it's their property.
Right, but the idea is that we're trying to manage that so that the places that are preferentially turned into Airbnbs are the least likely to be useful as missing middle or workforce housing. Because we want the Airbnbs to be in the second homes that aren't gonna rent anyway. We want the Airbnbs to be in the Keys where they're gonna be full-time Airbnbs anyway. And we don't want modest condominiums that could be long-term rentals to be turned into Airbnbs because it's more profitable, where that could very easily be a long-term rental. And we're trying to mitigate, that's part of the damage or the challenge that it imparts on the rest of the community, is if we allow them everywhere, then we're going to lose housing. We used to have 1 out of every 10 housing units used to be an Airbnb. That's a real
So
good on our
hold on
housing
one
stock.
second. Mr. Thomas, I have a question. We've done the math on this before. So when we went before, there was a condo provision in the 2016 ordinance. And when we went into full effect with Measure T, we know how many units were converted from VHRs to long-term rentals. And that number is in like the 150 range, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, I threw something at you that you weren't prepared.
Well, there's a couple data points we have.
Okay.
One is the number of homes that have changed ownership since
We have
Measure
that.
T. The number of homes that became long-term rentals, we do have that data. That's not something we've looked at in the past month as kind of
Of
part
course
of this
not.
exercise.
Yeah, I
but
threw it at you.
I
out of
believe it
left
was
field.
around that number you mentioned.
Yeah, that's what my recollection is. And maybe Miss Roverud, because I remember getting the information from her when she was the previous Director of Development Services. Do you remember off the top of your head? Okay, so I think it was around 150. So are we solving a problem or trying to solve a problem that isn't a problem?
Losing 150 rental units is a problem.
But not all of them are condos. We're building over 400. Not all of them are condos. We're talking about condos right now.
So let me propose this. This is an example of the kind of thing where we could come back to it later. We could pass this measure without the condos and come back in a year, see how it's going, and add condos. And that doesn't change. That's not the kind of rule change. It's not an operational change. That's not the kind of change that impacts anybody's business decision making about whether to open. It just would open more potential units later. But we could see how it goes. We could see what the impact on the rental market is a year from now, and we can see, hey, look, rental prices are stable or flat, and it's not that big a deal. And then we could reconsider opening up condos to that. We could even ask people in the condos what they think about that.
So,
but we could come back to it without it being the kind of change that would be disruptive.
So based on the conversation that we've had, we've talked about the fact that and I'm using them as an example because they are a good example and because we have more information about them. But the fact that the Tahoe Keys has $1,650 HOA fees and it will never likely be workforce housing, and the housing that you're talking about that you and I want to preserve.
Why don't we just make it HOA fee-based?
What do you mean?
If the fees are over some inflation indexed amount.
That feels very complicated. Why don't we?
Right, because that's the whole idea of whether or not it could potentially be housing or not is your point and their point too, that with HOA fees of $1,600, no one's going to live here or anything, et cetera, so might as well be Airbnbs. But a condo unit with low HOA fees, right, would be available for housing, and people who in those condos are not going to be incentivized to raise their HOA fees in order to allow them to become Airbnbs. So it provides sort of a natural
So what's
interest.
the number though?
Well, what's the condo?
1650.
So make
Yeah,
it like
16,
1,500.
but
Make it 1,500.
I mean, I could somewhat support that. I don't know that we have data to make a decision. I'm sorry, David.
That feels a lot
I feel like it's a little difficult.
It just says, I'm in a condo, here's my HOA fee.
I could support the condo thing if we can get to a buffer that has the cap, like the one, so I can support the condos if we can put in a cap for, I'm sorry, I'm confusing you.
I know exactly.
I can support the condos if we can do the buffer.
And would you support the waiving of the buffer in the condos?
Yes, as long as we get the buffer.
So no
Now,
buffer in the condo, so you can have an Airbnb to the left, the right, above, and below in a condo, but
or I think
how is that helpful? How is that good?
Well, it's
for the people who live there.
I think that, I mean, I think you could maybe look at possibly saying the condos, 50% of the condos in a condo unit can be VHRs and the other 50% can't. That way you don't just end up with a hotel. Because if you think about it, if like every single condo unit in a neighborhood, I'm thinking at like the end of Lakeview where I used to live next to the condos, if all of those became VHRs, you are dealing with kind of a hotel in a neighborhood. if every single one of them. So maybe we say instead of the buffer, it's like 50% of the units.
Even in the Tahoe Keys?
Just have the,
Maybe not in the Tahoe, I don't know.
See, that's
Where you
I
give
keep going
HOA
back-
discretion.
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Maybe
saying.
you give
Make-
HOA discretion in
Make
that,
it, make
you
it
know?
so that it only applies to luxury units. Make it so that it applies
or
only to
give the-
luxury condos that
Give
aren't
the
going to be
HOA the
housing.
right to move both ways. You know, like we could give them the right to be less
Can we-
restrictive
can-
if we write it in.
Can we do that?
No, they can't be less restrictive
can't
than
be
the
less
city
restrictive.
ordinance. And I just
Yeah.
wanted to comment on
Thank
the
you.
luxury condo idea. I'm not sure how you draw that line in
I
a way that's
agree.
not arbitrary.
Yeah.
But we're allowed to draw arbitrary lines. That's,
No, we cannot draw arbitrary lines. We have
We
to
can draw lines.
we have
reasonable
to be able to
lines.
They
draw
have to
lines
have
that are reasonable.
Reasonable
Yeah,
lines.
and
We
a
can't draw
condo,
arbitrary
and a condo fee threshold that says this is what defines a luxury unit is condo fees of some dollar threshold or above, because sorry, an HOA fee of some dollar, or condo fee of some dollar amount, or HOA fee of some dollar amount or above, is a reasonable, that is a reasonable threshold, because you got to draw a line somewhere.
Does anybody have offhand where the 150 was? I know 200 was like 800 and something.
I have
150.
it. I have
Heather-
it.
Heather
Mayor Pro
sent it
Tem.
to
I
us.
have it. Again, this was an estimate done in 2018, I think.
Yeah.
And so we haven't fact checked it with the new GIS map update, but the 200-foot buffer in that previous staff report from 6 years ago was 824. And 150-foot buffer was 1288.
What a
1288.
huge difference that
That
makes,
is a
because
difference.
that's because the parcel width is only like 100 feet.
Right. What's 100? Because 100 was in there too.
2,316.
Oh, yeah, okay. Or we could talk about a buffer and not a cap.
Yeah, well, I think the buffer starts, if we put the buffer in, it acts as the cap, because we don't have new development.
Correct.
So like maybe 175 brings us to the 900 to 1,000 number. Like, I'm comfortable with the 900 even up to 1,000, like, that's okay. But I think does make more sense for the buffer to act as the cap, because it does more.
Tell me again, what, it was 150 to 1288?
Yeah, 150 was 1288.
And could you please clarify, is that from the center of the property or the edge of the property?
We're to be out measuring.
The boundaries are from the property boundary.
From the line?
And that, we measure that way for all kinds of buffers, just because it's easier to
I was just trying
do
to
it.
get clarification. I'm not arguing one side or the other. I'm just trying to get clarification.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm trying to get some grounding as to exactly where
We're
we're at.
not there yet.
Yeah, where we're at. I mean, there was conversation at the beginning of this where you tried to get consensus on 8 or 7
Yeah,
of
we
these
got 'em.
items.
Yep.
And then there was, I don't know if I saw a majority of the council, but say, we don't want to extend the moratorium. We want to go straight into the 1140. And then from 1140, make the amendments you're trying to facilitate compromise on now. Is that what you're trying to do right
So,
now? Is
hold
that where
on.
we're at? Because I need
Let
clarity.
me get clarity from council. So, are we willing to extend it 2 weeks to make changes?
Well, that's one thing we want to talk about with the city attorney. I want her to chime in on this if we can on
Thank you.
timing.
Yeah, so it kind of depends how much of a rewrite this is.
Correct.
But if you want to have a first reading of an ordinance in 2 weeks, that means I should have had it done Friday. So I would need to do it immediately after this meeting.
Okay.
To have it ready for the next meeting.
Okay.
So if the changes are substantial, we might need to have it back in 2 meetings instead of 1 meeting.
Okay, and then.
And also for the noticing requirements?
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
You could do a special meeting
could-
in weeks in between
Could you
weeks.
clarify, Ms. Stroud, can we do a first or second reading at a special meeting, or does it have to be a regularly scheduled meeting that we approved last December?
Adoption has to be at a regular meeting. I believe a first reading can be at a special meeting. But
Perfect.
we do have to do 10-day public notice, and then with the Tribune's deadline, it would be tough to get a first reading on the next meeting.
So just for logistical sake, say we go to our June 3rd meeting for a first reading. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And then we do a second reading at June 17.
That could work. I would just caution council that we have a recess in July. So if
That's why
that
I'm aware of the
schedule
recess in July.
slipped, then we would probably be looking at more of a month delay after that.
So then I go back to my last question, and that is, we can do an adoption. What do you mean by adoption? A first reading or a second reading?
Second reading is adoption, and that
Has to be at a regularly scheduled meeting. So if we missed the June 17th, it would go to August 5th, August 12th.
August 12th.
We don't have any meetings in July. We're dark in July.
But
What if we need to be?
So, no,
the whole city's off.
The reality is we could have a special meeting in July, but it would be a special meeting and you need to adopt an ordinance at a second reading at a regular meeting.
Why can't we call a special meeting in May when she's able to get the ordinance done? We get the notice, we have the special meeting in May, and then June 3rd, we still are able to have second reading, and then it's still going to come into effect July 3rd, permits will be able to be issued.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So,
I
Ms.
couldn't
Stroud-
understand what was going on. That's what I was
So
thinking.
the next meeting is May 20th. If you want to have a special meeting the following week, that is Memorial Day week, and we could do that.
We meet after
And
Cinco
we
de Mayo.
don't have to meet on Tuesdays. We could
Yeah,
meet
we can do
the
that. It just
29th.
isn't, it doesn't give
Oh, yeah, they
that
don't
much
have to be
extra
Tuesdays.
time.
29th, we could do the 29th.
So we could do.
All right, they don't have to be Tuesday. I
We're
forgot
already
that.
talking about June 3rd is the next meeting after that, so it's
Yes.
not really,
Okay.
it's not really that much of an
So you
advantage.
could do a
Okay,
second,
go ahead.
we could do a second adoption, a second reading adoption on the 3rd, and
So-
still give Heather a little extra time for a first reading.
First reading.
Beyond the 20th.
One other consideration is that the first and second reading have to be a certain number of days apart.
And how many days is that?
10 days, 10 business
Okay.
days, something like that.
Okay.
So we
That's still
could do a first reading on the 20th. I still don't understand why we can't just do the 3rd of June, because if they have to be 10 days apart, then we go to the 17th anyway, because the second reading has to be on a regular meeting.
What? Oh, I see what you're saying.
So we're not talking about bringing back a first reading on the 20th based on the timeline that you just suggested. We're talking about bringing a first reading back on June 3rd with a second reading on June 17th with adoption on July 17th. Because there's 30 days in June. Correct.
Effective date would be July 17th.
Okay.
In that case, yeah,
So it
and
would
so.
put it back a little bit more than 2 weeks.
And I would just say, again, if the changes council's making to what's before you today are not very substantial, I can get that done today, right after this meeting, and we can have a first reading.
It's not going to be
on May 20th.
insubstantial.
I'm feeling that.
Can I just suggest that we've been on this topic for a while, and I usually suggest we take breaks between topics, but this is a biggie.
No, I agree, and Mr.
Cody's
Bass.
already out, and I
yeah,
would
so-
like to take a break as
So
well.
let's take
briefly.
a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and have this.
Sorry, now we're taking
finished.
a break.
We just need a minute.
Now that you're back.
Yeah, I was like getting hold of it anymore.
I didn't say how long. Keeps going off. Let's take 25 minutes and come back at 1:30. The new restaurant is open. We'll have those options. Okay, we're going to call the meeting. Are we ready, Ms. Blankenship?
Certain I could have had Cobb salads today. We're really doing this pro.
I love it. Okay, we're all set. Okay. Call the meeting back to order and go back into our conversation. And I have a possible solution on the condos.
Okay.
So in 1114, it talks about the cap, not the cap, the condos, anybody who had a condo permit or a VHR permit in a condo as of September 1st, 2016. And that could be a path forward because some of them still own them, and it would also include those that only still own them. So that could be a path forward on the condos for now, and then we can review it later.
That's not bad.
Are you guys okay with that?
I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad. I would also suggest then that if we do a spacing, a clustering, that should apply to condos as well, in addition to that. But I like that
Okay.
being thing, because that clearly means people that are already in the VHR interest market rather than
Perfect.
kicking
So
out.
if we're all in, we have a majority on that, then we'll say that only VHRs are only allowed in the condos for now, not part, if they had a condo permit and still own the same unit as of September 1st, 2016. So we've dealt with the condo issue.
Madam Mayor, can I
Yes,
ask a
please.
clarifying question? Because
Yes.
Ordinance 1114 applies that date to all multifamily, so not just including condos, also to apartments. Is that your
We're
intent?
only using, in my opinion, and everybody can agree or not, in my opinion, what I'm suggesting is that it's only in condos that have separate APNs.
And which also previously held them in the long.
Yeah,
Do
exactly.
Do townhouses have separate APNs? Are they considered single-family by the Department of Real Estate?
No,
Oh, okay.
they don't have separate APNs.
Okay, so we've solved the condo issue. So the two other issues that we have, three other issues, is a cap or a buffer. I think really the only thing is the in-person check-in and the 2-year waiting period. So those are the three issues that are still outstanding. Who wants to go first?
I'll take the buffer thing first
Okay.
again. So, again, I won't go through, I think that getting a buffer instead of a cap, really the buffer acting as the cap is a responsible way to go. And I think we already said 900. So it seems like 175 might be between that 900 and 1,000 if the 150 was 1288, and 200 was 800, you bring it in the middle, 175. I'm just spitballing a little bit, but it seems like that would land us between
We could also
900 and
just ask
1,000.
staff to come up with a buffer number that roughly equals 900.
Or we
That would be pretty
could,
reasonable. Just have them do it.
if a buffer works, then the cap doesn't matter as much if the
doesn't.
buffer works.
Right.
So, I would counter your offer with this offer, that we just go to 150 and do 1288. And it's still less than the 1,400, but it's reasonable, and we're dealing with it through the buffer.
Part of the problem is that, right, is that it sucks away availability of housing units to be ever used for occupancy. Right, the more housing units in total, there's two parallel items here. One is being surrounded and the nuisance. The other is the impact to the housing market. The other is the impact to having places for people to live. And we generally want to prioritize what limited housing we have as best as possible for the missing, particularly this open market stuff for the missing middle. So that the cap serves the purpose of preserving housing, the buffer serves the purpose of preventing clustering nuisance, which is why I like Cody's point of pick a buffer number that comes to about 900, and then you solve both problems simultaneously.
I wouldn't be in favor of both a 900.
No, you don't have to do, both.
And a larger buffer, because if buffering works, let's go with buffering. But it then speaks to what the cap is, and there are 17,000 and change units in the community, and the absolute most that came back into the permanent rental market after of the 1,400 was 150, let's say. That is such a drop in the bucket to the 17,000 housing units. And so
yeah, whoa there, because like, don't forget, nearly half of our housing units are empty.
Okay.
Right? And 150 new rental units is more housing that has been added to our community than in any other single legislative action in the history of the city.
Except for Sugar Pine Village.
Single action, that was like 4 going from 1A to 2B somehow.
Property.
But yes, right, that was up to that point, that was the most housing we've ever added was through Measure T. 150 new housing units were created. Undoing all of that, right, because
we could undo it with the 900.
Well,
all 150 of those could be in that 900.
Which is my concern, and so I'm trying to mitigate that impact. And we don't have to have both. We don't have to say both a cap and a buffer. We just choose the buffer number, so that it comes. And that's like the whatever you said, 175 feet. Choose that buffer that will get you around 900, but not thousands.
So. Well, and just a clarification, what was the 1,288? Was it a 100-foot buffer or a 150-foot buffer? I'm sorry, I need to write it down.
1288 was 150 feet.
150 foot. Okay.
So I'll just say that, well, go ahead, Mr. Jenkins, my apologies.
So in determining the buffer, is the city manager going to go out with a ruler and measure from the property line from the north side or the south side, or how are you going to do?
GIS software.
You're going to use GIS software?
Correct.
I mean, you're not going to do it, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir.
Tape measure.
Okay. So someone comes in then with property A, they get processed for a permit, and someone who's 149 feet away can't get one if a permit. That's
how it would be applied. And the other thing to think about, just I don't want to conflate issues here, but with the buffer, we have to think about the preference question still. If you want to give preference to the 700 people that had a permit, the likelihood that some of those are closer than the buffer distance is a real chance. So do you just say, okay, if you had a permit in good standing in 2021 or 22 when everything, no matter where you are, if you want a permit, you get your permit. And then we place buffers after that. That's something you have to consider.
Or we could just do it in priority order. The first one in line gets their permit. The second one in line, if they're outside of 175 feet, they get their permit. If not, they don't. Next one. Issue, same test over and over and over again. And that's, you just do it in order.
Or if you end up with that situation that, like you're explaining, where there's multiple that were in good standing, you may have to have like lottery situations in each time that occurs.
Yeah, or whoever.
Yeah.
First come, first serve would be my preference, but I'm not 100% there. I'm talking through the conversation. Mr. Roberts, I'd like to hear from you.
Mr. Roberts.
Well, I'll go back to that enforcement is the key to all of this. And on that note, I don't view a need for a cap at all. I think even bringing the condos back and the duplexes back is fine, as long as we have an enforcement that weeds out, creates its own buffer, if it will. The housing, this 150 people housing, there's no guarantee they're going to be available, that they won't turn them into, that they're going to be, long-term rentals. It's a possibility. I think we're going to get pushback for if you're going to give preferential treatment to some and not to others. I think the condos, at least back in the HOAs, is a good idea. But I think it all still goes back to the enforcement. If we do the enforcement right, a couple of these other things will be fixed on just through the enforcement. So
It's a really interesting point, right? Because I think this circles back to what a lot of us have said, is that if we do the enforcement, we don't need X, where X is some additional limitation or restriction. The problem I have with that is that in the entire history of the city of South Lake Tahoe, we have never, ever, ever demonstrated enforcement. We've never shown that it's something we can do, nor have we shown that it's something we're willing to do. We have all committed to changing that, but we've never, ever demonstrated quality enforcement. And I think before we allow homes to be surrounded left, right, up, and down with Airbnbs, we should demonstrate a track record of actual functional, working, quality enforcement, which we have never done. We have only ever pledged to do so, and only just recently. So I think until such time as we actually do those things, it would be very unwise and irresponsible to thrust ourselves back into the position where we were pre-Measure T and just say, trust us this time. Let's demonstrate that first.
So I will just make one comment, and that is that this is a completely different full council. This is a completely different staff than was there. And then I have a question for Chief Stevenson. We currently have X number of VHRs in the commercial and tourist cores, and we are providing enforcement for that right now. What would you say the level of positivity or negativity is on that?
It's a bit of a different animal. I don't think we get very many complaints.
Okay.
Most of our enforcement has to do with the online.
People illegally renting through
Yes, ma'am.
online platforms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we're not getting and I agree. I think that if you are in the tourist core or the commercial core, you don't have the same level of expectation for quiet and things like that you do in a residential neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we're not currently seeing a big, huge amount of complaints.
No.
Okay.
There's a few complaints of illegal VHRs in residential neighborhoods.
Right.
We follow up on those, and then, like I said, most of it's coming from the program that scours the internet looking for the illegal advertisements, et cetera.
Thank you so much, Chief. Mr. Bass.
So going back to the buffer thing, again, I feel like this is one of the biggest issues that created problems in the initial rollout, was where we had concentrations of VHRs, and so I think it's important. And the other thing is that, again, going back to that we're at a clean slate, I think it's really important that we figure out how to get the data on actual nights as we roll this out, so that when we come back in a year and we want to look at, okay, let's maybe reduce the buffer so that we get more VHRs, we need the data to know, okay, in the last year, out of these, let's say it's 1,250, where were we at? And we don't get that out of just our TOT collection. I think it's something we should mandate on either the property management group so that we can make informed decisions. But if we can start with a buffer now, it allows us the ability to reduce it later. If we don't start with anything and then we need one, we're in a place that we can't go back to create one. So I think it's just responsible coming out of the gate to create that. And the 150 and 1,288, I can see that. I do like the idea of maybe let's look at trying to get closer to that 900 number or 1,100, somewhere in there. 175 or 170, something like that. But I think it's a smart way to go, because I could see us rolling it back, but if we go the other way, we can't ever start it up if we needed to, if you follow what I'm saying.
Except for
You're
through attrition.
right.
So, but really quickly, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Bass, my recollection of what happened in 2016, because you were in the room, I was in the room, I remember it slightly differently. I remember actually having conversations with the neighborhoods group and members of the neighborhoods group, that it wasn't so much the buffer that they were wanting, although that was one of the items that was discussed. It was more that there were like 1,384 permits at the time, and when they came out with that 2017 version of the ordinance, that the council didn't drop it below the 1,400, that they were expecting something closer to 1,200 or 1,000, and that I don't remember the buffer being much of the conversation.
Well, but again, the reason it was because they knew that the buffer acted as that cap. And so that's what I have been told is if the 150 foot would have been agreed to, the Measure T would have never happened. I've been told by multiple people.
Yeah, and I heard 1,200, so
because that's what it would have put it at, right? Because,
Okay.
and that's the data that we had from back then. So I think
Okay.
that's why, yeah.
So, okay, so we're sort of stuck between whether we do a cap or a buffer. Is there anything for the good of the order? Mr. Robbins, I'm going to go to Mr. Jenkins and then I'll come to you.
How long, first of all,
Microphone.
I got to turn the microphone.
One more time. There you go.
Again, as I recall, that the permit is a license rather than a right, so that a permit is for a period of time, a year, I assume. So that if the city issues a permit or a license, there's no obligation for it to be reissued if conditions change is that correct?
Not quite.
Yeah, the ordinance currently does say that the permits there's no right to renewal, it expires after a year. So those things are true. However, we also have case law on vested rights, the AVCO case. So because our ordinance, both existing and proposed, requires some changes to the property to get a permit, once that has been done, it's not necessarily big expenditures, things like making sure all the signage is up, trash enclosures, lighting, emergency lighting, the parking has to be paved, that kind of thing, that they can have a limited right. So that's part of why I think due process does attach to revoking permits.
So if we, in one sense, if we place the new requirements, it gives them more of a right to keep than what we currently have in the ordinance. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think any of the changes being suggested add to the cost to get a permit, except for maybe the defensible space requirement.
Which is, of course, citywide, not just on defensible spaces citywide, yeah.
It's a citywide requirement, but it's not usually a requirement to get a permit. So that would be something new.
So that's the problem with the toothpaste coming out of the tube, right? Is that if we want to take away permits because we want to put in a clustering, a distance cap late, we can't really do it later, really but through attrition. Which is why, by the way, Measure T had a 3-year phase out for that reason. That's one of the reasons it phased out so long. And that really puts us in a bit of a bind. We were, to the point I was making earlier with regards to Councilman Roberts' point that, we are all promising enforcement. The reason that promise holds any merit at all, is that it's a new council and a new senior staff. But we still have not demonstrated that to anyone, anywhere. We haven't done the thing that we are promising or shown that we can do the thing that we are promising will fix all the problems. And until we do that, I think it would be responsible for us not to put anyone in a position where they should suffer the consequences if we fail, which is a distinct possibility.
So, Chief, I asked specifically about the tourist court and the commercial areas, but up until a few weeks ago, we had a QVHR program and a hosted rental program. What are we seeing with those two programs that are in the neighborhoods?
Not very many complaints. from those programs. They weren't the same.
How many Q permits are there in total? There's only like 20-something. 29, right? So I wouldn't expect there to be many complaints. There's just not that many and they're only allowed to operate 30 days per year. So it's a really tiny thing. So I'd be surprised if there were any complaints.
It's still in the neighborhoods, and if there were problems, we're dealing with enforcement. That's the point I'm trying to make is that we are enforcing them currently.
But we can't point to the Q program and say the lack of complaints there is an example of success, because if you want to roll out only these permits are Q equivalent, 30 days per year, no more, then I'd vote for it today. But that's part of the reason that you're not getting complaints is that they're so limited.
So if you have a complaint against a VHR, you don't have a complaint, or you don't choose not to complain because they're only there for 30 days. If they're a problem and they need enforcement, they need it whether they're there for 30 days or 300 days.
We do have plenty of illegally operating VHRs that we are catching in the neighborhoods, as the chief said. That's an example of an illegal activity that's going detected. So that is a thing that's happening, which is good.
And we're doing it.
And that's an example of we can at least catch. That's an example, right? So this is the point. That's an example of us demonstrating an actual ability to detect and catch illegally operating VHRs, something we had failed utterly to do until a handful of years ago.
Thank you for making my point.
Well, no, right? But that's why that's in that space we've actually managed to do that. We've come up and demonstrated a solution. We have not demonstrated in any way noise enforcement in the residential neighborhoods, party or trash enforcement in the residential neighborhoods, because we have almost no VHRs that operate hardly any days of the year in these neighborhoods. We have 27 that are each limited to a maximum of 30 days a year, which almost never hit 30 days. It's a couple of weekends at most, right? And then nothing in the rest of the neighborhoods.
And we have not, and the anti-VHR people haven't proven the opposite, that there will be a problem.
Correct. And so let's demonstrate, but we can only go in one, we can only fix this in one direction. We can only become more permissive, realistically, practically, we can only become more permissive, not less. So let's start let's start for a year with a 175-foot spacing, and then we can see if the enforcement that we're doing is working, and then come back in a year and issue and reduce it if we want, by having shown to the public that the enforcement is actually working.
And I would argue that we are doing more. For instance, the 24/7 in-person response within 60 minutes, the indoor noise monitors, the outdoor cameras on trash and parking, requiring increased consequences, going through the PD. I would argue that we are going above what was happening before.
We are proposing those things, and so I'm saying, and I think that's the right direction to be going. So let's do that and demonstrate that it works, rather than just say we're going to do these things. I'm saying do them, show the results to the public, and say, hey, we have done this for a year with all of these brand new things, and they're working super duper. So let's then allow us to consider increasing the number or increasing the cap, because you shouldn't be worried or reducing the spacing or whatever. But we haven't demonstrated that yet. We have good ideas, but we've not shown that they're working.
Nor has there been a problem
We
demonstrated
can't
yet
show
either.
a problem until we do it.
Of course.
I'd say another thing too to think about is that for this first year, how many permits really are we going to issue, right? So I think if we look at the buffer as creating the cap, right, in a year, basically, if they could get through all, let's say it's 1,100, 1,200, whatever that is, at that point, we can come back and have data from the nights rented, what Scott's talking about, show that we've done enforcement, and then go, look, we want to add another 300, whatever that number is. We need this many more because the market demand is there. Let's lower the cap by this much. And that way we still are having somewhat of preserving the neighborhoods to make sure that a resident that is part of the workforce that lives here, or whoever they are as a resident of Southlake, doesn't just become surrounded by the VHRs. I just can't, that is definitely an issue for I would say anybody, I don't think any of us would want to have 5 VHRs on
I
each
have
side of
had
us.
5 VHRs around me and never had a single problem. So I'm telling you that in my experience and in my opinion, that if all things being considered, all of the things that we're putting in, that having 5 around you is no different than having 1 around you if the 1 is bad and the 5 are good. I don't care how many are around me. I care how well they behave when they're around me. And because I have second homes in my neighborhood that people aren't there all the time. So when they're all there, like in the summer or on ski weeks or whatever, those are the times that it really plays out. And we don't have any control over that. I honestly don't see the difference in 5 good ones or 1 bad one, because you can, with buffering, have 1 right next door to you that is a pain in the behind. Or without, you could have 5 amazing ones. So I honestly am having a hard time with that one.
The difference is this, right? You don't know ahead of time
see you, Keith.
whether or not it's going to be a good one or a bad one. If there's only 1 next to you, that's only 1 chance. If there's 5 next to you, that's 5 chances of having a bad one. That's 5 times the probability that you're going to have a bad one.
Except all the things that we've put
we
in.
haven't demonstrated that yet. We haven't shown that we can do it. We think we can. We're making a lot of progress on adding things. We've asked around, come up with a lot of good ideas, even gotten pushback, right? But we haven't actually demonstrated. And until we can prove to some level, I don't know why anyone should believe that until we can show it at least for a year, right?
Okay, Mr. Roberts?
I'm a little confused why you're bumping or lumping the cap and the buffer together, because they're kind of, if you have a buffer, 150 feet, you've already got a cap and you've already solved the problem. So I don't know why we're trying to drive this cap issue as well.
It's one or the other, in my opinion.
I think we keep it at 150. We've solved that problem that Mr. Bass is concerned about. We have a cap, get it up, it raises it above the 900, so now we have more opportunities for our business entities. I think trying to drive them both at the same time doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I don't think we're talking about driving them both simultaneously. One affects the other. Having a cap, having a buffer functionally institutes a cap, but you don't have to explicitly, you wouldn't explicitly have both. I don't think anyone's suggesting that.
Yeah.
Well, you're trying to drive the distance of the buffer to match the
make it
900.
count.
Correct.
So,
Correct,
yeah,
because
so.
Correct. And also simultaneously to keep them spaced out. Correct.
In my neighborhood, a 150 there's gonna be a couple doors down from me. I've only got the 50-foot houses, and it'll clear both sides, front and behind me. So, I mean, 150's, and.
Can you support 150?
I mean,
That's close to the number we already agreed on 2 weeks ago.
so, well, yes, I could support, it just depends. I would like to have 175, there's no doubt, but if the support's there for the 150, then I would go with that is basically where it's at. Because I think that what's good about this is that we can come back in a year. I think getting 1,200 permits even issued in this first year is going to be a task.
It's gonna be a task.
Within itself, so
So-
I think that allows us, and then next year we come back. But one thing, I don't know it needs to be in the ordinance. I want to really emphasize that we need good data so that in a year we can make
Agreed.
these decisions. So
that we
we've got to
can
figure that out.
adjust. And may I suggest that we do not 1 year, but 18 months? Because 6 months it's going to take us to get to whatever, and then we have a full year's of data. So let's talk about it in terms of 18 months. So in order to not to expedite, but to move on to the next item, can we please expedite? Can we give a general consensus on 150 foot, which is a 1,288 cap? Okay, moving on. Next item on our, and so to clarify, the part of the previous conversation is that I see you, Joe, that we would only allow condos in those that had it 9/1/16 and prior, and they are exempt from the buffer otherwise.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Roberts.
I just want, I mean, I agree with the 18-month coming back concept, but I don't think it should be written in stone. I think one of the components of enforcement is going to be tracking. Actually, the tracking was in place in 11-14 and 11-20. So if there's enough data there to suggest an alternative, I think it should be up for review.
Well, and I would suggest that even going a step further is that if we are seeing issues, that it should come back sooner so that we can adjust. But if we're not seeing issues, 18 months should be fine. That's in my opinion. Okay? Mr. Jenkins, you have some, Mr. Irvin, sorry.
Sorry, I have clear understanding of that. I will make sure council gets reports how things are working.
Yes.
Regarding the data that Mayor Pro Tem Bass was asking for, I can work with our finance director to try to design a reporting sheet that tracks that when people submit their TOT
Perfect.
payment.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Mr. Jenkins.
I just think that the reporting, particularly at this first phase, should be at the council meeting where people can comment on it. It should be done not in a year and a half, but within 6 months. How are we doing? It may just be a mundane report, no one's concerned, or everyone's concerned. So I think that would be of
I'm
some
good
value.
with that. Okay, next item.
Sorry, Mayor.
Nope, that's okay.
That's the reason I had my hand raised. Sorry, I didn't get to it. So it seems like there was consensus from a majority of the council on the cap.
Yeah.
The
buffer.
I'm sorry, the buffer. Yep, the buffer. What I want to know is the preference now, because that's tied to this.
We have already talked about preference. So if it'll be first come, first serve, and up to 150, and whoever's there first is the one who gets it.
Of the preferred group.
Of the preferred
So
group.
it'll still be a preferred group, but the preferred
We're not going to
group
have
will
two
to be
different
first come,
rules.
first served. Like, so you'll only be able to get in line if you're part of the preferred group, but it's when you get there is how you're going to be processed.
Does that make sense, Mr. Irvin?
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item number 3. Require VHR owners to have a property manager that can be the owner, and I think the part that I think are maybe going to have some back and forth on is the in-person check-in to sign of code of conduct. I'm going to start. Oh, I'm going to let Mr. Roberts start. Go ahead. I didn't see any hands, so I was going to start.
Yeah, I just raised it. Yeah, I think there's been comments made that make a lot of sense that this could be, they could do it on a Zoom platform as long as it's, you keep it. Maybe it's a 24-hour, within 24 hours of check-in, so you don't have to meet them at the door type of thing. But some type of follow-up, I think, and I've brought it up to, several of the individual owners themselves said they do that as a best practice for themselves. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think our VHR management companies, most of them have agreed that it is a good practice, but maybe we just make it a little less rigid in how it's applied.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Robbins?
Well, as I want to go over this again, because this is, I think, an important point that we keep seeming to miss, which is that they don't have to meet them at the door of the VHR. They can meet them at the rental office or the business office or the manager's office. And we are already requiring concurrently and independently that a property manager be available on 60-minute notice to respond to complaints, 24/7, no less. So there will always be someone to meet with to check in. You do not have to do, and I asked about this twice now, you do not have to meet them at the door. They can meet you at a different location like the rental office or the agency office or wherever the 24/7 available property manager is required to be within a short distance of the property to service it, to check in. And then that allows us to verify that the people who are picking up the keys are the people who actually showed up, to go over the rules in person and not have it be some additional document click through that you ignore like every other license agreement that you see a million times. Click, do you accept the terms of service? Nobody reads those things ever, you know.
I do.
You read the Apple Terms of Service, it's 50
No,
pages
I'm
long.
talking about whenever I make a reservation somewhere
Yeah.
and somebody gives me a list of rules.
Yes, especially
I look
because that has
through
things
them.
like cleaning rules and all that stuff.
All
for sure.
of those things, because
So-
I use Airbnb.
So having that as check-in, and I agree that to the other point was that is already a best practice in that industry. It is a good idea to do that, especially in sensitive areas, in sensitive environmental areas and whatnot, where places like Tahoe, where people aren't aware of the context of the rules here.
Okay.
So it's not burdensome because of other rules we've already put into place. It will allow us, the property managers, to have at least a good first cut review of who's there. So it makes
Really
a lot of
quickly,
sense.
Mr. Bass, do you mind if I check? We are allowing not just we're not requiring just a bricks and mortar. For instance, like a Tahoe Keys Resorts or Lake Tahoe
Someone else's
accommodations. So I feel really uncomfortable for requiring somebody to go to someone's personal
I'm saying
home.
It can be, it doesn't
It
require
can be. I will just give an example. In the past, years ago, the people used to pick up keys at like Tahoe Bottle Shop because it was like open 24/7. But I will also say that I have listened to the people who made public comment, and one of the things that really got to me was they said, if somebody is checking in, we are already too late because they've made reservations, that they need to do that vetting prior to. And so I'm trying to be cognizant of that because I agree. Because then you have an issue where, let's just throw out a scenario. They didn't do the vetting ahead of time because they were just going to meet them in person. They show up in person at 2 in the morning. The property manager or owner meets them there, and it is something, whatever the reason is, that they don't want them to stay in the unit because of that. And then you have an uproar in the neighborhood that really is going to cause problems because they're not going to let them in the house because they didn't do the previous vetting. And so I'm trying to be cognizant of sort of new practices, industry standards, and the ability to do something like see somebody FaceTime or Zoom and writing out clear code of conduct or allowing a 24-hour grace period or something like that. I'm trying to be cognizant because I could see very clearly a group of people showing up in the middle of the night, being upset that they're not allowed in the house for them not following the rules, for doing what you said, clicking through and not reading. And then the property manager has to fight with them about not letting them in the unit.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an example of a property manager not doing their job to vet their customers ahead of time.
Well, then if they
Having
vetted-
in-person check-in does not preclude the value of doing ahead of time check-in. It is the last verification step, so that the people who actually show up are the people you talked to or communicated with beforehand. Otherwise, you have no idea who's actually coming to the door.
I agree, and that's why a
you only have a
FaceTime will
belief.
work. A FaceTime will work. I'll give you an example. I use Turo, which is like Airbnb for cars. And whenever I get to the car, I am required to take a picture of myself in front of the car with my driver's license in order to get the lock code for the car. There are ways to do it that apply now to our ability to pursue technology.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Bass.
I definitely think that the check-in is important, but I do think that flexibility can be given as long as we're going to accomplish really what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that one of the main things is that we want to know who filled out the rental application is actually who is the person. That's why, you have a hotel front desk, because you want to make sure that if somebody does trash the house or somebody's making a major disturbance, that we actually are dealing with who we know we're dealing with. So, but I do agree that can be accomplished. I think that it probably is best even property managers could come together and one of them holds a front desk that a bunch of people can work out of, and that may be more cost effective for them to have during certain hours of the day. But then if somebody shows up late, allowing them to, within 24 hours or within a certain time frame, make it by the house to do that and allow them to check in before they've had that in-person check-in, so if it's at 2 a.m., but that the property manager would the next day go, check their ID, see them. I think it can be accomplished through FaceTime and Zoom as well. But I think that we, giving a little flexibility, but making sure that we're getting what we need to accomplish by having the check-in is a very critical piece.
I think, sort of in this same vein, I agree with you, and I believe that the booking platforms have said that they can do it, and that is putting a disclaimer, for lack of a better word, that please realize this is a family neighborhood, this is a residential neighborhood. If you are not a family, you might find a better location to book. And so having that disclaimer, and I think that goes a long way towards, because of these reasons, there will be enforcement and things like that. So,
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Just on that point, we would need to be careful how that's worded to not
Of
be
course.
discriminating against.
we say the stuff and you keep us on track.
Just wanted to make that clear.
That's your job, thank God. I'm so appreciative it's you and not me.
The problem is, like, it's me and my friend are going to rent this Airbnb, this big Airbnb for a weekend. And then the people who actually show up at the door are me and my 8 friends, and it's a bachelor party.
Agreed.
And it's not like the.
And we have cameras.
That show what? Right, like the police chief said, right, it's not about the responsible actors, it's about the fact that we really did have a lot of irresponsible actors. And all we have to go on right now is promises, but an in-person check-in lets people say, well, how many of you, lets people say, you see how many people are in the car, how many people are here. It's not, is it perfect? No, but it's much better than having it just be an online, I hope so.
So people could show up at staggered times,
understand.
even on different days. The person who meets them, it could be one person or 3 people, and then there's 20 people in a car 2 blocks
But
down.
at least you know that you talked to the person who signed the rental and said, hey, these are the rules, I need you to sign this form that says these are the rules. And that way, when we go to cite them, they can't say, oh, I didn't know, oh, it actually wasn't a thing, oh, I never really clicked through it, someone else clicked through it.
Well, that's.
Blah, 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 which was a thing we had.
Requiring an actual form that's signed in person, but why would it make a difference if that happened, 10 hours, or 8 hours after they showed up? Because they
Because at
showed up
least
at
you're
2 in the
talking to
morning
someone-
and you have somebody stop by at 10 in the morning just to, hey, meet you, check in, let me see your ID,
I've had that.
sign this form, and then move on. Because I think you're creating less disturbance even in the neighborhood by not having another vehicle
middle of
come in
the
at
night.
2 a.m. And then I think that there's probably for the managers and operators, they could all come together and kind of create one front desk at Tahoe Keys Resort, and they all come together and kind of
They used to do
manage
it at
that.
the bottle shop.
And they manage that
Yeah.
for these certain hours a day. And then that way, it's like, it helps them
That-
not have to have somebody go
that
out to
would be-
each house.
That would be that would honestly be the right way to do this, which would be to have the Chamber of Commerce, they want, the VHRs back so bad, have them set up a tiny office space in the middle of town, and that's the place where all VHRs go for check-in.
But if it's outside
You know?
of the hours,
Go do
let it
that.
happen the next
And
day.
have- well, it's
That's
gotta-
where I'm at.
they already have to provide 24/7, 365 property management and responsiveness to complaints. So that whoever's doing that can also be the one that staffs the desk if there's people that haven't checked in overnight yet.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think we're there in a sense.
I think we're there. That's
Yep.
what I'm thinking. And so I'm going to try and encapsulate what the majority of us are saying, is that we do still want an in-person something, but we are going to give a 24-hour grace period in order to accommodate, but we encourage them to have, say, a property management company does have a 24-hour desk, then maybe the others can work with them to use that as well. But we're going to give, all we can say really is a 24-hour grace period. And I would be willing to also allow it to be done over either FaceTime or Zoom.
The only
Everything
thing
but
that
the
I'm-
Zoom.
The only thing about the Zoom thing, and I'm okay with it somewhat, but we wouldn't get the signed affidavit. That'd
Well,
be
you
the
wouldn't
only.
get face-to-face conversation about, hey, you got to understand how the bears work here.
But maybe we
Just-
can
you're just
figure
not
that out
getting
through-
that.
We can do it through a DocuSign.
DocuSign,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
there's
could have it
DocuSign, and there's online platforms. I use them all the time, yeah. So I would say,
That also means you don't get eyes on who's actually there to see who's showed up, how they're acting.
but Mr. Robbins, they still have cameras. And
Outside
and one of the, and you can't get into the
Well, that's
inside
why having
unless you
in-persons-
walk through the outside.
And that's,
They could still, I mean, you gotta think about it, like in person, you could just show up with two of your buddies.
Yeah.
Wait get through your check-in and then have everybody come over, so we're not.
It's true.
You get what I mean, like,
You're
they
not
can still do the same
The
thing. through-
cameras are the thing that are gonna work the most,
through
I
Zoom.
think.
But I think we would, if you do it through Zoom, you have to require a DocuSign for whatever form we come up with.
I
for
think
the
that we
signature.
can, Ms. Stroud, that's not a problem for us to require a DocuSign, either in-person signature, wet signature, or a DocuSign type of thing.
Yes, I think if council can on broad terms describe what you want to happen, I don't think we need to regulate the
How they do it.
platform or how they
Yeah,
do
of
it.
course.
If
Yeah,
you're
it could
okay
be
with a
any virtual.
virtual check-in and a electronically signed document, we can specify that.
Okay.
My one caution about giving a 24-hour grace period
Okay.
is I'm not sure how we're going to track when people were checked in to know if they did the check-in within 24 hours, but perhaps that's a problem that can be
So
solved.
maybe we say that they can do either in person or other face-to-face, like a FaceTime or a Zoom or Teams or whatever. I don't want to limit us. Look at somebody, and they can do it in person or electronically, and that they either have to have a wet signature or a electronic signature on the code of conduct, or what are we calling it, a good neighbor contract. Okay?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So I think we've passed that one. We already have dealt with that. We've already dealt with that. So now we're on the item number 5, which is the 2-year waiting period after the sale of a property. I'm just going to say that I threw that in at the last part of my motion because I thought it was the first time I was hearing about it. I am concerned that we're going to have people being kicked out of their units, and so it felt like a good way to address that. Having had the opportunity to think about it longer now, because it's not 10:30 at night, and I've had a few, and like I said, that was the first time I'd ever heard about it. I have rethought my position on that, and I still am concerned about people being kicked out of their homes. I'm just not certain that that is the exact method to do it, and I would,
well, I mean, the best method to do it would be to not have Airbnbs in residential neighborhoods. That's certainly a viewpoint I think I've made clear.
we've
But-
let that horse out of the
but,
barn.
Yeah, so given that, right, but so given that horse is out of the barn, right, I cannot tell you, during COVID, how many horror stories of close friends I heard that were given 60-day notices to vacate because their rental house was bought by someone from the Bay who wanted to buy a vacation home to come up to Tahoe and get out of the city during COVID. And it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We lost people in droves.
I agree.
And
Not the same thing, though.
and that did not benefit our community. We lost workers, we lost customers. And now, if we're going to say it's open season for permits again, for VHR permits, any housing unit that is currently operating as a long-term rental will almost certainly make more money as an Airbnb, which means that investors, small LLC groups, will come in and offer people like my landlord, who doesn't want to be bothered with a vacation rental. It's too much hassle for him. He just wants to get a monthly check and not have to worry about it. But if he gets an offer for $700,000-800,000 for my crappy house that's not really worth that much, because it could make that much as a return as an Airbnb, he's going to kick me out. He's going to kick out my friends. He's going to kick, and so that's why a 2-year moratorium says, look, if you're buying a house to actually be a vacation home, then it's a vacation home, and in a couple years you can start Airbnb-ing it. But if you're buying it to be an investment property, then this reduces the return on investment because it's no longer more profitable to kick out a long-term renter because you got to wait for 2 years. So, I mean, it doesn't stop anybody who owns their home now, right? All of the second homeowners that are up here saying, I Airbnb'd my house for so many years with no complaints, I want to go back to Airbnb being my second home, are unaffected. It's only new buyers that are impacted by this, no one else.
Keith? I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts? It's a long day.
Getting kicked out of a rental place is pretty common if you're renting. I mean, because the owner sells it, they have the right to sell it. It doesn't matter what the reason is. It's just part of being a renter instead of an owner. And I've been there. I got booted out because they sold it. It just happens. The way this was originally brought up, and from my understanding, was we thought it was because these properties were being bought up by big corporations, like we see in apartment buildings in Oakland and Berkeley and whatnot. And I don't hear that is the case in town here, at least not yet. I think what you're discussing, Councilman Robbins, is kind of a punishment. I don't think we should be punishing people for what they want to do with their home. I think I feel we could drop this and review it in the future if we do start to see big corporations buying up all the property and whatnot. When I first bought my home in town was in 2010, and every house under $150,000 went up on the market and was bought for cash 3 hours later. But apparently that wasn't BlackRock and any of those people doing that. So if we do see that trend, then maybe we can bring it back or something similar. But I don't think the way Mr. Robbins is describing it, it kind of sounds like a penalty for what?
By the time we see that trend, I don't know how many more nurses we're going to lose from our community. We'll be behind the curve. We'll be behind the 8 ball on and have made the housing crisis even worse. It's not a punishment. Nobody who currently owns their property is going to be the least bit affected by this. The people it impacts are investors who are buying a house with the intention of turning it into a hotel, right, into a 24/7 Airbnb, and kicking out someone who lives there or rents there now. And you're right. As someone who's rented, like, getting kicked out is part of the risk. But most of our workforce, nearly all of it, can't afford to buy here. Hardly anyone can afford to buy here who lives here. And making it easier and making it more appealing to kick out the missing middle, to kick out our teachers and our nurses, I think that's a dereliction of our goal.
I hear both sides of it because I do very much a believer in property rights, but I also think that, when we've looked at other types of developments, for instance, if somebody goes and removes a mobile home park because they want to build a commercial development, they have to relocate those folks that they moved. And so I think one way to maybe meet the middle here is to say, look, if you have bought a home that had a long-term lease and you want to convert that into a VHR, you must help that tenant relocate. And help them find housing. And so that would make sure that we're not kicking out somebody out of our community for a VHR, the person that's the investor that wants to buy this house. Because I don't think it's the corporations, but I do think there's a lot of people that would love a second home in Tahoe, and the only way they feasibly can make it happen is through the VHR program. And so we will see a lot of people interested, and I don't think it's BlackRock. I think these are individual people that want to do that. So if they're coming into the community and they're going to take somebody out of a long-term lease, they should have to help them get into a new long-term lease.
So plain devil's advocate, what if somebody comes in and buys and they just want to live there?
Well, then that's
unchanged.
But my point
there.
is that
it would only be for the
do we
care about people who are long-term renters?
Of course we care about people. I am a long-term renter. I have lived in my unit for 15
But you're in an
plus
apartment.
years.
I am personally
in a townhouse.
I'm
but
personally
yeah.
at risk of being kicked out based on this ordinance. Right, because my landlord, I've talked to him, I've tried to buy my house from, the house I rent from my landlord, and he says I don't want to take the market value, but if it can be used as an Airbnb, suddenly for an investor, an LLC, a second homeowner that wants to make up extra money, it's going to be more valuable. They could pay $800,000 for a 2-2 ranch house. and kick me out, kick out my nurse friends, kick out my bartender
We are
friends.
messing with market forces that
Yes.
are none of our concern.
The housing market is very
The
much our
housing
concern,
market
and
is
that
our
is a
concern.
market force.
But telling people how much they can have their property be worth, that is getting way in the
We are
weeds
not
of
telling
what
them
we
how
are.
much they can be worth. We're saying
That's
there's a
exactly what
waiting.
you just said, Mr.
There is a
Robbins.
waiting period for 2 years before you can put out a VHR permit if it changes hands, because we don't want to make every rental unit suddenly more profitable for being an investment property.
So the suggestion I made with, if you're going to decide to purchase a home that exists with a long-term lease, that you're going to have to help find them new housing. We'll probably incentivize somebody coming in to look for a house to purchase that doesn't have a long-term leasing local in it, because they wouldn't have to do that. So if we had something like that, it can kind of incentivize somebody wanting to buy that to not buy a home. And if they absolutely have to, and there's a long-term lease in there, well, then you help that person get into a new rental.
Just clarification, I have lived in my place for 15 and a half years. I had a long-term lease the first year, and I have been month to month ever since.
Most of us are.
So, you wouldn't necessarily have anybody that had a long-term lease. You see my point? I don't have a long-term lease. I have a month-to-month
Let's just say
contract.
any lease. If you purchase a home that any person is leasing on a more than I don't know the right wording for it, but if you follow what I'm saying, because I think that trying to find a way, because I really agree that we will see, if we don't put something in here, people coming in to buy homes that remove. So how do we kind of split it in half and maybe try to incentivize those people to look for try to find, then they're not going to look for a house that
Mr.
already
Roberts,
exists with
you have your
a local.
hand. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Bass, and it makes a good amount of sense, but I just don't feel it belongs here. It belongs somewhere else, making those kind of decisions.
Cody, I just want to say, I think where you're coming from is the right place, but I think there's minutia that's involved in what it's like to be a renter that's worth pointing out. At any time, I can be served a notice, 60 days notice to vacate and be kicked out. And if my landlord gets an offer from someone who wants to put in an Airbnb in my house, he can just end my lease, kick me out, and then sell the house, right? So that's the challenge with, if you want to buy a house with a renter in it, well, then the current landlord could kick out the tenant and so that becomes a hard thing to do functionally, which is why a waiting period on a transfer is a way to do it that is functional. And yeah, I understand, that there's a motivation to go with laissez-faire economics and say that the economics, we can just let the economics work it out, and it's not our business to interfere with the market. The problem with that is that we are not no matter what we do, we are not in a free market in Tahoe, period. We are not allowed to build housing that the market would want in a free market. We have restricted most residential areas to low-density single-family. We have capped the amount of total housing units we can build through the TRPA, right? We have onerous environmental regulations and coverage regulations. So the market we exist in, no matter what we do, is already not a free market, no matter what. So we have to deal with the reality that we're in, which says, there isn't going to be enough supply for both people who want to live here and all the Airbnbs that the market demands. So we do have a responsibility to provide an incentive structure that prioritizes the valuation, that prioritizes the utilization of what limited housing we have, because it's not an open free market for construction, for the missing middle for residential workforce housing. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to hire a second cook, right? Let me just bring this to its reality, right? This is a problem. So we can't say this is not our business to get in the free market space and regulate when we have already distorted the market through our zoning, through the TRPA, through environmental regulations that prioritizes big vacation homes, low-density single-family homes, and unaffordability all at the same time, and then say, what we're going to do is nothing because we want the free market. Only then.
Okay, Ms. Stroud, you have your hand raised, and then Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, just in the interest of helping council move this forward, I do have a policy suggestion to
Okay.
consider. I heard splitting it in half as an idea, and one way to do that, Truckee has a 1-year waiting period to get a VHR permit, so that would literally split it in half, if that's something council wants to talk
18
about.
months. I mean, the idea is to have a waiting period, right?
Okay,
So
Mr. Jenkins?
that is meaningfully impactful.
Well, actually, I agreed with Mr. Robbins on the issue of that we live in a highly regulated environment, that where we have federal and state agencies who do not allow us to offer land for housing that's needed by our community, even though state law says that we were supposed to do it. And I don't want to get in, I'm not going to jump into that thing again. We have agencies that are taking out potential housing without having to replace it, even though all the rest of the people, if they take out affordable housing, they have to replace it, and we do nothing. And we have also no programs that I'm aware of for teachers, nurses, police officers, firefighters who want to live in our community. We have no, we don't, to my knowledge, but Truckee does. Actually, Truckee, they have a private,
We have a rental program.
but let me, so we live in an artificial environment, but we fail as a policy body to advocate to deregulate to some extent, to deregulate or to get cooperation for the rest of the basin to provide housing, and we're expected to do the whole thing on the back of the taxpayers of this city. We're irresponsible in terms of our advocacy, because we should be truly advocating to give ourselves more ability to respond to the housing, lack of housing. And if that, I'm not angry, I'm just, I'm getting motivated here. All those conditions you described, we didn't create them, they were put on us.
Some of them are ours, like zoning, single-family, low-density zoning. is us.
Well, I'm not so sure if you listen to the mantra that we have nothing to do because they're always in charge. They're always in charge because we let them be. And we're not going to be able to respond to housing issues of the community unless we take charge. And that's what I would hope we eventually would do in a strategic plan that really talks about doing real things and not world peace.
Well, sorry,
Mr.
Keith is back.
Roberts.
Sorry, I had to jump to that.
Mr. Roberts?
I think that's all good conversations, and I think it's all important, but I just don't feel it deserves to be part of this ordinance.
Okay, so just as in the interest of expediting again, Mr. Roberts, 2-year, 1-year, or 0 waiting period?
0.
Mr. Jenkins, 2-year, 1-year, or 0 waiting period?
I agree, Mr. Roberts.
Okay, Mr. Robbins?
2.
Mr. Bass?
I would be comfortable with 1, and I would also be comfortable that if somebody wanted to get exempt from the 1, if they relocated the person, they could move, they could get it done then. So there'd be like a 1 year, and if they wanted a way around it, find that local a place to live, and you could have it before a year.
I'm in favor of a 0 waiting period, and so
hang on, before we move on, Mr. Jenkins, Councilmember Jenkins, I agree that we have been derelict in properly advocating for deregulation of the restrictive zoning and housing. So this, looking forward to the next agenda item, if we get there today,
we're going to get there soon.
maybe in 2 weeks.
Because I think we're all done.
Yeah.
Somebody just has to put it in words.
One of the items, right, is to look at an inclusionary zoning, a residential area zoning plan that allows for higher density, but that is not slated for implementation for like 4 years later. And you're talking about how we need to do this stuff now, not never. So let's think about what we've talked about here and remember it at the next agenda item and issue direction to staff to push that forward, because it is exactly what you say we should be doing.
So
That
let's
being
do
said,
that at the next item.
We've both,
Let's do that at the next
that
item.
being said, we've all acknowledged that we're not in a free market and that the market is broken. And so we've also going to go around, I'm disappointed because we're also going to go around and say that we're not going to do anything to compensate for that.
So
And
let
that's
me-
disappointing. I'm very disappointed that we're all agreeing on
So
zero.
I've been taking
because-
copious notes. Do you want to make the motion, or do you want me
Well,
to
I was
make
just gonna, you could if you wanted.
Okay.
I just didn't know that, I was gonna ask them if the direction
yeah,
was
go ahead.
given. Well, if you're gonna make the motion, it's fine. I just
have been
figured that.
taking very detailed notes.
But do we have to, I was gonna ask Heather, with them having the direction, do we have to reiterate it all in the motion? Or can we not just say with the direction given to amend the ordinance and bring it back for a first
I
reading?
have about 20 pages of notes from this item, and I would
Okay.
appreciate a motion.
Okay, I will then make a motion if everybody's ready. Okay, I'm going to just go down the line here. So on item number 1, we are removing the cap and going to a 150-foot buffer. On item number 2, for condos, we are allowing condos that had an active permit on 9/1/16. They are exempt from the buffer. On item number 3, we are changing the first bullet point to be either in-person or electronic face-to-face check-in with either a wet signature or an electronic signature within the first 24 hours. Or prior, no, because we gave all those extra exemptions, we decided it was at check-in or before check-in. We're okay with the 24/7 in-person response to complaints. We have made one change to change it to indoor noise monitoring with outdoor cameras for trash and parking. We're okay with require animal-resistant recycling carts when they're available. We are changing the occupancy to 2 per bedroom plus 0, with exempting up to 5 kids, 13 and under, except for in studios where we're doing 2 plus 2 children. We are not doing the 2-year waiting period, and we're okay on defensible space, okay on the increase of consequences. All of them will be issued out of the PD, up to a limit of 150 based on staff discretion. And then the Planning Commission has final decision on appeals, but it will go first and second violations to the hearing officer, with the third going to the Planning Commission while also talking about revocation, and only if they are appealing. 11 is perfect, getting complete cost recovery, and 12 is provide permitting preference for VHR and QVHR who were in good standing.
That's very good. Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Okay.
Sorry you can't see it, but that motion carries.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I'm so done.
You don't need to go, I'm just grabbing a soda from the break
Oh,
room.
no, I think we should take a 5 minutes.
We do have
and
one
then
more item on this one to
Oh,
extend the
yes, I'm
moratorium.
sorry. Thank you. You're right. We still have one more.
should have had
Mr.
the
Roberts, did you have something?
I don't know why you voted yes. That's.
Yes, to start with the Part B of number 12.
Oh, yeah. So, Part B of number 12 is the moratorium. Let me see where, I'm trying to find it in here
And,
so I can read it.
If I may, Madam
Part two,
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Stroud.
would suggest that council pass the urgency ordinance as it's proposed to extend it through June 19th. We will need to extend it one more time before we go into recess in July, but by that point, we should have a end date known by,
Very good.
when the second reading's going to be.
So, okay. So, any discussion on that, or is there a motion?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take Mrs. Stroud's advice. I just wonder if, do we not behoove ourselves to just set it out so that we don't have to come back? Like, set it out till July 3rd?
So this was an ordinance, and it is a public hearing, so we had to notice it for the specific time period. So that's partially why I suggest keeping the June 19th date, and that's enough time.
Good idea.
To extend it
Bring it
before
back.
then.
Okay, Mr. Roberts.
Earlier in this discussion, we were talking about a special meeting, getting the current ordinance to the first reading again at a somewhat speeded timeline. Is that still on the table, or can we review that now?
My understanding.
That was my only disappointment in the changes we just made in creating all these changes to the ordinance. It's just going to take more time. And I know we discussed, speeding it up. Are we still considering that? I believe we should.
I will let Ms. Stroud talk about it, but what I heard her say was that we could speed up a first reading, but not a second reading, because the second reading has to be at a regularly scheduled meeting, and we're dark in July. So we were talking about doing a first reading, and there had to be 10 days in between the first and second reading. So we just decided June 3rd and June 17th.
Yeah.
We're
So
fine.
one correction to what I said
Okay.
earlier, I looked it up at
Oh,
the
okay.
break, and it's 5 days in between the readings. So the fastest we could do it would be have a special meeting May 27th, which is the day after Memorial Day, and the second
Or
reading
that week, yeah.
on June 3rd. But that would be contingent on not making any changes at that meeting.
Which hopefully with all this, we don't have any changes to make.
And so what you're saying is we could do it on May 27th, because you'd still need the 5 days, and then we could have a second reading on June 3rd?
We could do that. It would be tricky we wouldn't have time to do the noticing, so I don't know that we could waive first reading and have it by title only. So we've never had to do a full reading of the ordinance.
Yeah, I
but
wouldn't even know what that entailed.
I would suggest it probably doesn't save that much time, and it would be better, and it's only 1 week difference really to have it first reading June 3rd, second reading on the second meeting in June.
Okay.
Okay. So, any motions,
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to
discussions?
pass an urgency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium on the issuance of vacation home rentals permits in areas where permits were prohibited by Measure T.
We have a motion? I'll second it. And any further discussion? Then we can vote.
Oh, sorry, I missed a vote.
She'll take care of it.
Yeah, sorry, let me do that again. So that was Cody Bass and Tamara Wallace, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sorry. I got a little excited to have this item done.
I was having a good time.
Sorry. Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, are we voting again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
I need
missed
to
one.
record it accurately. Thank you so much. That motion carries.
Okay. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come, literally a 5-minute break. We're coming back at 2:45.
Stevenson's so fired
Chief
up.
Stevenson, could you please shoot me right?
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order and move on to regular unfinished business. Item number 13, the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan adoption. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is presented to the City Council to pass a motion adopting the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. The city's maintained the strategic plan structure and outline, which clearly identifies a mission, vision, mission goals, specific items that will guide our work plans and provide us with the opportunity to have biannual conversations with the council about our resources and staff alignment to work towards implementation of the strategic plan. The city worked with Stratalist to help facilitate the 2025 strategic plan development. We worked with our community partners, staff. We reviewed the National Community Survey and Business Walk survey results that were conducted last year. There was review of current land use planning documents, interviews with elected officials and department directors, a city employee and elected official survey, employee discussion forums, key staff strategic planning retreat, city council strategic planning retreat, and the city department director strategic planning retreat following the councils to try to capture what council said at their retreat and formulate the strategic plan that's attached in the document. Right behind me is the current priorities that the city's adopted. The 2025 to 2030 strategic plan proposes priorities such as that are all different, mostly, and they are the ability for everyone who works here to live here, efficient government, ensure public safety, grow and diversify the economy, improve transportation, protect the natural environment, and recreation and equitable access for all. Underneath all those strategic priorities are specific action items which are articulated in the plan and have metrics tied to them that show what we will work towards to show progress towards implementing success towards those strategic priority areas. At the back of the strategic plan is a timeline, which is meant to provide implementation timeline for the council and the public to review, so everyone understands and knows when staff will begin work on certain action items and when that work is forecasted to be complete. And of course, that's based on funding, staffing, grant opportunities, federal and regional and local policy changes because of the environment or the economy. Those are things that we have to evaluate as we continue to move forward towards implementation of this plan. With that, I'll just kind of open it up for discussion and any clarifying questions if there are any from council.
Discussion, not clarifying question.
Any questions, council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on? I don't see anybody. Mr. Mosier.
What's your name? Never seen you before.
My name, Jose Jimenez. Or the Menace, as you can just call me the Menace for short.
What was that? Menace? Menace?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Start with ability for everyone who works here to live here. That's nice, meaning, house prices have to be affordable for everybody that works here, but we got police chief. How much does he make? And he doesn't live here. So, there are people that can afford to live here and choose not to live here. But, we got a lot of high-paid people here that don't live here. So if they can't or don't want to, then that's part of the question. So what's the solution? Grow and diversify the economy. As I said and pointed out in 2004, VHRs deny housing for a second and third economy. You know, you've made that choice, and you made it again here today. You know, so VHRs have become and are your second economy in tourist town, and that's all you're ever going to be. So, you know, you roll with the tide. What we will do to reach our goal, proactively work with affordable housing there at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Well, you gave that property there and sold it to them at the time and to the developer that you chose over St. Joseph Land Trust, because he was up and ready and going to be starting and dig ready in less than a year, and was going to be up real quick. And how many years ago was that? So, yeah, proactively. Ways we will measure success, number of road miles repaved. Start with Park Avenue. You got money from Southwest Gas to do that, and at least go down to Manzanita. So it's the worst shape in town and the most used. And I don't know why all these years, you know, you talk about you're a tourist town, but yet the tourist area, the streets are among the worst. You know, and no sidewalks, no nothing. You're starting to do the complete streets for State Line Avenue. Park Avenue will probably be 10 years down the road at least at this rate. Reduction in vehicle miles traveled. VHRs increase the VMTs greatly. Transit 50 ridership, you know, get smaller buses, jitneys, you know, like a lot of towns and cities use, you know, have feeder routes and stuff instead of a free taxi there called Lake Link. Improve scooter safety for users and non-users. You know, we should ban them like everybody else is doing. And we're the only ones in the basin dumb enough to have them. So they're not safe, they're not legal, and we don't have the infrastructure for them. And why they're here, you're being ill-advised. Complete traffic calming toolbox, smart streets. You know, I've mentioned how even just Sacramento right down the road has smart streets and the pavement. And stuff, and you can put cameras up and you can control the lights and by the time of year and time of day and stuff, and avoid traffic backups. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll move to our Zoom platform. First up, we have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. I'm at Sugar Pine, so excuse the beeping in the back as they're building. As many of you know, I'm very involved in advocating for equitable access in our community as a disabled community member. I want to address something that's currently missing from our strategic plan, something vital to the well-being and inclusion of many of our residents and visitors. There is no mention of accessibility for people with disabilities anywhere in the plan, even within the recreation for all section, which sounds like it should include everyone. There is no reference to beach and trail accessibility, and this is a significant oversight. I've worked with Angie Reagan at Access Tahoe and on my own for many years, and I've gone to Parks and Recs meetings and worked with other staff to highlight how important in being inclusive, having inclusive design is for our community. Accessibility isn't a luxury or a special feature, it's a basic right. And it's not just about helping people in wheelchairs, it's about creating public spaces that serve seniors, people with walkers or canes, individuals recovering from injury, and yes, families with strollers too. We live in one of the most beautiful places in the world, but beauty alone is not enough if everyone cannot access it. Our beaches, our trails, our parks, our other things we have going in the city. We want to share these spaces that define our quality of life in South Lake Tahoe. When we build or renovate without accessibility in mind, we are unintentionally excluding a significant portion of our population. Accessible design is not complicated. It just takes planning and commitments. Beach mats allow wheelchair access to the water, clearly marked parking, and easy to get into restrooms with buttons. Those type of things can really help, as many of you know who went on our wheelchair experience with us. These are not massive investments, but they make a world of the difference to people who rely on them. And let's not forget what we call accessible today often becomes essential tomorrow. Any one of us could face a mobility challenge at some point in our lives. Prioritizing accessibility now is a smart investment in our future, as well as welcoming inclusive and resilient community. So I'm asking the city and all of us here to ensure that accessibility is not an afterthought. It needs to be visible, integrated, and a funded part of the strategic plan. Let's commit to creating a South Lake Tahoe where everyone, regardless of ability, can enjoy the beauty and joy of our public spaces. I'm really disappointed that this wasn't really more spelled out in this strategic plan, and I hope you will make changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. There's no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I will bring it back to council for discussion. Mr. Robbins.
I want to talk mostly about the housing aspects, but the point about the caller's point, I think, forced me to interrupt that, because one of the odd things I think about doing what I think doing well at something is that it's easy to then forget that we've been doing it, because we've been doing it well. And to be honest, I think the work that's been done over the last 2 years on improving disability access in our community has been proactive enough that I certainly wasn't thinking about the need to start doing that. And I didn't think about that, and I admit, I didn't think about that when we were at the strategic plan retreat. The strategic plan over there, it really wasn't that much of a retreat. So I do think we should probably put in for an edit here, because we don't have that in our strategic plan about access for the differently abled in our public spaces. It's not listed on the strategic plan. And I think probably mostly I wasn't thinking about it because we had been doing a bunch of it and it didn't occur to me as a deficiency. But that doesn't mean it's something that we shouldn't be calling out as being a value in our community, as being important, nor something that we should, and it's something we should continue to be pushing forward on. We're not at an endpoint there. So I have some text. I don't know if we're quite there yet, but I have some text to suggest for a 7.7 on the strategic plan, and it would go like this. Continue to improve equitable access for people of all abilities to all public spaces.
I'm not opposed to that. I will tell you that my impression of that day is it was similar. I would have put it in the same vein as what we did with sustainability. And we have, what was the word we coined that day? Culturalized it?
Compactified.
Operationalized it. So we operationalized it. It's just inherent in everything that we do. I mean, obviously, it matters to me both at this level and in my family. I have 2 children who are special, differently abled. But so that was sort of my interpretation of it.
To me, I think that's fair. I think that is also one of the reasons I wasn't thinking of it in terms of something we got to put on the board, because like we did a bunch of it and Anush is on it when it comes to building stuff. You know, so it wasn't an issue that was a topic. But to that point, it's also worth considering that a strategic plan serves 2 concurrent purposes. One is about providing direction for staff about what the council's priorities are. But the concurrent purpose is also providing communication to the public about what the government's priorities are. And for some of these things that have been operationalized, I know another one that came up was the carbon one, but this is the one that's, I think, that I want to talk about as a top item. Part of it is also an act of communication to saying this is something we recognize we still need to be doing, even though in practical implementation we're doing it. So I'm not worried about needing to provide this as direction to have staff change tack, but it's also an act of communication to the public that says these are the things we are valuing. And so that's why I would suggest that. I'm not in any means suggesting we de-operationalize this or anything of the sort. You know, and I think we've done a pretty solid job as a small municipality in making those changes either in new things that we are building or in the things that we're revamping or in, making modifications to places we already have. The Lakeview Boulevard crossing, which was a mess, is getting fixed. We've got the Moby mats, a handful of other things. And I fully expect either way we'll continue with that. But it would be nice for us to say that to the public as well.
Good point. Mr. Robbins, do you want to talk about your housing
Yes.
issue? And then I'll go to Mr. Jenkins.
Okay, so 1.8, what I am suggesting is that 1.8 does capture the items that were talked about, but I think they are two separate items. They should be two separate items. They should be split out into a 1.8 and a 1.9, and everything else gets added by one, bumped down. So you have, all right, so we have evaluate ability to reduce regulations for development and streamline approval process while evaluating the potential to develop a citywide residential area plan. That latter point, develop a citywide residential area plan, is a definitive work statement. That's about saying that we are going to remove these regulatory barriers that the TRPA has put on us to allow the market to build the kind of housing that the market wants in our community. The top one is about operational things for permits and stuff in the city. Those are two different activities. They are not meaningfully at all the same activity. So I'm suggesting we just break those apart. And we break it at the word while, basically, there. Because those are not, one is internal, and the other is very external. And then the other thing, this is what I was talking about in the last agenda item, when I was saying that we should talk about this in the next agenda item, which is this agenda item. The first part should be known in this contract as the party of the first. And so I would like to see it not be timid like this. Evaluate the potential to develop a residential area plan and have that done sometime by 2030. We should be doing a residential area plan as the next area plan activity that says we are going to say this is what we are going to do and challenge the TRPA, David, like you said, to say that if we allow currently to build giant McMansions in every residential neighborhood that's 3,000 square feet, but you can't build a duplex that's smaller, right? That is the TRPA telling the city what to do, even though California state law says you're supposed to be able to build duplexes everywhere under state SB 9, right? So the way we can change that, the mechanism we have is to create a residential area plan for our residential zone areas, all of them, and say that duplexes, triplexes are allowed everywhere a building is allowed, still within the same footprint requirements, because that's the TRPA's domain, but you're allowed to have two people on a parcel in a house that's the same size as one of these McIntyre McMansions. Those things could hold four families.
So I agree with you. I also am cognizant that that we need to separate it out. I agree with that. Timeline, though, I think we should do it sooner, but recognizing that we need to identify bandwidth to do that. And so something else on this in the same staff purview, meaning this has to come from development services. So whatever we push off also has to come from development services in order to do this sooner. And I agree with you, Mr. Robbins, that we should do it and that we should do it sooner. And so we just need to either have us identify something that we're willing to put off until 2030, or ask the staff to identify something that can be put off until 2030 so that we can accomplish that.
I think that's fair. Although I will say, Joe, I want everything done all at once. Please make it happen. Can you just do that? Come on.
If I may, Mayor.
It's not like you got to spend time washing your hair.
The way it's listed in the timeline now, if the council wants to break it apart, fine by me. I recognize that. Currently, it shows that we would start the evaluation of a residential area plan in 26-27, is what it says. I completely hear the sentiment of the council saying we want to drive our own bus. We have our own authority and rules for local land use decision-making. The cautionary tale, I think, with embarking on a residential area plan is the cost and how much money we spent on a plan that we're not so sure there's what the end product gets us. Does it get us in a battle with the TRPA? If that's council policy, so be it. But I caution you, to do a residential area plan is probably going to cost us somewhere between $1 million and $1.5 million.
And we should also remember, we do have to get TRPA to approve any area plans.
I'm
And so
well
that's,
aware of
that's
that.
kind of, that's without a doubt what, you know, their land use authority requires. So that's the issue.
The only comment I'll make on that, Mr. Bass and Mr. Irvin, is that this conversation came up my first year on council when Council Member Middlebrook and I served on a housing ad hoc committee, and we worked with development services staff and 2 members of planning commission. And this was something that we all really wanted to do. And I will just, you know, sort of an anecdotal aside is that Mr. Middlebrook is an employee of TRPA, and so he must have at least thought that it was a possibility for him to be fully supportive of it.
I'm definitely not saying that TRPA wouldn't support it, but
Yeah.
I think if we go too far, thinking that we get to make our own land use rules away from them, you may see resistance from the TRPA board to want to approve something that's not in line with what they have. So, and I'm not saying that we can't get them to change some of these things, like what you're making the point of with McMansions and not being able to develop real housing for locals. I think some of those changes can happen, but with the bi-state compact in effect, I think we do want to think about the TRPA as we have. You know, I don't know that trying to tell them that they don't have the authority is the best path, I guess is what I
I'm
would
not
say.
certain that's what I'm saying for sure. I think what I'm saying is that we need to fully explore what we can do while falling under state and TRPA stuff. But if we don't push the envelope, nothing will ever change.
Yeah. And we haven't.
And I recognize that. I
I know
think the
that.
way that when we put it evaluate, there would be at a staff level with clear direction and transparency with council, making sure that we have that conversation. What do they see as positives, problems with what our vision is for a residential area plan? Like an initial, before we just go hire a contractor to help facilitate a residential area plan development. That's my,
Make sure what we're going to get for 1.5 million and make sure we can get there before we spend the money.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Jenkins,
well,
go
first
ahead.
of all, I don't think we need to spend $1.5 million to explore what we might be able to do maybe in the future. I think what the council has to do is talk about a specific policy and say, this is what we want pursued. And I think sometimes we can become too, we study things. So we take 5 years now, or longer, now to explore this thing that we don't know that we can do, or we haven't really given specific direction to do. And what that does is doesn't achieve what you said about doing things now. So I think what you do is you set policies that you say, these are objectives that we want, this, and I have a few suggestions that when, after you've all had some time, I'd like to come back to, that I would have liked to have had in your agenda packet, but I was told that it would violate the Brown Act, which I think is complete nonsense. But,
I also think the Brown Act is in many ways nonsense.
well, beyond that, but, I think with TRPA, my sense is that senior management there, Julie Reagan and John Hester, understand that there's a change. They understand that they need to change also. That we're not going to do environmental improvement if we don't have investment. We're not going to have people to do jobs if we don't have businesses. We're not, you know, and there are some of their ridiculous rules and regulations, and they know better than the elected officials and the people of our community that I think we have to say, these are the things we want, and we want your help. We urge your help. But in the end, these are the things we want, and I think we have to be very specific about it, and not have to study it for 5 years. So I'll stop there, and then when we come around again, I'll have some thoughts on other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins, are you done?
If we're
I'm happy to keep going on this item. I have one more item.
Let's get it all out there and then
Come on,
we'll
Ms.
start
Kemp.
talking about it.
Item 4 is just more of a typo thing, or a typographic thing. 4.1 says identify a viable second economy. I think it should say identify viable second economies, plural, as in not focusing on one thing. That says, yeah, that says, it says minor, but that's what we're doing, right? So
That's fine.
I'm just issuing that as a fix-it ticket.
And that's going to happen when?
That's on the schedule for this year, so I'm not sure how we're doing that, but it's got a schedule here.
We're going to identify second economy, okay, economies, okay.
Anything else, Mr. Robbins?
I'm sure, but not right now.
Okay. Who's next? Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, well, I had a few things that, again, I would have had hoped that they would have been, you would have had a chance to look at them, and so I wouldn't have to bore you.
That's what this meeting is for.
Oh, good. I love it then. I think one of the things that I heard recently, and probably those of you running for office this year heard, I want to ensure that there are adequate funds are budgeted to maintain all city roads and drainage on an annual basis, that we not just rebuild roads, but we maintain them. And I've defined in a report that staff has, I don't know whether you have them, but I've provided that. And there's a big difference between maintenance and reconstruction. What we're doing is reconstruction while we let the streets go to hell in a whole variety of places. And it's not the fault of the Public Works Department, it's the fact that they haven't been given the resources to do it, in my opinion. That's not their words, that's my words. 2 is we ensure that we have, of course, we have adequate funds annually in the city budget to fund police and fire services. Those are essential services, they have to be maintained, we have to have those. 3 is we ensure that we have a comprehensive employee and facility safety program is funded and operates, including formation of a comprehensive employee safety committee that meets regularly. I think Councilmember Robbins had raised this earlier. Also, 4 is to develop a city-operated business, a real business retention, business expansion, and new business development program, and examine the barriers to economic growth and opportunities. Those things mean specific things, and in the report that is available to the public, that was made available to staff that the council may or may not have, it lists a whole sequence of things that we should be doing, not as the Chamber of Commerce or the LTVA or the Tahoe Prosperity Center, but we should be doing as a staff, with the staff that we have, because we have a very talented staff. Let's see. I mean, I'm almost done, Madam Mayor.
You're fine.
Number 5, that we take steps to ensure that all governmental entities in the South Shore do their part to encourage the development of workforce housing for existing residents in need. The city of South Lake Tahoe, and you might have heard this earlier, has done its share. No city funds should be spent until a regional affordable housing plan is in place that sets a fair share distribution of affordable units. And I will reiterate that I was told this recently by someone who we are working with to provide affordable housing, which all of you have done in the last couple of years through the Sugar Pine and others. Insist that the state of not ask, not plead, not beg, insist that California TTD funds are made available to the city to help pay for microtransit services planned or underway. If necessary, seek state legislation to do that. The general fund of the city should not be supporting these. There's transit funds, there are funds, we need to get them. And then, of course, the city manager has said this, devising a city budget strategy that anticipates reduction in federal and state funds. We can't keep spending like this with revenue like this. It's not going to work. We're going to hit a crossroads sooner than later. And I'm pleased that the city managers brought that up in the earlier comments and meetings. Lobby, advocate, and seek legislation from the California and federal government and direction to remove dangerous fuels on CTC and U.S. Forest Service lands in the South Shore, in the city limits and the South Shore. The fire chief and his department, his They're doing an excellent job. They can respond to fires in the city limits. They will put them out. They have an excellent track record. They're an excellent organization, but it's the fuels and the flames coming in from the outside that we have to worry about. And our state government and our federal government needs to provide the funds to remove the fuels on the ground level. We're not talking clear cutting. And we have to be advocates for that. Finally, to your pleasure, I'm sure, that we implement a residential, both single-family and mobile homes, an emergency repair program for persons of low and moderate income currently living in the city limits. I understood that something was going to be done, or there was thinking of being done. There's a whole variety, as I look at the budget, there's housing resources. Let's help some people here who need it. Let's help people who are already here who need it, who can't afford to do it. And those are the recommendations. And if you'd like, I would gift wrap and give these suggestions to all of you. Personally, I didn't have time to do it this morning. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
really quick. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, for the comments. Just want to reiterate, the city does have an active state safety committee, just so you know, for our. Yes, we do. I sit on it along with about 9 other employees from various departments. Business retention expansion program, we totally support that. It's listed in the plan as item 4.2, which is also tied to the council's request for us to create an economic advisory committee. That was something that Hillary Roverud, our assistant city manager, and I have been talking about bringing back to council very soon to have a conversation with council as to who you'd like on that committee, what does that committee look like, what kind of BRE program do we want to implement and start getting out there to our business community, just so you know, that's not falling on deaf ears. Roads, I hear you loud and clear. Pulverizing asphalt and repaving it isn't maintaining. We have been purchasing crack sealing equipment, roller equipment, asphalt patching equipment. We were just out yesterday crack sealing Brockway Avenue over there in Highland Woods. I think I've been working with our finance director to make sure that it is very clear to show the growth that we have spent on road maintenance funds. It probably, I'm not going to sit here and say our roads are great. They're not. We have bad roads, but there has been a concerted effort over the last couple of years, and I just think we've done a poor job of showing it in the budget. And so when we bring that to you, you will see the increase over the last 3 or 4 years of temporary staff for the summer season, equipment purchases, and the amount of maintenance that is actually happening has increased.
Could I ask you this question? Do we have enough personnel now in the Public Works Department to have an active road maintenance program with crack seal, pothole repair, sealing to the extent that that's needed? Do we have enough personnel?
Yes, we do. We have a crew of 6, counting our street supervisor, and they're out now that it's May 1st. We're fully staffed there. They have the equipment they need, and they're planning to do half of Tahoe neighborhood this spring and summer. So we are starting to actively tackle our neighborhoods.
Yeah, because I think you know this, and I know people in the community, Mr. Loberg, who normally is here, when streets are not maintained, when cracks in a snow environment, in an ice environment, the water undermines the understructure. It expands the cracks. The street become less reliable. They become more dangerous also. And so that's why I think if they have the resources they need, thank you. If the council has done that, thank you. Now the job will be to show those results in places that have been long neglected, not by this group body per se, but long neglected by the city for years. We need to make definite improvements. Visible, so when we drive the road, we're not doing this.
I hear you loud and clear, and I just want you to know that it is a top priority for me. If I was the king, everything would go towards roads.
And police and fire, according to them. And housing.
Well, no, not until the region does their share.
But one final note, because I do appreciate your comments on that, and it was the CTC and United States Forest Service Defensible Space. There is language in here that talks about us working with federal and state lobbyists to secure more funds to support their treatment of those lots. Just so.
What I've been told also, I was told recently by someone, it may is that while the state has given exemption, if you will, to do without going through the massive environmental, it takes so long to get approval, the forest could burn down while we're waiting to get approval to go reduce the fuel loads, but that there are also some federal rules that some species act, which of course if we had a fire it'd probably kill them all. So we need to identify what those specific things that are keeping us from taking those funds, and then removal, get our congressmen involved, whoever it takes, to get those people involved and get the rules so we can make our forests safe and keep our people safe and keep our town safe and keep our economy sound.
I call that cutting the green tape. Yes, sir. It's cutting bureaucracy out of the way to take care of that fire-prone environment.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your attention to that.
Mr. Irvin or Chief Drennan, my understanding is that in the Lake Tahoe Basin, that's okay, I could. In the Lake Tahoe Basin, we have a streamlined CEQA/NEPA process. According to a previous conversation I had with Congressman McClintock, is that they had made special rules for the Lake Tahoe Basin when it comes to doing work out in the forest, and that instead of a 300-page CEQA document or NEPA document, that they narrowed it down to like 30 pages.
That could very well be. I hadn't heard that they had gotten rid of the CEQA and NEPA requirements, but
They still have them, they've
may have
just streamlined them just for the basin.
My experience so far has been that certain projects have been streamlined very well. Others have not, for some of the reasons that Mr. Jenkins brought up. One of the most recent specifically is with Caltrans working on our evacuation routes on state highways. That has been very well streamlined. We have partners with Caltrans for the first time in a long time. So yes, in part, I would want to dive deeper into that before answering otherwise.
It's just something I had a conversation with our previous Congressman McClintock about. So he did it through the Western Caucus, I believe. So, Mr. Roberts, do you have anything?
No comments.
Mr. Bass?
Yeah, my only one is 2.3, the geothermal feasibility study. I thought we were going to go out for RFP on that pretty soon, and it's showing 27, 28. Because the boilers, are hitting that 20-year period, so I thought we were about to do RFP for it, in the next couple months.
Yeah, it's on the, where it's been sitting is on the APC. And what we were planning to do within a few months is come to council to talk about the scope for making sure there's an RFP was written in such a way that doesn't address deep well injection,
right?
But something that's different that could accommodate the boiler. So that's a conversation we need to come to council and talk about.
Okay.
But if the timing is something council wants to evaluate, we can look at that.
But you think that's on APC to come back pretty soon, that discussion, and then that'll create the RFP? Is that
correct.
The idea? Okay. Yeah, I just think, again, the main reason that comes to mind is because our boiler replacement is coming, and I think it's prudent to see if that's possible before that replacement.
Mr. Bass, just for your information, at the PADMA meeting on Monday, because there's 3 boilers, I believe, there, and the city is responsible for one and the others are responsible for other things, they found a vendor that was able to come in and fully rehab the other 2 and extend the life significantly so that it gives us more time to pursue a long-term approach to this. Nice. So that was good information.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because
I think
it's
that's
not as important to do it quickly.
It's not $1 million basically, but
exactly.
It's still something that can be such a massive saving from the gas
Agreed.
bill.
In a long-term situation, I agree 100%.
Other than that, I would just say that this really shows how much is happening, going on. When we started down this road with strategic plan, I think it's really cool to see the process, and it's improved and really kind of guides the city in a great way. So I think it's set up well and really shows again how much is going on and how much we still have to take on.
Thank you. Did we already do public comment?
No, or did you?
Yeah, we did. We did.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan. I forgot that.
Sorry. The only comment that, it's actually a question for Mr. Jenkins. I have a question for you, and I agree with you that we are the only ones in the basin doing anything with regards to housing. I agree also that the other entities need to step up and do their fair share. What I wonder, and my question to you is that you're suggesting that we should not do anything further, put any more money into it until the other guys step up. What if they don't? Do we just stop pursuing affordable housing and housing for our community?
Well, first of all, I still don't think we know what our housing is for. Although I say that a little tongue in cheek, because the state numbers came from here, from a Tahoe Prosperity Center in 2007 or 8 or something, that there was a study done, which I was told by people, including Mr. Williams, that they were inflated numbers because the other parts of the county, other parts of the basin didn't want to do its work. I was a little drama there with. I don't think the taxpayers of the city of South Lake Tahoe, should be carrying the burden of housing because the region wants to dump all of affordable housing costs onto us. And I think there has to be an engaged conversation at TRPA. There has to be an engaged conversation with our friends at Douglas County and El Dorado County, where we have our fine former mayor, who's our Board of Supervisors member, and we have to get some commitments for them, because what I was told just this last week by someone who we are working with is they're a bunch of NIMBYs. There's a lot of NIMBYs, they don't want it, they know we're doing it, so why should they do it? So we have to say to them is, look, you have a responsibility too, and I don't want to see us building housing for the region on the backs of the taxpayers of this city. And we got to do something about it, and not just talk about it, we got to do it. And if that involves bringing it up at TRPA as a matter of policy, we bring it up. I think they understand the problem, but it's going to be getting Douglas County and El Dorado County and Washoe County and Placer County, those people engaged. And if they don't, then I move that we try to get their funds cut in other areas so that they're pushed into the box of doing their jobs and not just expecting us to do it. And that's, again, I'm not angry, I'm just passionate about it.
I couldn't agree more that our regional partners, the lot of them, have really let down the basin in terms of making it livable for the workforce that supports the basin. It's really impossible to argue otherwise. I think the evidence is just staggering. And it's layer upon layer of policy, each one individually with some rational good cause and good justification that has added up to nothing but luxury housing and nothing but vacation homes and lakefront luxury condos that no one can afford to live in. That's pushed out our workforce and reduced the ability to hire. And it's not just that they've reduced the ability to hire, it's made it hard to hire talented people, because the people who are willing to live in our remaining housing that's so substandard and, doesn't allow for people to live with families means that as soon as people become more mature and grow up, they can't live here anymore, and you can't hire quality people to do much more than entry-level work, or the pool of workers that can do mid-level and upper-level work shrinks and shrinks and shrinks every year because of this. So I have no doubt on that. To that end, right, I agree with you that it should change. I don't think anybody, I think you'd have to drive a long way to find a regular person who thinks otherwise. So I don't think that viewpoint is in much doubt. The only question is really the how, right? How do we cajole, strong arm, lead these other regional entities into doing their fair share, which they have abrogated, right? So we have a representative. So here's a thought. I haven't thought it all the way through, but this is a thought. I want to share it with you on this topic. So we have a representative to the TRPA that can speak for the city at the TRPA. Now, one of the challenges with having a representative is that it's a representative, not a monarch, right? And it's one vote out of many, which is frustrating. I would rather be the king of the world, you know, as a certain DiCaprio once said. But it's inconvenient otherwise. But we don't have a representative to many of the other regional governments. We don't have someone whose job it is to go represent the city in front of Douglas County Board of Supervisors, to go represent the city in front of Washoe County Board of Supervisors. In sort of Placer. Yeah, but the problem is, right, that much like here, actually worse than here, right, the Douglas County Board of Supervisors are all elected from the valley, from the Desert Valley. They don't have a district that's dominantly up here. They don't even have, at least El Dorado County has one representative whose predominant population base is in the basin. But there's none of the other counties have anything, don't even have that. So maybe it would make sense to have a council member with the job. We'll talk about that if you wanted to do. Maybe it would make sense to have a council member with the job to say, go to their meetings, go stand at their public comment section, because we don't have an official seat, but you can go and say, the city of South Lake Tahoe thinks it's important for you to spend more money on housing in the basin. Please do that. And then report back to the city council about how they're doing. And honestly, I can think of few people better for the job. And I am nominating you for that because I think you're making the point that this isn't being done, and I don't think it's a policy thing. It's not a staff to staff operation where it's like, please do this operational stuff. This is a policy. This is more of a policy representation assignment.
Well, let me, if I may, Mayor. I think part of the problem emanates from the state of housing community development. They talk about this requirements in California to have a fair share allocation, except we're one of the unique regions because we're a bi-state area. So Nevada, their rules don't apply. But what is the State Housing Community Development Department doing to encourage, let's be nice, encourage, support, urge, then I can think of other words, these California agencies to do their part. Now, getting the Nevada agencies to do their part is something that I think TRPA could have a huge voice if they wanted to. As a regional agency, I mean, they poke their nose in all kinds of things. So why not poke it into this?
Yeah, let me speak a little bit to that. So the TRPA has taken on housing and affordable housing in the last few years. We have a living housing working group, which I serve on. There are definitely now, the city of South Lake Tahoe by far is doing more than the 5 counties around the lake. There's just no doubt to that.
Together.
But there have been changes just in the last year in town centers to allow for more dense, dense building and zoning and less parking restrictions to try to spur some affordable housing development. Of course, the North Shore has a lot more challenges, just property values. There's a lot of challenges that we don't have when it comes down to development, but I think that will, from Placer County is definitely there. I think we definitely have an issue with Douglas County, there's no doubt. But I think that the TRPA can do things to incentivize each county or even to punish them if they don't do those things. And that's where TRPA does hold some of those levers. But as it was spoken about before, getting consensus at the TRPA can be a very difficult thing. And it's not always just get the 8 votes, which is the majority of 15. Sometimes it's that you need 4 California and 4 Nevada, and it can make it. So yes, TRPA can get it done. I'm just explaining it can be a little bit of a,
Uphill.
And what is difficult with the 5 counties is how differently they break apart, and our challenges are so different. When you look at Placer County in the North Shore, Truckee has really, served as its workforce place and a little part of Kings
they're
Beach.
very
And then other than that, everything has been outpriced for decades for a local to live in across all of Placer County. But you have those two places, and that's really so anyways, what I'm explaining is yes, I think it's possible, but we also have to understand just how different the dynamics are. And I think Douglas looks at their affordable workforce housing as Gardnerville, Minden, the Ranchos, and that's kind of how they view it. So it's just, yes, I think TRPA is the right route. I'm just kind of putting it out that
We
it's
need
like.
to give you what you need in policy support, and we need to give you that voice of the council so that you can be the advocate as well as others who might who might be advocates for the city.
It's a challenge, and frankly, it's the same issue at the TTD, for example, where I agree with your point that it is in principle possible for the TRPA to strong arm some of the other counties into doing the right thing. The challenge is that requires the votes of the other counties who are going to be disinclined to strong arm themselves. So that's a tough thing because the TRPA is not a unitary executive. Right. It's made up the people who run it. Half those people are Nevada.
Or outside the basin.
Or outside the basin, or Nevada people are outside the basin entirely. Half of them are outside the basin. Mm-hmm. So it's right. So that's a tough road to expect the kind of results. But I think if we can go direct to Douglas County and say, dear Douglas County, please build Douglas County basin side version of Sugar Pines. We did our part. You should please do yours. I think that's something that could be pushed in a public way.
2 points.
So go do that.
2 points. You can't have state and federal agencies removing developed properties in this city randomly without, and we've had some discussion about that, randomly removing properties off the tax roll, taking developed properties, some housing, a lot of housing, and as they did in years past, you can't have them doing that and then us be responsible for the results, and something has to change there. But the other side of it is, I think with the California agencies, is that HCD needs to help us. HCD needs to do its darn job and help us with the California agencies to urge them, encourage them, bat them over their head if it's necessary to do their part, and that maybe we can gain some leverage, and then through our congressmen, through our congressional people, maybe they can help with some legislation, or that would apply to the basin as a whole.
Let me ask, let me just make it real. Would you be interested in being like a rep to Douglas County on housing?
To Douglas County?
Yeah. To be the point person to go to Douglas County's Board of Supervisors meeting and ask them to please do their fair share.
Well, if that was.
Like, make that happen, because I don't know that we can just ask staff to do that. That would be a thing.
Go ahead.
Really quick, I think, I hear this whole issue of legislative agenda setting has come up, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. What do we want? What do we want our neighbors to do? And how do we get there together? And what do we want them to stop doing? I think for the housing item, because that's where this started, it might be beneficial for me to work with Mr. Thomas and his staff through the staff of the TRPA to get a clear understanding of the current state of affairs. So we all at least reading from the same sheet of music.
What has Douglas County done?
What have they done? And let's get the facts first. Because I hear at face value, we're the biggest population, 20,000 plus people. We have big scale projects. I don't want to falsely assume what I don't know Washoe's done or Douglas has done. So let's get some facts first on that, and I'll report that back to the council at an appropriate time.
Then we can follow up on the idea of.
Yep, but I would like to see, this is the previous council, you had committees. You had council committees that looked at a variety of matters. I remember some of those enjoyable conversations that we had, and I think this is a matter of major policy. And if Mr. Bass or anyone else could it's important that from TRPA that you have a not that you don't, but that you have an appreciation and you can add in comments as it relates to policy, because we are the policymakers. And I think there is a receptive staff at TRP realizing that they have to turn the battleship. The battleship has to be turned as slowly as it, but I think there's an understanding of that, so.
So, Mr. Jenkins, I actually am sort of going along the same path as you. That's something that we could do as an ad hoc. Get 1 or 2 members of council to work together to try to affect regional policies. Mr. Robbins, there's just one thing I want to clarify. We have an El Dorado County rep that is from here, but Douglas County has a rep as well that is Basin, West Rice. Washoe County has a Basin rep.
Basin majority or Basin includes?
Yeah,
It
included, but mostly Basin.
But I thought most of his population was in the valley.
I don't think so, because Douglas County is not that big, and it's split by 5. So his majority is here.
I thought he was majority.
And with Alexis Hill in Washoe and Cindy Gustafson in Placer. So there are Basin reps. And, well, I would have mentioned Shelley Aldine for Carson, but they don't have any, there's nothing there.
One house.
There's nothing there, so it doesn't matter. So we could have an effect. So I am not opposed to, after the staff comes back and says, okay, this is what each of the jurisdictions are doing, having the discussion about having an ad hoc committee that can affect regional policy.
Have Gene Diaz come up here and explain what he knows about what's going on. And I've recently had that conversation. I think you'll learn a lot just in a very few minutes.
Gene is amazing.
Yeah, I'm just not, I guess we'll have this conversation later. I'm not clear how us having a committee impacts regional policy. Us reaching out, being proactive and saying this, we are going to attend this meeting, this meeting, this meeting.
That's how we do it.
The other, yeah, so that's the conversation we're having.
But you can have it with an ad hoc committee, and they can work together to do that. So, Mr. Robbins, you had some specific items that were in the strategic plan that you asked to have changed.
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins, as far as yours are, you'd have to remind me what they are again. Was there anything specific that you wanted changed in the policy that is going out to the public?
The text.
The text of the strategic plan?
Yeah, I would just like the straightforward text that I touched on included somewhere in an appropriate part of the policy as a policy statement to the city that these are things that we want done. And I'm not going to tell you where to 2A or 2B, but there are specific things in there. Because what the strategic plan, the way that I've seen it operate is, you set the plan without really knowing the numbers, all the numbers, how we're going to do it, then when you come to the budget, you say, well, yeah, but it's in the strategic plan, so now we have to put money in there.
Right.
But how do we know we have enough money? So it's an interesting way of channeling us into doing things that we don't really know how much it's going to cost.
We can't budget for what we don't know we're going to do. That is a catch-22.
It's a catch-22.
You are right in that you have identified a catch-22.
Yeah.
And I agree that it stinks.
Some of it, probably not
all
verbatim, but some of the comments that I heard from Mr. Jenkins are listed in the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to
perfect.
recap those, but I hear what you're saying.
So-
If anybody knows the money cheat code, we can fix
Does
that.
staff, this is a question for either Mr. Irvin or Ms. Stroud. We have made a few changes. So does that mean that we can adopt the plan with those changes, or does it have to be changed and brought back to us again?
No, we can adopt it with changes. This
Thank
isn't
you.
an ordinance. So
In that
if I
case-
have it,
Okay,
I
yes,
have it
please.
captured. So what I heard specific changes requested was, I'll start in order. Item 1.8 will be broken into 1.8 and 1.9. 1.9 will change to 1.10, 1.10 will change to 1.11, and it'll be evaluate the feasibility of a residential area plan.
Perfect.
So
And we also did talk about moving that forward, and we wanted to ask you, we never actually got to an answer about what we could move back. That was your point, and we never actually got that far. We got
We have to
sidetracked
push
on the
something
wall.
off if we're going to push that one up.
Yeah, for
And
for
we'll
residential
let
area plan.
we'll let you decide what it is.
Think of that.
Please, God.
We can give a report to the council.
Perfect.
We'll have an update on this. If you adopt it today, we can report it with the annual budget
Perfect.
when it comes back.
That's amazing.
Show,
Thank you.
Show what resources we have, what we don't have, what we can do. We're coming to the budget workshop will be the August
August
12th
That's
or
fine.
25th.
26th,
I just needed a
something like
general
that.
summary.
And then the
day
other
after I get
change,
back from
the
New
other
York.
change I captured was a minor text change to 4.1, economies, viable economies.
To A, so not
Yep.
economies.
I
Yeah.
gotcha. And then the final was addition of 7.7. And Councilmember Robbins, you had some specific language. I'd like to capture that one more
Yeah,
time.
You want me to repeat it?
Please.
I have it written down. It's Cobb Salad. No, wait, that's from earlier. Continue to improve equitable access for people of all abilities to all public spaces.
Agree.
How does that sound to you guys?
I'm good.
Sounds good.
That's good with me.
That,
So,
does that read like good language to you guys? It read good to me. I just
That sounds great. Thank you.
edit in now.
So those are the changes I captured.
The only other one was the possibly moving the geothermal to start 25, 26, finish next year instead of start 27, 28, finish 28, 29.
We can do that. I just saw Mr. Najad say yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
perfect.
And you say there is a business retention, expansion, and new business development program in the
Yeah.
plan?
So what specifically what it lists is, the council said clearly they want to create an economic development advisory committee that'll focus on a local business retention expansion program. So I think from a staff perspective, we want to respect council's desire. That's what was asked for, was an advisory committee. We'll come to you and we can talk about, this is the program we're going to start to roll out to our community. Make sure we have some, that's how it's worded in there now. If the committee doesn't want to meet after an initial meeting,
Sufficient?
It is what it is. I think as staff, I don't want to learn about things happening after they happen, and I don't think to do good economic development and improvement, we need to be more, as staff, actively engaged in those contexts, not through the chambers of commerce, but as our staff, and we have plenty of those fine people to engage businesses and find out what their problems they're facing, what their dilemmas are, and maybe how we can help them. So maybe an advisory committee is a good idea. I don't know, but
you know,
it
I
could
think
be.
I hear you. I think Hillary and I can work together to come back to council and talk about what resources we have to throw at a BRE program.
I think you have a lot of resources.
That works.
Okay. Anything else?
Can we go home now?
Nope.
So I will put forward a
you,
motion
Kyle.
adopting the 2025-2030 strategic plan with the noted changes.
I second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. There is no further discussion. Please vote.
That motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item number 14, regular new business license with Mary Johnson McCall for use of Bijou Golf.
Mayor,
Bijou, oh, go ahead.
I must recuse from this item because of property ownership in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Bass.
We push off this item to
This
never-
is Mr. Stark?
to push this item to, I don't want to ever deal with it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and
Give me
council
a break
members.
agenda.
I'm John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. Today I'm presenting to you an agreement with Ms. McCall to rent the parking lot that serves Bijou Golf Course. The terms of the agreement to rent the parking lot is from May 1st through October 31st each year of 2025 through 2027 for an annual payment of $30,000. For many years, the city and the property owner have maintained a short-term renewable lease agreement for use of a portion of the adjacent land to provide golf course parking. The Parks and Recreation Department currently has $25,355 available in the golf course budget towards rental of the parking lot. An additional $4,645 would be required to supplement existing funds needed to pay the $30,000 rental fee. Staff recommends passing a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute an agreement with Ms. McCall to rent the parking lot property at Bijou Golf Course for an annual payment of $30,000 to lease the parking lot from May 1st through October 31st each year of 2025 through 2027 and appropriate $4,645 from general funds undesignated excess revenues into the golf course account. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Stark?
Is this is a lease for 3 years? Is this a lease, can we break the lease at any of the years, or is it 3 years guaranteed for 3 years?
No, it's for 3 years. There's no exit clause.
Because I know at some point there had been some consideration of alternative setups for that golf course, but maybe that's beyond 3 years anyway. So.
Beyond 3 years.
Yeah, but that's what I want to hear. So that's what
Mr. Najad and I have been building our 5-year CIP. We're planning to present it to council on May 20th. You'll see the preliminary monies being proposed to help us do some site assessment for future parking, parks maintenance facility, et cetera. But that is tied into what parking looks like in the future for the golf course. But for right now, this is a great agreement with Ms. McCall, and we appreciate her partnership.
So you don't think we're going to be in a spot in 3 years that this is going to be OBE? Sorry. It's your opinion, it's your viewpoint that we're not going to be overtaken by events for this lease if we have some like alternative setup for that property. It won't come within the 3 years, or it'll come after the 3 years.
Yeah, it'll take time because of planning, entitlements, and money.
Okay, I'm done.
Mr. Roberts? Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. We'll do public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this item?
It's my helicopter coming to get me out of here.
Ms. McCall?
Good afternoon, Mary McCall. Does anybody have any questions at all about the golf course and this agreement or anything? I'm here to answer any of your questions.
I think we're all good, Ms. McCall.
Okay, so further on. Today, I got to meet Wayne Wallace, CEO of the South Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. Summarily, he described good business practices: simple, fair, predictable, and consistent. 5 years ago, I offered the city a chance to renew a 30-plus year relationship for another 30-year relationship, which was simple, fair, predictable, and consistent. I suggest, as an example, a Roman road is built long-term. Why long-term? Because it creates stability, civic pride, and most important, emotional commitment that allows new and expanded opportunities. In this instance, opportunities for the general public, all-inclusive in compliance with the diversity policies of the city. I'm going to go ahead and do this with you, but I have to tell you, it doesn't really set an example of behavioral commitment to something great. John has done a great job in starting a youth program after 38 years of no youth program at a municipal golf course in the middle of a little mountain town. And a 3-year commitment from you guys doesn't really say much that you care. I've talked to John today about the new recreation center. That's a 30-year bond to pay off, okay? And in a 30-year bond, that's unusual that it's 30 years, okay? But it will allow you to have the time needed to get stable, consistent, and to sustainably move forward with the future. If we have our roads falling apart and we're reconstructing it, as I've heard today, rather than maintaining the deferred maintenance, we're kind of getting behind rather than ahead. And we've spent the whole day wrangling and wrangling and talking and talking and talking about a lot of stuff that's already been talked about for the last 30 years. I hate to be the person who has to deliver this message, but somebody, and surely all of you know this as we're all sitting here, your constituency, the public that you serve, has disappeared. You are not the policy makers. The policy makers are the people who live here. The voters are the policy makers. It's their town. You're here to do good business for what the public wants. You're public servants. And their job is to enter into private enterprise and come to you and say, hey, there's a great big 5-acre tract of land and I'd like to have affordable housing. And here's my feasibility study. And I've already been to the banker in order to assure there's going to be a return on my investment. Because otherwise, why would anybody want to do business at South Lake Tahoe? Thank you.
So does she support the agreement?
I have no idea.
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on this item?
I can't tell.
Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, I do see that we have one hand raiser, Grimes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Forrest Grimes, and I am a permanent resident of the city. I live on Fairway Avenue, which is contiguous to the golf course. I'm calling in support of the item. I want to thank staff for seeking a fair and equitable solution and to keep the course open in the near term. And I want to thank Ms. McCall for her willingness to facilitate that as well. One of your helicopters is flying overhead, so I hope you can still hear me. I do especially appreciate the great work of the ground crew. I know my voice is very youthful, but I've been golfing on that golf course since the late 60s, and it's never looked better, quite frankly. So your crew takes a lot of pride in their work, and you should be very proud of them. So I'm requesting that you pass the item before you. And it sounds like Joe mentioned that this is in process, but I would like you to direct staff to seek a permanent solution because this is truly a great amenity that many locals appreciate. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. No additional hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Jenkins?
I make a motion that we approve. I make a motion that we approve the proposed resolution, authorize the mayor to sign same for an agreement for this golf course parking as written in the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion? Second. We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Then let's vote.
That motion carries.
Mr. Irvin, would you mind asking Mr. Bass to come back in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to thank Ms. McCall for being so patient and waiting so late to have her agenda item brought up. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. That was very good. Okay, moving on to item number 15, ordinance amending chapter 8.05.10170 of the South Lake Tahoe City Code to establish a commercial use permit. Mr. Stark.
Okay, good afternoon again, Mayor and council members. John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm presenting to you a proposed amendment to City Code 8.05.170 permits to reserve portions of park to include commercial entities that are charging fees for activities, classes, and meetings on park property without rental agreements or fitting within the purview of the guidelines for a special event permit. This permit would help to capture commercial activities that are happening in parks where a rental would be cost prohibitive to their activity and where a special event permit does not apply. For example, a person teaching a yoga class at Regan Beach who is collecting a fee for participation but has no agreement in place with the city. Another example would be a disc golf business that is offering a meetup disc golf league at Bijou Park and is charging a fee for participation but has no agreement in place with the city. The current ordinance reads as follows. Any person desiring to reserve a portion of any city park for any activity other than a special event shall apply for a City of South Lake Tahoe facility use permit in accordance with the following provisions. Standards for issuance. The director or designee may issue a permit hereunder when they find that the following standards have been met. 1, that the proposed activity or use of the park or facility will not unreasonably interfere with or detract from the general public enjoyment of the park. 2, that the proposed activity and use will not unreasonably interfere with or detract from the promotion of public health, welfare, safety, and recreation. 3, that the proposed activity or use is not unreasonably anticipated to incite violence, crime, or disorderly conduct. 4, that all required fees and charges have been paid for issuance of the permit. 5, that the park or facilities desired have not been reserved for any other use at that day and hour required in the application. And so the ordinance would be amended to also include the following. B, permits for commercial purposes. In addition to the standards set forth in subsection A, the director or designee may issue a permit to any person desiring to use a portion of any city park for any commercial purpose defined as an activity, class, or meeting where a fee for admission is charged, or other activity from which monetary benefit is to be derived directly or indirectly, when they find that the following standards have been met. 1, the permitted use is non-exclusive. 2, no more than 50 participants or the number specified in the permit, whichever is less, are permitted during any activity, class, or meeting. 3, the permitted use will not use any structures or park equipment unless specified in the permit. 4, the permitted use may take place only during posted hours. 5, the permittee may only conduct one activity, class, or meeting at a time. 6, the term of the permit shall not exceed 6 months. 7, the director or designee is authorized to include additional permit conditions to ensure that impacts to the park and other park patrons are minimized, and the cost of the permit will be $50 for a 6-month term. Thanks, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Stark? I have one question. Did the Parks and Rec Commission review this and approve it?
We've discussed this with the Parks and Rec Commission and did not go to them for a motion. I think that the Parks and Rec Commission is supportive of this.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Bass.
I had just one question that just came to mind. For events that don't take any, that aren't bringing in any money, they're free, essentially, those won't need a permit still. But there's a few, like your wrestling event, for instance, something like
Right.
that. Would that?
Yeah, so this is really for activities that fall outside of special events that require the special event permitting process and outside activities, and that fall outside of a facility use agreement. So for example, if you were to hold a disc golf meetup, you might not be able to pay the whole fee to rent the entire disc golf course if you were charging a fee of, say, $5 for participants. So having this 6-month permit would allow for more commercial uses to be able to be active in the parks at a nominal fee.
Generate money.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stark.
Thanks.
Is there any member of the public that would like to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised on our Zoom platform.
Bring it back to council. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Oh, can we have, it is an ordinance. Can we
Oh,
please
you
have that
to-
read
You have
out?
to read it out. Right there.
This is pass a motion to hold a first reading by substitution title of an ordinance amending Chapter 8.05.170 permits to reserve portions of park, establishing a permit for commercial use purposes, and refer to second reading and adoption to the May 20, 2025 meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Was that Mr. Bass?
Mr.
second?
Bass, yes.
Great, thank you. That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 16, State Line Transit Center Parking Enforcement Authorization Ordinance. Chief Stevenson. Pretty soon it's going to be Mr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Before I present the item, I did want to amend the suggested action on its face. There's a typo. 3 lines up from the bottom, it should read and refer second reading and adoption to May 20th meeting. It currently reads May 6th. I'll try to remind you, assuming we get there before a motion is made as well.
Thank you.
So this item is about the State Line Transit Center. It's owned by the city. It's located at 4114 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. It was built in 2004. At that time, there were several parking zones or prohibited zones established at the transit center, including a loading zone. There's a small permit parking area, as well as generally no parking throughout the entire bus stop. It was leased to the TTD in 2014 for their use as a bus stop. The problem today is I don't think the signage has been updated. Honestly, I don't know when it was updated. It could have been 2004, 2014. The signage is old, it's faded, it has the wrong city code sections listed, and that becomes problematic for parking enforcement. So we need to get that corrected. Researching that, We didn't quite find the right authorities that we wanted, so the best way to clean it up is there's two things proposed for your consideration today. The first would be an ordinance amendment, adding 4.25.607, I believe, which would authorize you, the city council, to establish via resolution certain parking restrictions in municipal off-street parking facilities, which that would be considered. That would also cover things like the parking garage and anywhere else where the city owns land and there was parking. Second would be a resolution authorizing the specific parking prohibitions and restrictions that exist as they are today at the transit center. So the existing loading zone, the existing permit zone, and most importantly, generally no parking throughout the rest of the transit center. That's my presentation.
Is there any questions for Chief Stevenson? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
There are no hands raised via Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion, or please, God,
Sure, I'll put
motion.
I'll put forward a motion to hold a first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Article 7 of Chapter 4.25 of the South Lake Tahoe City Code to add Section 4.25.607, authorizing City Council by resolution to establish certain parking prohibitions, restrictions, and regulations at municipal off-street parking facilities, and refer to a second reading and adoption to the May 20th, 2025 meeting. And pass a resolution establishing parking prohibitions, restrictions, and regulations for the State Line Transit Center.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Perfect. Moving on. Item number 17, Pioneer Trail Pedestrian Improvement Project Phase 2 Construction Contract with B&M Symbol LSC and amendment to the agreement with CDM Smith for engineering services during construction and accepting and appropriating grant funding. Stephen Anderjack. Mr. Anderjack.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Stephen Anderjack, and I'm a staff member in the City of South Lake Tahoe's Public Works Department. The primary action within the item I am bringing before you today is the recommendation of the award of the Pioneer Trail Pedestrian Improvement Project Phase 2. Before jumping into specifics, I will provide some background on this project as a whole. The Pioneer Trail Phase 2 project is a continuation of the Pioneer Trail Pedestrian Improvements Phase 1 project that was constructed in 2014. Phase 2 of this project includes the installation of pedestrian sidewalks, street lighting, bulb outs, drainage upgrades, Class 2 bike lanes, roadway paving, and other various upgrades. This project will upgrade the Pioneer Trail corridor between Larch Avenue and Ski Run Boulevard. The pedestrian upgrades associated with this project were designed by CDM Smith, and the easement acquisitions needed for this project were processed by Interwest. The construction of the project was advertised on Planet Bids on February 11th, 2025, and bids were publicly opened and read aloud on March 18th, 2025 at the City Public Works Building. The city received two bids. B&M Civil LLC was the apparent low bidder with a total base bid price of $6,344,383. Martin Brothers, the second bidder, had a total base bid price of $9,781,000. The engineer's estimate for the bid was $4.8 million. On April 4th, 2025, 17 days after the bid opening, City Council received emails from the Foundation for Fair Contracting containing a bid advisory on B&M Civil LLC. Although this is not considered a bid protest, since the entity was not a prospective bidder, staff has evaluated the FFC's comments before recommending award to B&M Civil. Staff reviewed the FFC's comments and found B&M to be in compliance with our public work contracting requirements, including prevailing wage requirements. Staff's response to the allegations can be found in the staff report for this council item. Another topic staff would like to discuss is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, or DBE, contract requirement. The city has received $2.1 million of federal funding for this project. The city has received $2.1 million of federal funding for this project. This funding requires the project to have a DBE utilization goal or an acceptable good faith effort. A good faith effort basically documents that the prime contractor tried to solicit DBE participation, however, was unable to secure the DBE participation. The DBE goal for this project was calculated to be 19%. The apparent low bidder, B&M, submitted a DBE commitment of 0% along with a good faith effort. The city evaluated the good faith effort and found it to be acceptable. Caltrans's Office of Civil Rights also reviewed the good faith effort and did not find it to be acceptable. Per Caltrans Local Assistance Procedures Manual, the city may still proceed with the award of the project even though the city and Caltrans do not agree with the good faith effort evaluation. El Dorado County has also proceeded with similar project awards against Caltrans's recommendation 3 times to date and have received federal funding reimbursement for these projects. However, these projects have not been audited at this time. In summary, staff and management have reviewed the FCC bid advisory and the good faith effort provided by B&M Civil and recommends awarding the contract to B&M Civil for a total contract value of $6,344,383 plus a 10% contingency of $634,436. In addition, staff recommends directing the mayor to execute Amendment 6 to CDM's design PSA for engineering services during construction for an additional $54,983.67 for a total not to exceed amount of $615,396.39. Staff also recommends the budget transfers and acceptance per the item's resolution. The alternative action to awarding the construction contract is that the council may pass a motion to direct staff to reject all bids and rebid the project. However, this will most likely result in higher contractor pricing and cause the majority of the construction to take place in the 2026 construction season. For these reasons, staff does not recommend this alternative. Finally, the motion in your package for item D should be revised to read, transferring $1,050,000 of Measure S undesignated reserves and $915,898 from the road rehabilitation account. This concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any additional questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Anderjack. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I was just curious about the local workforce development, local hire requirements. Those usually come along with city contracts.
Yes.
But why is it that the funding through FHWA, but it's still our contract, why does the FHWA funding exclude that?
The FHWA funding, I want to reread it before I speak on it, but it does contradict, the local hire initiative does contradict with the FHWA funding requirements, but I can get you more information.
So it's,
If I could add, if you have federal funds, we cannot use the local labor requirement. That is in our.
So it's not that it's just not required, it's not a issue, this is what I want to clarify. It's not that it's not required under FHWA funding. The FHWA funding preempts our otherwise requirement to have it,
Correct.
regardless of whether or not we want it.
It's prohibited.
Yes.
Okay, that's an important distinction. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jenkins?
I see in the staff report, I just noticed this, too, transferring $481,000 from the James and Eloise drainage project.
Yes.
Have you driven on James and Eloise recently at all?
Yes, I have.
It's pretty bad.
Mhm.
So where will the money come if it's transferred from there? Where will?
The James and Eloise Drainage Replacement Project does not involve paving. It involves replacing a failing storm drain that crosses from James to the Eloise detention basin. That money was moved into this project so we could fund this project this year.
And
we plan
are there any residential areas that would be flooded if this drainage replacement project is not?
The pipe is existing, so the drainage replacement project is actually just replacing basically replacing a failing pipe. So we're not actually adding any new infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, council? I do have one quick question. Can you clarify, you said that there was a change to the recommended motion, $1,050,000 from Measure S. Can you either give us that in writing so that we can make the motion properly, or tell me and I'll write it down real quick?
So basically, it said $1,050,000 of SB1 funding transferred, but it's actually, there's a mixture of SB1 and Measure S. So we clarified it to read from the road rehab account because
Okay.
that's where all the money is coming from.
I see it's already in here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Anderjack. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
I guess I would like a little clarification, because I'm looking through this investigative stuff that's happened, and some of it's fairly recent, so we don't have concerns in any way that we're going to see these same kind of labor complaints, and it seems like this contractor has quite a few of them. Yeah.
So for the last two awards, we've heard back, we had very similar comments from this entity. B&M also did a project for us last year, and they did all of the prevailing wage requirements. It was audited by Wildan, our consultant, and they are in compliance. So there are no issues with this contractor based on the experience we have with them.
Can I add something? We also have a memo from Wildan, our labor compliance consultant, that basically states that B&M was in compliance for all labor prevailing wage requirements on their last project with us. So.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please, somebody make a motion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion to pass a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute construction contract with B&M Civil LLC for $6.344 million and $383 plus a 10% construction contingency of $634,436, and also authorizing and directing the mayor to execute amendment number 6 to agreement with CDM Smith for engineering services during construction for an additional amount of $54,983.67, and a total amount not to exceed $615,000 and $396.39, and accepting and appropriating grant funding of $1.2 million from Active Transportation Program, $1.551 million from Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, $606,000 from Surface Transportation Block Grant, and $714,984 from the South Tahoe Public Utilities for and lieu fees. Also transferring $1,050,000 of Measure S undesignated reserves and $915,898 from SB1 funds, and transferring $481,732 from James and Eloise Drainage Project.
Okay, we have a motion.
Madam Mayor, that
Yes.
motion did not make the correction that Mr. Anderjack requested on.
thought it
the
did.
SB1. I think it's to take out SB1 funds and replace that with the road rehabilitation account.
So I'll amend the motion
Okay.
for changing the SB1 funds to
Road
road rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation.
There you go.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, a corrected motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Another simple one.
Mayor, I just want to say thanks for that vote. This project's been long overdue, and Mr. Anderjack's done a great job getting us to this point. So get ready for a busy construction season, and if you go down Pioneer Trail, you know that that road is in dire need of this project. So thank you. Good work, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin, and thank you, Mr. Anderjack and Mr. Najad. Well, moving on to item number 18, our agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
This should only take me about 20 minutes.
That's it. Where's that helicopter?
So this is going to change a little bit in the next couple meetings because of VHR
Right.
items. So the next meeting's May 20th. I'll just leave it at that for right now. Nothing really special to call out.
Okay. Any questions on the APC? Seeing none. Updates and announcement. Ms. Stroud.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one that I will be traveling to a lovely Burlingame for the City Attorney Conference tomorrow through Friday.
What is that?
At the San Francisco Airport, basically.
Yeah. Safe travels, Ms. Stroud. Ms.
how
Blankenship,
chic
do
the
you have
airport.
any updates or announcements?
Oh, I did want to just notify everyone that this morning, Mayor Wallace did issue a proclamation to both of our chambers in honor of Small Business Week.
Excellent.
And last week, I did attend the California Municipal Clerks Association Annual Conference down in San Jose. Got to stay with my aunt and uncle, so saved the city a little money there. And I was telling Mr. Irvin that you don't know how good you got it until you talk to other clerks. And I couldn't ask for a better city manager or city attorney.
Agreed. Mr. Irvin, do you have any updates or announcements?
None from me today.
Council member reports. I'll start with Mr. Roberts.
No reports, but I'd like to see if we could ask the city staff to pursue a look at the Angel City Sports with Trevor and see what he's looking at for enhancement of our BMX track. I think that's something worth looking into.
I agree.
Okay, we have
Yeah.
2 members of council.
What I'd like to do is talk with John Stark, our Director of Parks and Rec, and have him look into this. He may evaluate it with the Parks and Recreation Board, but we can make sure we prioritize a report back to council and let you know what we found out. Is that fair?
Yeah, all about it.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I think we should pursue the ad hoc committee on regional policy.
I actually agree with that,
All
too.
about it.
You got that? Ad hoc committee on regional
Oh,
policy.
who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I did.
Oh, you did, okay.
Hang on, is that, sorry, I'm bleary-eyed at this point.
It's the conversation that we
Yeah,
had
yeah.
during the strategic plan.
That was gonna come back with what are the other governments
I
doing? Is
think
this
we can
coming
do
back
it in
concurrent?
conjunction.
Yeah, I'm saying we should have both pieces of information
Perfect.
if not in the same agenda, at least in back-to-back items.
Agreed.
So we know what we're doing, then we talk about how to engage with them, I think. Otherwise, we're kind of going into one blind without the other.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
that
Do
good
you have
for
anything
staff?
else, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Jenkins?
I just want to thank people in the community who've come out and spoken or who've invited us to meet with them on the vacation rental. I'd like to thank Gene Diaz for the excellent overview of the program of St. Joseph. I learned so much from that presentation about what they're doing, what they want to do, where they're going. And I want to thank Doug Williams for taking time to meet and discuss matters of interest, growing the economy and so forth. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, first, one question. I looked through the APC, and it might be that I just missed it because my eyes are so bleary at this point. I did not see an item anywhere on the bringing back the the pre-approved ADU plans and pre-approved ADU products. I didn't see that on scheduled or unscheduled, but it's entirely possible I just missed it because I was looking with my eyeballs and I don't trust them right now. So, but if not, I would like to make sure that, I just would like to know when that's planning to come back.
Right now it's shown. Right now it's shown as the ADU parcel analysis, June 3rd.
Is that,
That's the item, because the first phase to that analysis was what amount of parcels in the city could accommodate certain types of ADUs.
are we gonna have, because we issued the contract for the ADU pre-approved plans, right? So we issued the contract for that. Is that not coming back with results by that meeting?
No, absolutely. So the first step, as Mr. Irvin mentioned, was the contract has been issued, the consultant's been retained, work has been started. So when this was presented to council, the first step that the council requested coming back prior to the plans was a parcel analysis to determine the amount of parcels that could potentially fit an ADU, and that is what's coming back June 3rd.
So that does not then include, here are the plans we've developed and they are ready
That does-
for approval?
That's correct. It does not include that. At this meeting, the council will be asked direction whether or not to proceed based on the analysis presented at that time.
So I'm sorry if I've lost track then, have we issued a contract request for the development of those plans?
The consultant is under contract.
Okay, it's the same consultant?
Yes,
For both of us?
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha, all right. Okay, so then that's the next time, that's the next item that's coming back. We don't then have, it is correct then that we do not have a scheduled point for this to come back for us to actually approve the plans yet.
So somebody can get it for them.
Well,
That
but
is-
yeah, we're not there yet, so.
That is correct. It'll be up to the council at that time to determine whether or not to proceed based on the parcel analysis
Yeah.
at that time.
Okay, so, and I guess for that meeting, we'll find out how long it would take to get that done, to get that program ready to implement.
Correct. Based
Okay.
on direction from council,
Okay.
yes.
The only other thing was, I had at the strategic plan retreat to over there, at the end, I had half joked about about my suggestion that we fix the seal of the city. In fairness, that was half joking, but it was also half not joking. It's a little silly that our seal is wrong. It's a little embarrassing. But I had asked, that seal is laid out in ordinance, believe it or not. So I had asked staff at a couple Mondays ago, I can't remember how many Mondays ago, a few Mondays ago, what's actually needed to fix that, and if we need to agendize an ordinance change to fix that. Not that that's a top priority, but that should be a 2-second fix, and maybe we won't look so silly.
I support that.
I'll talk to the city clerk and we'll evaluate.
All right. Let me know if we need to, I was hoping to know if we needed to agendize it. I can wait till the next meeting and I'll find out before then if we need to agendize it.
Is it primarily the city seal here on every other document that we have that has a city
Well,
seal?
The seal, the physical object
If we
that's
just
there.
fix this, would it make you happy?
But it should be the documents that we sign, our letterhead, our official everything. It's all the same and correct, and maybe that's our public image. Maybe we should know where our own borders are. It's a little bit embarrassing.
Well, and it's the bend of California in the middle of the lake, so it's pretty mild.
To include us, the other.
Well, that would be that'd be moving Nevada to take over half the city, and I'm not supportive of that. I do not second that.
Okay. So you
All right,
got
you'll let me know,
you
and
got
I'll
a
bring it back
second
next
on
week.
that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Do you have anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Bass?
I need a nap.
No, I really don't have much. Got an LTVA meeting Thursday. That's about it for me.
Oh, yeah, TTD meeting is tomorrow. I'll have a report on that after that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bass. Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Madam Mayor, I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
No, that's
Quick
okay, go ahead.
backsies. I forgot one thing. I just have to brag for a minute. I wanted to share this with the council. You maybe saw it on
I did.
the media, but the Boys and Girls Club's Bright Future Awards was last week, and they awarded Community Partner of the Year to the City of South Lake Tahoe Parks and Recreation Department. So kudos to John Stark and his team. He gave it to me 9 hours ago. I sit here and I forgot about it. Sorry.
It became a paperweight as the day wore on. Thank you, Mr. Irvin, and thank you, Mr. Stark. The only thing that I have is the El Dorado County Fair. I went to the fair luncheon last week, I believe it was, and the fair this year is June 12th through the 15th, so if anybody gets a chance to go down, that is a great event. And if you haven't already seen it, I would encourage all of you to watch the new show on Channel 21, Chopping It Up with the Mayor, and the city manager and I are doing a cooking show, and it's really fun. And next week, we will be joining the Colo 8 team and doing a cooking show on Reno Television.
Are you gonna really cook?
Yes,
What? What are you cooking?
I'm making a berry cobbler.
Oh.
Yes, and we will be filming our next episode of the city's version in a few weeks, so.
I've applied to judge one of the hot chili pepper contests at the fair.
There you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, we are now done.
That was easy, Mayor.
So done.
Thank you. You did a good.
Adjourned.
Excellent job. Thank you, City Clerk, too, for everything.